we've ever had, and now he's singing an absolutely different tune.
There's also a difference between in the cities the immigrant and housing them, what is it, the Roosevelt Hotel, and feeding them, and also just the general homeless issue, like San Francisco has.
I think New York City's throwing its hands up about the homeless. You can't get on a train now in New York without some crazy homeless person, panhandling. What's up, Marshall? What's up, Matt? What's up, L? How you guys doing?
Well, I'm doing well. How about you, Jay?
I'm doing great. I'll be in Houston next month. I'm showing up at your house and I'm showing up naked.
All right, brother.
I just got excited by something just like twinkled in my hands. Wow.
Oh, you're another asshole who owes me not one but two lunches. I've been down there 5 times since we had that deal, and you reneged every time.
Oh, officially once, but unofficially 3 times. Um, Now I'm just sitting here watching Miss Rachel. I need to go to New York to see if I can find Miss Rachel, see where she's at.
Who, who's Miss Rachel?
Oh God, it's a parent of a young child in here can tell you that. Y'all have got to know who Miss Rachel is. Oh, she's a YouTube star for little kids, toddlers.
When you say it like that, it sounds weird, man. Like,
Dude, I was just getting
Yeah.
Carson. I was just gonna say, Matt, you get weirder and cringier by the moment, bro.
Yeah, Miss Rachel is phenomenal. 300 million views on videos on YouTube. She just sits there and talks to little kids.
I'm going to recommend Kenny and Ziggy's, Jay, if you go there for lunch.
Is it in the city?
It No, I'm saying if you're going to Houston, I'm recommending it. It's
Oh,
an
I
amazing
love
deli
Houston. Where in Houston is it? Do you have any idea?
in the Post Oak area.
Got it. My daughter lives in the Woodlands. I went to Perry Steakhouse. It was amazing.
This is a deli like no other deli, like in the old world of real delis.
I'll definitely check it out.
hey, in a lot of these municipalities or whatever with the immigration thing, are some of these like landlords and stuff like that getting direct rents at these places like across the country? Is that the main incentive for some people to go along with this?
No, I think they
Yes.
get a I think there is some rate, but I think it's a federal government rate, not a at market rate. But I could be wrong.
They're filling up entire hotels that were vacant or disheveled, and they're getting federal money to house asylum seekers. Hotels across the country.
Let me tell you something, man. Here, and like I said, I can only speak for here. I can't speak for Minneapolis or Houston or these other cities. But here in New York, these hotels are making bank by housing these immigrants, and they're getting like 2-year contracts with the government. Whether those rooms are filled or not, they're getting paid.
Yeah, it's really fascinating what's happening. The Democrat Party that was claiming sympathy for immigrants, poor immigrants coming to the United States, now it's backfiring. Even the South Side of Chicago, they're livid at the special treatment that these busloads of immigrants are getting in the South Side of Chicago. So the tide's turning. I think we can all look forward to a return of the go-go 80s under the Trump administration.
Well, I'll tell you this, and I hate to keep harping on it, but Mayor Adams got on TV and dared the governor. This is before they start shipping immigrants up here. And he dared him. He said, I dare you to send them up. We're going to take care of every single one of them. And you know what the dude did? He sent them up. And then the city realized, well, who's going to pay for this? He thought Biden was going to hand him a check. And Biden said, no, 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 that's on you. And now New York is going to be banked up again.
Yeah, that is actually a really interesting thing to like hear him say, and that you're having that problem in Chicago because Texas is sharing our long-term wonderful problem with the rest of the country.
That I mean, if there's anything that I've seen a politician do in service of their own people, not I don't want to. I'm not trying to make this like in service of just his own politics or his own electability, even though it certainly is going to boost that or would have boosted that. But Abbott starting this trend and then getting others on board with it has had a greater impact on politics in America than I mean, I can't remember like just one thing that somebody did that had this kind of momentum.
Yeah, this was a political stunt that definitely had large dividends.
The amazing thing about it too is that you would think that people in the places where the immigrants wound up being shipped would be super pissed at the Abbotts or the DeSantises or anybody else who took part in this. And I'm sure that were plenty that were, but I think what I saw more of were people who just appreciate, like, how do I say this? Appreciated that they were doing for their people what their own governors didn't have the fucking gumption or wherewithal to do. So they directed the anger not at other states, but at their own local government, which is a good.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Kelly.
Did anybody watch the hearings today on the Trump assassination attempt? I'm going to pin an article to the top. It went into chaos like I expected.
I saw the one. I just saw a clip of the one guy who went to the 9/11 thing, and he just flipped out. I don't really know the context of that, or what's behind it, or what was being referenced. If anybody has that story,
I pinned it to the top.
I saw it too, Kelly, and from my understanding is that they weren't following protocols, and what that guy was saying was that you were endangering Kamala Harris and Joe Biden at the same time, and you weren't following the assignments listed out, and you weren't doing what was going on, and like didn't even have a radio, and then it was all like, I went there to represent 9/11, and it was just a shit show.
yeah, no, that's interesting. I gathered, I guess, some of that. Like I don't know how credible of a take that is. I don't know.
It's basically CYA moment right now for the Secret Service because they know that most of them are going to be, at least the leadership is going to be turned over. So they're all like hoping to get their asses out of any kind of jam.
I mean, during the Obama administration, they were in Colombia getting hookers and blow. They had a dude shoot the White House. They had two dudes wander onto the White House lawn. Both of them got to the front door. You had a dude like take a pot shot at where the president lived, like literally at the White House. Like, oof. There have there were some long-term problems in the Secret Service at that point. It sounds like they did not get fixed.
This is the quietest I've heard a political room in a long time.
We found the insurance health insurance executive in Central Park.
Oh, I was really surprised by that. I don't really understand why the guy was shot in the first place. Other than that he got assassinated, that's really all I picked up
Wait,
out of it.
I didn't hear this. Dr. J, they caught the assassin, you're saying? I didn't hear this.
I was just teasing. I'm being obnoxious today. I
Oh,
said
shucks, you're
he
being
was found in
obnoxious.
some. This guy, this guy is eluded. It's amazing how much time he's been at large. It's amazing. They have a picture of his face, for God's sakes. I'll stop. I'm on the treadmill.
But have you seen those masks that people put on? I just read an article about it where like you have Kanye's face or something, those like thin nylon masks.
Oh yes, they're awesome. I don't have one, but they're
Right.
amazing.
But
He
are
should
they
have worn one
really
of
for
those.
his face? I guess that's my question, laying some
It
doubt on it.
see,
Oh,
I
that
mean
I
that
don't know.
it seems like they have some pretty clear pictures of his face, and I think it doesn't seem to me like he could be wearing anything like that.
Well, according to the NYPD now, they're saying he was in New York for something like 10 days before this. So this guy took his time, he settled in, and he waited on him. So I'm wondering whether or not he might have been following for several days before he went out and killed him.
Well, despite his effort, which was good, he may end up taking his life. Maybe he was waiting to see how far how far he could get, and perhaps now that they uncovered his face, so to speak, or revealed the face, I bet he doesn't come back alive. We get a body.
Man, if Cole's right, that would mean that that the executive killed himself by a guy that's going to then kill himself. Uh, Seems very likely.
Well, let's say he's closer to the.
I'm
Let's
making
say
fun
his
of
wife
Cole, not
was
you, Dr. Jordan, for the record.
no, no, but let's say his wife was the one who suffered from uh, lack of coverage, right? Has nothing to live for. He may be calculating, may have military law enforcement training, but this was a death wish despite his efforts to get out with some good tactical training. It's just kind of interesting. But I don't think he comes back alive, wants to spend the rest of his days in prison
So
or
I'll
whatever.
say this: the fact that the type of gun that, like, it's being stated, and I had to look this up because it just flashed across. He's using a well rod, so that's a British. It's kind of like an assassin gun from back in World War II. It has a long barrel, not necessarily a silencer, but it has baffles in it to compress the noise. It's pretty quiet for a firearm. You have to manually cycle ammunition through it. Usually, people this is going to go furthermore to my credence that if this is the weapon that was used, then I'm going with assassination. This isn't a run of mill, someone upset that just decided to go out there and shoot him. Like, this is not common. None of this is like common that you see. This is shit you watch from Hollywood, and this is what it reminds me of. Is just it reminds me of the movies from the '80s of sneaking in, and like again that 9 millimeter, it's whisper quiet in a well run. Like, they're just it's not necessarily silent, but it's pretty quiet on it, and it wouldn't cause a massive panic. So again, I'm going with a professional hit
But don't
here,
you think,
somebody of
with your
experience.
with your professional experience and training, don't you think, like Abby said, he would have taken precautions, at least would have covered his face with something? I mean, he's so exposed. Everything he did well, except this revealing his
So
face.
his
Well, his
exit
face.
strategy was perfect. So if you think about it, crowded day, cops on every corner, surveillance cameras, having the stage, having to watch out, having to be calm, cool, collected, go up there, handle all of those factors, not even worry about, like, it is New York City. There's cops around, a cop just coming over and exchanging fire. He doesn't have the capability to defend himself or actually exchange fire. So he's not looking for a death. This man was looking to assassinate the target and get away. His main focus wasn't to create the most harm. His focus seems to be to assassinate the target and get out. And he did that with an e-bike. He navigated around. He disappeared. My
Well,
assumption is that
j-
somehow he went to Canada and now he's out of the country.
so I guess like I think that that makes some sense, but the part that doesn't add up though if we are to believe that the pictures that they are saying are of this guy before the shooting where he's at Starbucks, etc. Like that, like that goes completely against everything you just laid out. So it's not that I'm disagreeing with what you said, but I just feel like you would have to be really stupid to do all of that, and then also with nothing covering your face, right before all this happens, to be like smiling into a camera at Starbucks.
Yeah,
Oh,
that is pretty
I
pretty
mean,
odd.
if you're staging an area, what would draw more attention is you having a covered face. I mean, it is winter; you could probably get away with it a little
Well,
bit,
no,
but
Brad, that's not my point. My point is you wouldn't go to fucking Starbucks.
Yeah,
I,
saying like if you want a coffee or whatever, you would be on like some place in the street or whatever or something like that, and you would continue to have your face covered. Like that way, it'd be like, oh, it's cold outside to give your cover. Is it? I know I've been hearing some rumors that like did he have subsonic rounds?
yes, well round would fire subsonic. It's designed. It's an assassin handgun. It literally was designed for walking up behind somebody and just taking them down. That's the purpose of this type of firearm.
And then also too for the chat, you can actually manufacture your own suppressors. You don't have to go to the dark web. And
Well,
if you
this
are going
wouldn't
to buy,
have a suppressor on it. It's just a long barrel that's part of the actual makeup of the firearm that has a number of baffles in it that collect the sound. So it's really quiet. These are quiet. I don't know, not like whisper quiet like you wouldn't know it was there, not like movies, but it isn't going to give you the loud report that you're looking for.
I was going to ask, is it like in the movies? I feel really dumb on this subject.
no, no, definitely. Like even suppressors are relatively loud. You still need hearing protector, like up on it.
People did run after the shot. It was obviously heard, at least in its close proximity.
Yeah, but also like the people that were running, that was like in close proximity. They were looking at a guy firing at another man. Like even if there was no sound, you'd be like, yeah, I need to get out of here.
Have you met New Yorkers? If there's no sound, they're not noticing. I'm joking.
So we're gonna say semi-professional. Is that what we're going with now?
You wouldn't have seen his face if he was a
I
professional,
mean,
right?
everybody makes a mistake. It's
Yeah, but there's an
pretty
autist
well
on.
known.
There's an autist on Twitter's got the e-bike narrowed down to the path because anytime it gets docked or
Yeah,
undocked.
but the police came out and, you know, whatever people want to believe, they're going to have to believe that they came out afterward and said that it wasn't a city bike.
But the engrave, I don't know, he didn't engrave, but using markers, something he put on the shells, right? The statement that kind of is deferential to the people who know that the insurance industry kind of wants to depose this stuff. That was so symbolic and interesting. Perhaps, I mean, what do you make of that statement in terms of his fate? Did he think he wanted to go down, or what? I mean, this is kind
He
of the
probably
interesting thing.
wanted this. This is his way of getting his message out.
Yeah, I mean the writing on the uh, casings is one of the things that makes it more likely that this guy had planned to do this, and he went through with his plan. Like whether or not he was doing that on someone else's behalf is a whole separate question. But I saw in the chat, maybe I'm misunderstanding what was being implied, but I think that there's enough for people to assume that that this guy's intention was to kill this or to kill a man. Now, one thing, like I do think people are assuming because of what was going on in this particular executive's world that he was the specific target, but I think it's possibly just as okay. So I don't know what this conference was, but if there were like a ton of executive or excuse me, insurance industry CEOs or C level high up people, executives, like if in fact a person is motivated by by a poor experience with their insurance company, um, I'm not so sure that it would have to be like a particular one. If there's a crazy person who thinks that, the insurance industry is destroying America, uh, going to a conference like this and waiting outside of it and shooting the first suit you see might be sufficient. So is there anything other than like the bomb threat that was said, or the fact that this guy had gotten threats before? Is there any other reason that people absolutely believe that this particular guy was the target?
Yeah, because so Kelly, if you go and watch the video, like the full uncensored video that's made its way online, when he shot him the first time, he didn't go for a kill shot. He shot him in the leg so he'd hobble and he wouldn't be able to run. And then he took his time to kill the guy, with a couple of shots. So this was this was really well planned. I think this guy was specifically the target. He waited. He was very calm. Like Brad mentioned earlier, this guy, he did not panic. He didn't give into his adrenaline rush. This was a planned hit. I think. Like my perspective watching the videos, this looked like a planned hit from my
No, a
perspective.
hundred. So I'm not quibbling with that at all. Not at all. It. I guess what I was asking more specifically was, like, if you assume that there are going to be 20 guys going into that conference that are like C-level at a variety of insurance companies, um, and so your odds of shooting somebody that looks like one of these guys in a suit walking in at the appropriate time, or maybe you know what a bunch of them look like, I don't know. I'm just saying, outside of the things that was happening in this own man's personal life, is there anything that makes people like that kind of confirms that this particular guy was 100% the only target? If that's the case, then the insurance thing could just be a deflection. That's all I was getting at. It doesn't
So
have to be a deflection, but yeah.
what confirms it for me is the choice of firearms. If this is true that you use a well round, you have to manually cock that back and cycle that
What the fuck
ammunition
does that
through.
have to do with like who it is that he's
Because if
shooting?
you're looking for massive, you're going to look for maximum payout and availability to cycle through ammunition.
I
You're
don't
not
think
going
you're
to choose one
understanding
of
my
those.
question.
You
I
asked
mean,
if
if you're
are you
just going
sure
to
this
shoot
is
one individual, then I don't understand why the choice of weapon would change between the scenario that I'm curious about versus the
you
one that
asked if he
people.
was the only target. You
No,
wouldn't
no,
choose this
no, no,
type
no,
of
not
weapon for
not.
multiple
Hold on, I'm not
targets.
talking about a potential mass shooting. I'm saying, like, I think it's pretty obvious that this guy had planned to assassinate someone where he assassinated someone, right?
Yeah,
Where
but I
this
mean, like,
happened, though.
I don't know, Kelly. Like, it's not necessarily a crime of passion or whatever, but the whole hobbling thing, and then the message or inscription
I
on
don't
the
understand.
casing.
That's
I
not a
don't
crime
understand
of
why this is so
passion.
hard.
Like
Yeah, I don't
it's
understand why this is so
premeditated.
hard.
It's
I
premeditated.
yeah,
Yeah,
hold on. Everybody stop, stop. I am not, I wish everybody would stop saying that it was planned. I have already said that I believe that all that's true. I'm just saying that if like, and I'm not even saying that he wasn't specifically targeting this one individual. What I'm asking is, other than it being really likely because, well, number one, this is the guy that was shot, and the things that were going on in his personal life, right? The bomb threat, all of the other things. Is there any other information? Because I haven't been tracking this. I'm basically asking, is there anything else that makes it basically confirmed that this is the one individual that he was trying to shoot the whole time, not just one of, any number of these insurance guys? That's all I'm saying. Because this was at the door of a conference where I imagine there would have been many different ones that, he could have picked.
Yeah, but they
And
were
did you guys
investors
hear?
primarily.
Yeah, did you guys hear the bullets were marked? Like they said, denial, delay. I can't remember all the
Yeah,
words.
Catherine.
Yeah.
It
Oh
tells you
my,
it's premeditated, no?
I
I
know,
mean, it's
right?
like
I
not
don't
even a
know
yeah,
why
but
you
question.
guys
that
would think this is a
You
crime
ins-
of passion.
what
This is a
he
Jesus,
lied in
nobody has
wait.
said that this is a crime
no,
Like
of
it's
passion.
no.
textbook.
I said it wasn't a crime of passion, and I was trying to belabor the point that how detailed the plan was, and I'm saying like it's
A
that
point that does
detailed.
not need to be belabored if, in fact, you're responding to my question, because I've stipulated everything that everybody has responded with.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Right. So I don't know why people keep, I mean, I'm just not going to ask the question anymore. We can move on.
the,
But
the only crime
every
is
reply to
bringing
my
up.
question has included what I think to be.
Yeah, the only crime here is you guys bringing out Kelly's passion. There you go.
I've missed that a little bit.
I just, I was basically asking if there were other details I was not aware of. Like, was this guy seen on some other CCT footage where this executive was, like maybe the day before, because he was in New York for so long? That's all I'm saying. Was there anything else that tied the two of them together? That's
Yeah, but even going in the building, I think he had to like kind of establish like who he's going to shoot,
I'm
and
not
like
I'm not arguing that this guy wasn't his target. I'm just curious. Listen, I'm asking a question about evidence, not about assumption.
yeah,
What
yeah, yeah.
what's
I
what's
got you.
Kelly,
what's interesting at the hostel, he used a fake ID, but wouldn't you think they'd be gathering some DNA on this guy?
And this guy knows that his picture will be circulated. He knows his marks, his prints are on certain things. Like he knows there's a trail and he doesn't give a fuck. I don't know if these are like the same cyber hackers that took out United Healthcare for the 20 million in Bitcoin last April or what, but these guys don't seem to care. They kind of know like he's going to be the fall guy if they catch him, but I kind of think there's a level where they've taken out some of the circuits to even get caught. I mean, how is this guy not caught yet? That's
I,
wild
I
to me.
think I think it was immediate family member who lost coverage. This guy knows that it ultimately wanted to get caught despite the tactical uh, the heightened tactical abilities that he demonstrated, and he's going to show up in Central Park just floating or go out shooting, whatever. I'm just waiting for it by tomorrow, 10 o'clock a.m. Trust me.
Or he's out of
guys,
the
can I
country
just weigh
already.
in? Hi, Catherine. Hi, where's P? There you are. And Roger, of course. Um, Kelly, you're asking good questions, and I think, maybe we should like put it into perspective. This is my analysis with all the reading I've done. That this was possibly a hired assassin, that the man in question was being investigated by the Department of Justice for um, insider trading. That there might be links to members of government who also benefited from the insider trading, and that the incredible expression of anger that's circulating on social media is evidence of very, very disgruntled Americans with the for profit medical system that we're all living through. Uh, on the other hand, um, I do think that this person was savvy enough to get away. The pictures that are being circulated by the NYPD, we don't really know if that's the person yet. And it's the one other piece of evidence is that he was very well prepared. He was wearing a $300 backpack, right? On his, that is not evidence of just some random guy that's mad because he couldn't get reimbursement for his wife's, his mother's, his daughter's health care. That to me speaks of a much bigger motive behind this action. That might just be that might be my imagination, but it seems pretty fishy.
Well,
I heard his shoes were like $2,000 shoes too.
how many hours has it been since this incident happened?
Probably 36 hours.
Yeah, I mean, it happened yesterday at 7:15 in the morning in
So,
Midtown.
so I'm trying to think or whatever. Like the first thing I thought was if it was going to be a hit, I was thinking more to that federal judge that was going to unseal the Epstein client list, and how the apparent like hitman that took out her husband and son during COVID and was looking for her. How like he did the UPS deal and he be like out of there like maybe like a couple hours later. because I think they found him like maybe 2 to 3 hours tops. You know, expired. So that loose end. But this guy can clearly get out of the. He by now he could be out of the state easily.
In my unlicensed, non-clinical opinion, the execution.
Dr. Jordan, you need to unplug yourself and plug yourself back in.
Yeah, we can't hear you. It's unreadable.
A new video just popped up on my phone. People getting news alerts that they just got a video of this guy in front of the stage deli.
I want to know what kind of Starbucks drink he orders.
It was in front of the stage deli. I wonder if he stopped in and got
Corned beef.
a Reuben.
Oh
Yeah.
God, don't take me so seriously. I'm doing lat pull downs.
We can't take you seriously because we couldn't hear you because it sounded like your phone was
But
doing the
he did have
technology
a
version of
walk to him that
fapping. Your phone was fapping.
suggested he was fairly confident in himself, had high self, had more self esteem than most of us here.
I mean, like we barely got any of that. We got the very end, like last two words.
I think he said he's working on his lats.
Well, whatever drink he had, I mean, I can just see people ordering that up is I'll have the UHC killer shot. I mean, so much opportunity there. And so I heard too that his wife was going to leave him. They were separated, and there was multiple death threats, and the DOJ was after him, and it was just getting really ugly on a lot of fronts in his life. So I was under a lot of stress. That's a really awful way to die right there. And I think the worst is his kids. Like, it's bad enough knowing your dad was killed and then knowing, like, people are watching the murder on video and it's going viral. Like, that to me is just a different level of trauma for the kids, to actually see footage of their father being shot and killed. I think that's really cruel.
That was cold blooded.
And we've got to expect copycats, I mean, this is really for people who are into this stuff. They get excited, and there's usually copycats.
I think Mann has a good point, and Hillary Clinton did.
Lock her up.
Okay, that almost made me giggle.
Thank you,
If it was
Shirley.
Hillary Clinton, it would be ruled a suicide.
Well, I
Oh,
think that's listen.
absolutely.
No, hold on. This is what's happening. Cool, who is possibly one of the most annoying guys on the app, but yet managed to uh, convince somebody to bet $5,000 that Trump would win, which makes which makes Cool like hilariously amazing for doing that. But basically, Cool has just been here um, as an imposter. He's been trying to set up a persona so that we wouldn't even look at him. But what he is a Fed, and he came in here earlier tonight and told us that this man hired someone to kill him. And so I think that Cool is trying to spread a narrative so that what Brad's saying becomes reality.
So hire a hitman. So insurance money goes to your wife and kids.
No, no,
Well,
no.
Crow has the
Brad said,
fast.
well, oh, hold on. Let me just be clear. Brad said if Hillary did this, it'll be ruled a suicide. And I'm going back to what Cool said earlier. Cool said, what if this guy hired a hitman to kill him? Like, yes, he hired an assisted suicide. We all laughed at him, but again, Cool might just be a Fed. This could be the absolute truth. Hillary Clinton is actually behind this man's death, and it will be ruled a suicide.
Well, Cool and Jules are both feds, and Cool, I think, is driving the truck with the assassin in the back, right? Is Cool in the room still? If he can confirm if the assassin is in the back of the vehicle with Jules in the passenger seat, just curious. It's my suspicion. Okay, not funny.
I mean, it's not a bad idea though if Cool actually does drive a truck. I mean, but again, Cool probably doesn't. He probably also doesn't sound like that. He probably also doesn't have impulse control issues. This is
What's
all a persona he's been developing so that he could convince us that this man killed himself.
Kelly? What's the new show it's been on? It's like this lady that
Le-
solves crimes in New York. She's kind of like she figures it out from all the little bits and
Oh,
pieces. It's on
I
now.
think it's Aphrodite Brown or something. Is that the name of the woman, Abby?
This is a
Is that
funny,
the host?
a fun. It's no, it's a TV show. It's on now. Like
I don't,
there's
I have, I think that I've seen a commercial for
Estelle or
this,
something like
but I
that.
don't know. All I remember, if it's the same thing I'm thinking of, is this woman is like, she has like insanely tacky taste, and she's supposed to be really smart and has a baby and solves crimes.
I don't remember her having. She's older. I don't think she has a baby on this show. I'll find the name, but it's like a woman's first name is the name of the
We
show.
sound like a bunch of
Oh,
boomers
you're
trying to
talking
figure.
about
Yeah. Oh my God.
Aphrodite Jones, I think.
No, no, it's not it.
Yeah,
no,
Marshall, you
no,
know
no,
what I'm
no, no,
talking
no,
about.
no, no.
yeah.
Ellie.
Let's table
And
this.
it's
Let's
in New
table this.
York. She solves New York crimes.
Yeah, she used to play the second
Who
on the TN.
cares?
Okay.
Yeah, we're just looking for the name of it. So the thing that we don't have to do is have like a full stage stream of consciousness moment.
You need me to do the
I mean, unless we're all just going to be completely silent, even though uh, we could be making fun of one of the political parties, all of them, making up conspiracy theories. Who knows?
Kelly, we're
Elsbeth
just
is the
scared
name of the
to
show.
talk.
I'm done talking about it.
Oh, we're just scared to interrupt you, Kelly. And we're afraid to speak and say the wrong thing. But there's no debate. This was an assassination, which is an over dramatization of what happened. This was a murder. It was a plotted, premeditated murder of a wanted man who was in a lot of shit. And a lot of people sent a lot of hate vibes his way.
I
It
mean,
was not a
what's the
suicide.
what's the difference? Oh, never mind, never mind. Go ahead.
The only debate I have is how is New York not found this man? Like, what the hell? He just shot him in broad daylight and got away with it. That's wild.
Dr. Catherine, what do you make of the fact that he did not have security? What is your take on that? His choice to not take a security detail with him.
Jordan, most assassins would not take a security detail.
Is Jane Timony the character you were looking for? Who's the investigator in the series?
It's called Elsbeth.
Elsbeth.
And I was joking. I know that you're not talking about the assassin.
No, maybe the assassin might have been. So, I mean, he was high end. He had Dr. Catherine said he had $2,000 shoes. Someone said he had a $300 backpack. Maybe he had his own security with him.
He definitely had people scoping the scene and deactivating some of the city's drones or wires or whatever the hell they do for surveillance because it's just wild to me that this guy was shot and it's they couldn't catch him. He got away on a freaking bike. What is that? That's wild.
So what the view that got widely disseminated? That's CCTV from what the hotel?
The view of his face without a mask, is that what you're talking about? I think that
No,
that's
no,
from
the actual shooting footage.
I
Oh,
think
I
that
don't
is
know. Do
from
you?
the hotel. And he also didn't just escape on an e-bike. He disappeared in Central Park, which has a plethora of exits. So if you were escaping at that time of day, you take your pick. You can just run out from everywhere. So, I mean, his route was planned. Like there's no, it's practically perfect.
What time was the murder?
It was
Seven
about
fifteen
7
or something?
a.m. in the morning, and he had a change of clothing in his backpack. He was clever. Look, the truth of the matter is, it's very easy to get away with one or two crimes. The reason why we have such a high arrest rate in New York is the vast majority of criminals are morons. If smart people decided to become criminals, they wouldn't catch them.
Well,
I
okay. So there's
completely,
another
El
reason.
Normo, I
Well, there.
completely agree with you. I mean, this
Well, hold on.
man knew what he was doing. He might have had a wig. He might have been wearing a mask, you guys. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, Lena, hold on just a sec. Hold on just a sec. So you're totally right. But the reason I was asking the question that I was asking before, which I hesitate to even fucking reference that moment because people were short circuiting all over the stage, uh, was not to argue with any of the things that people believe to be true, because all of that seems very likely to me. But one of the other reasons people get away with specifically like murders is if they don't have an association, right? One of the reasons people get caught is because of their relationship, their connection to the person that they kill. So that's why I was asking, like, what kind of information that there was that connected these two individuals. I was asking specifically in terms of this guy being a target, but just in general, I think that that's like probably useful information. Um, because regardless of whether or not this is a targeted assassination, I think one of the big questions out there is from like what was the motivation? And I'm not convinced that if I'm just going to throw this out there, not because I have any reason to think this, but this is just why I think having like actual information, actual evidence, actual like you know factual occurrences that we can reference, why that's like probably what people need to hinge their points of view on is because if I was this dude's disgruntled wife or however people want to characterize her, and she wants to blow this guy off the map, having someone present as a disgruntled United Healthcare recipient would be a really great way to cover up that motivation.
That's
Well,
true.
El
The
the other
reason
Normo,
why, hold
hold,
on a second.
hold on one
Let
second.
me,
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I just have to say this so bad. I think Abby's right. Now that I think about it, why would he screw up the one thing, the facial? He knows there's cameras everywhere. He must have had some kind of mask or prosthetic nose or something going on. If you notice, his complexion was very, I don't know, Dr. Catherine, in clinical
Shiny.
terms, what would you call that? Like, ish, yeah, it was like all, there was no,
Yeah,
there was something crazy about
but
his
Dr. Jordan,
complexion.
this CCTV footage is like not known for its definition though. So that's something we have to.
wait, can
I
I
think
just say
that, so I
something? Wait
posted
one
a
second.
link in the
Well,
room. I posted
sorry.
a link in the room
Go
chat
ahead,
that
Lena.
Yeah, it's Lena, and don't worry.
Oh,
But
sorry.
no problem, no problem. But you guys, this was a very sophisticated operation. This person apparently was in the New York, Connecticut, New Jersey area for 10 days, right? I mean, this was planned out, premeditated, even to have the bullet casings with words on them: deny, dispose. What was the first one? I can't remember. But all three bullets had words on them, right? That is specifically going after insurance. That could have been a foil. I'm not saying that
Uh,
that's.
I thought it was
But wait, I
foreshadowing.
just want to say it doesn't speak to me. Although Kelly, I appreciate your imagination that maybe his wife is behind this. But this speaks of a very serious group or organization, right? It doesn't speak to me of an individual that's just pissed off at United Health.
well,
So let me just
respectfully,
hold on. I've got to say this. And I'm gonna, this is the second time I'm going to say this, but, and I'll repeat it because I think it's important. Um, I am, I literally am not trying to oppose what seems to be most likely in this situation, Occam's razor and all that. Like, I'm not arguing with anybody. What I'm trying to do is separate the conjecture from the information that has actually been collected. I am just trying to find out because, like I said before, I haven't been following this like other people have. I haven't read a bunch of articles. I've heard some things here and there. I'm just interested in actual, like, hard, factual fucking information about what happened. And I'm not even worried about the conclusion that could or could not be drawn from it. I'm not trying to be oppositional toward any point of view anybody has. Um, the only reason I threw out a separate scenario is to point out that the distinction between the completely made up thing I said about his wife and whatever scenario that people might think it could be, or something that a group did. The things that are gonna distinguish between which of those likely happened is that information, and people seem far less interested in those details than they do making assessments about what it is that they happen to know. That's all. But go ahead.
Well, okay, so if you speak to anyone that has any friends in law enforcement will tell you that the major difference between crime TV shows and real life crime fighting is in the intelligence quotient. Every TV show has the criminal being super smart, getting high test scores, because it makes for an interesting show. When the reality is the overwhelming percentage of people in prison have very, very low IQ. I posted in the room chat, the average man in prison has an IQ of under 85. Okay. So what does that mean? Well, the reason why police clear murder cases is not because it's easy to clear murder cases. It's because most murderers are really, really, really dumb, and IQ matters. Genetic IQ really matters. So the implication for this case is that this person is the rare murderer who's very, very smart. He's very disciplined, and he has no connection. He's not a relative. He's not a friend. So my prediction is he's very likely to get away with it.
How
And
do
the
you know
evidence.
that?
Hold
There's
on, I'm
no
going to land
other.
my plane. I'll land my
You're
plane in one
making
second.
assumptions.
If you look at high IQ serial killers, I'm about to land my plane. Just Google high IQ serial killers typically get away with killing more than 10 people before they're caught. I'm done speaking.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but they're
like
a tiny
Wait, hold on,
percentage.
hold on, hold on. So, like, you're making a lot of assumptions. You're saying that there's no connection to them. We don't know that. Those facts haven't dropped yet. It's still early in the investigation. We're still just past the 24-hour mark. Yeah, there is some things that like stick out to me, like the choice of firearm. That's unique. That's not something common that you would see in the U.S. for just somebody wanting to go off somebody. You just don't see that, and it's a specialized weapon specifically for this type of event. So that one brings a red flag. His exit strategy, that's also like I look at that, the way he calmly initiated the action, that's also a red flag to me. But the idea that there's no connection, no one has been able to establish that one way or the other. We have no idea. I don't know if Mr. Thompson had fucking $50 million out there and he owes some international gangster for fucking betting on Kamala Harris, for instance. I have no idea what the connection is, and no one else does. The police don't know. They're still just searching for the suspect. So I don't have all those. We don't know if it's the wife hired a hitman overseas because she's banging some pool boy and wants to collect on the insurance and just wants her husband out of there so she could have the money, which isn't a whole fucking shit ton. He's not worth like billions of dollars. So I mean, we don't know if this will be a Lifetime movie or it'll be a new spy movie that made out by Hollywood.
I
He
also
probably
take
had
issue with
human
I take issue with
policy.
the dumb criminal. I think you're right. Most criminals, if they were smart, wouldn't have gotten caught. But when you have professional hit people, um, you can have someone who's from actual works in the government that assassinates, and they're not idiots. They're very bright. They've gone through training. So I don't know if I necessarily agree with you that an assassin is going to be of a low IQ. I don't see that. And I think you can look at our own espionage or our own industries that deal with that, and there's very bright people there.
hey, so if you
Abby,
look at
that's
the
so
history,
true. Sorry. But you see,
Catherine,
we're
I think
calling him,
Lena, Catherine, I cut off, so I think she was next.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, I wonder how much the key man policy on him was worth, you know? he was only 50, making, maybe 20 million a year for the last few years. But those Keyman insurance policies are worth several tens of millions,
But that goes
both
with the
to
shareholders,
the
right, Catherine?
shareholders,
Though?
but also the wife gets some. And so it pays out to definitely the firm, but
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think
the
the family
concept
gets
is for
some
the
too.
firm. I mean, the key man
Yeah.
concept is for the investors, basically. I mean, he probably had benefits that gave some coverage, separate for the wife. But
So are
that's
you,
an
oh,
interesting
sorry.
point, Catherine, the key man, that whether there's inside within the company, but that's really twisting it.
So are you suggesting maybe the ex-wife actually? Do you think maybe she was incentivized? Could
No,
be.
the incentive, a key man policy is a policy when you have someone running a company that the investors take out on that executive.
No, I understand, but what I meant is, as Dr. Catherine said, the wife would also normally benefit, right? And so, in this case, her statements following his quote unquote assassination seemed a little bizarre to me. But you can never assess how someone
I don't see a
responds to that.
woman, I don't see a mother having the father of her young children killed like that on video. That's wild.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
no,
I
I don't
agree,
either. Wait,
Catherine.
hold on. My turn. Catherine, I agree with you. Not only because a mother wouldn't do that, but also because the man was incredibly wealthy. He was getting combined salary, stock options, and cash, 10 million a year. And he sold 10 million in stock before the DOJ investigation began. I mean, these people have he must have, his wife has a ton of money. I mean, I don't
uh,
think the motive is money or getting rid of a husband here.
see, we probably shouldn't speculate so much into the motive because people do all kinds of stuff, and if you're not thinking your emotional state, then you could possibly do stuff that's like kind of figured out or whatever. And to Brad's point, you just hire somebody from overseas and they get out of the country easy. I mean, like, because New York is really, really easy to move in and out of.
I mean,
I mean,
maybe
you have
maybe he
Canada
voted
right
for
there.
Trump and somebody found out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be
Oh
it too.
no! They went and executed him.
I got to go back to the key man, Catherine. The more I think about it, I don't see how they would have any benefit for the wife in a key man policy, because that would be, the just a conflict of interest. I mean, it's taken out by investors, and it's not for his benefit; it's for the benefit of the investors. So unless the wife is an investor, and then it would inure ultimately to her benefit, like any other investor, I don't see that. I would think that would be a separate policy.
Yeah, but a traditional policy is what, like, don't they recommend like X amount of times your salary?
Well,
So whatever.
no, what Catherine is talking about, which raises the issue of whether someone inside, because the company benefits, but is a policy that's taken out on the top executive or several top executives,
Yeah,
um,
yeah, but yes, yes, but
by the investors.
I'm saying specifically toward the whole what do you call it, the personal policy. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like X amount of times the salary, so it would be significant.
I mean but you have to see how that works. Benefits like that, could be just a dollar figure. Yeah, it's either, well, what was his annual salary? 10 million. So, plus stock options, or is that the
Yeah,
total
no, it
compensation?
was, yeah, total compensation 10 million, but 1 million in salary, cash, and options. And he had
What did he
sold,
receive? What did he receive? He received 1 million in salary, and how did
right,
he get his options? Were they
yep,
options? Or was it actual
stock,
grants of stock?
stock.
Were they
This is what I
options
read.
for stock, or were they
No,
grants?
no, they were grants and cash. And as I said again, it is documented that he sold 10 million
Well, yeah,
in
but so
stock.
that's not a big deal. If
No,
you
but
have, but
before
again,
the
was it
Department
grants?
of
I,
Justice
I I'll look it up.
investigation. Yeah.
Hey,
Look, I
hey,
don't know.
also one thing too, like I wouldn't say that a mother wouldn't do this because there's several cases of mothers, hiring hitmen off of Facebook even, and I'm not saying that she did or didn't or like level of sophistication, but then another point, when we come to level of sophistication, if you look at the history of like the mob hits. Like some guys were professional hitmen and were very sloppy, and there's different varying levels. So when we say this is a professional hit, when people hear that, they're thinking like John Wick, and there's different levels of competency when it comes to like any level of task that somebody may perform, including these hits.
I think there's that. I also think the interesting part about mother murder, uh, Nero tried to kill his mom, Agrippina, 3 times, collapsing boat, poison, and then he just had the Praetorian Guard stab her. Apparently, Nero was vindictive in his anger against his mother.
I mean, you're also looking like everybody's looking internally. I mean, you've got what them buying European healthcare agencies. You got money that's been invested in Ireland that he was going to pull back out because of Trump. You have what the over billions of dollars that were invested in the housing subsidies and all those things for the housing markets. You've got manipulation in terms of the brokers. Could have been a disgruntled broker agency. It could have been one of those that were having to face either going through the Optum network and the new transitions that were being forced upon them, and them discarding the old ways. I mean, there's a million and one avenues that you could go with this, and so like I said, it looks like everything to me says this is the type of weapon, the way he leaves that gives me those pauses. This was a direct hit, and it didn't even look like they were aiming for anybody else. He walked calmly up to him. He wasn't aiming for anybody else. So again, this comes out that this was the sole target. This was a point. So I don't know if it's personal or if it's economic or it fucking could be Putin for all we fucking know
You know what?
Hey,
at this
The
point.
company performed incredibly well under him. So I just wanted to add on his compensation. Probably some of it was bonus based or based on performance, company performance. But he rose the company. I forget how many billions it made, and did well under his leadership.
what was it? Was it three shots or was it four? Because I was I was reading four, and then I read something else like yesterday afternoon and said three, and then somebody else told me this morning it was four. Also, like the whole like hobbling to not get away. Well, I mean, you're shooting somebody in the back. You already have the jump on them, so it's like I don't know if like hobbling them is like the most effective thing, especially with that particular weapon where you have to recycle it. I mean, yeah, he did it calmly and it is fairly quick, but seconds is time, and time is very very of the essence when you're doing anything of the sort.
Yeah, but if you have to collect your brass, that's wasted time.
Yeah, but did he collect his brass? I don't think he did.
I have no idea whether he did or didn't. I was just gonna say I think the funnier explanation is Kelly's. He voted for Donald Trump, and so the deep state reached out and murdered him. There you
So no,
go.
he didn't collect his brass, Marshall. In fact, there's it's alleged that he had it engraved with descriptive words, using terms that insurance companies use to deflect on high value claims. So there's
Oh
that.
wow. Okay.
So it's different.
Really quickly, Brad, you said something about DNA earlier. This isn't even important. I'm not even trying to go anywhere with it. I was just curious if this information was actually already out there. Uh, you said that the only DNA would be from like a coffee cup or whatever. Did they rule out that there was anything on the brass, or because that would be
Kelly,
another
Not
place
that
where
I
you might
have
get it.
seen.
they
Yeah,
Okay,
said
good.
not
that
that I've seen it.
the water bottle that was retrieved was too smudged. So obviously he knew how to smudge a fingerprint.
Well, I think that's luck if that's the case. Like, because if you're doing all this effort or whatever, you wouldn't have a print on it whatsoever.
I'm saying the same thing.
I mean, like all of this is true. It's just also interesting that this guy seemed he seemed to be good at part of this, but really fucking bad at the different parts of it, which is funny.
I mean,
What was he bad at, Kelly?
That he went and got a like flat white with no mask on, smiling into the camera at Starbucks before he shot this guy.
Those pictures were not from Starbucks.
Or wherever they were from. I thought that those pictures were from when he got the coffee, but I
It,
apologize if that's not the case.
no,
It
and
still stands that his dumbass didn't have a mask on
hold on.
before the shooting.
We don't even know if those are the pictures of the suspected murderer. We don't know.
yeah, but she like assuming it is like that's pretty stupid. I'm with Kelly.
Exactly. He may just be a stupid.
Rate of speed.
Cold blooded, man. He did. He was so calm.
Yeah,
No,
that shows a level of confidence in what he's actually doing.
for sure. I mean, that's got to be hard to shoot somebody like that.
Well, he was either prepared or he just has something more wrong with him than you would normally have wrong with you if you decided to murder somebody.
Yeah, but you still have to have a certain amount of training or whatever to get over the nerves and be able to. Because like police officers don't train to a high level under stress. That's why you have so many errant hits a lot of the times.
I mean, I think the most interesting thing that I've heard about his composure during the shooting, not that not that there aren't other details that could make people believe one thing or the other, but I thought that the most compelling piece of information, I'm not so sure what it tells us, is that he was able to clear a jam like really calmly, which I mean, I guess the only thing that tells you is that either that gun jams a lot and that's the only one he ever shoots and he shoots it frequently, just or he has more proficiency with a weapon than maybe just some random who tried to learn how to do this on the internet.
I mean, it did and this is just me just looking at it or whatever. I didn't go into like a full like zoomed in detail or anything like that. But I believe like what Brad was saying, it looked like he was cycling the gun through, and he wasn't actually clearing any misfires or misfunction.
What about his narcissistic gait? No one has talked about that. Have you seen the
Oh,
way
fuck
this guy
that.
Oh my
Yeah.
walks?
God, he walks just like Donald Trump. But Carson, fair enough. I just heard people mention that, so I'm like I said, I'm just going on what I had heard people mention. So if in fact, like he didn't actually have to put any like knowledgeable effort into doing it, and it just by happenstance, uh, whatever. Fair enough.
Carson, I just I was going over some of the reporting, and they said that he jammed on the one round, and he just calmly cleared it, cycled it out, and continued his work. So, while progressing forward, so it's weird to. It just doesn't strike me like if someone else was in here saying, "Well, they'll do this and this." It just doesn't match up with other shootings I've seen. Not that calm. Like you have people that walk up and shoot someone from behind and run away. Usually 9mm rounds, usually with a Glock or something along those lines. Um, they're not going through this level of trying to utilize gray man theory, blending in with their environment, utilizing exit routes. Like just it's well planned. I mean, I approve of it. If I was going to off somebody, this would be probably under consideration.
Brad, I totally agree with you. This person was trained. This is a trained killer. This is not a random situation.
Lana, what is your expertise in trained killers?
Well, I pay attention, Roger, like you do, just like you.
What if
Wait,
this
pay
was a?
attention.
What if this was a?
What does
Oops,
that
sorry.
mean?
Pay
What does
attention to
paying attention mean when it comes to trained
NCIS
killers?
Right.
Miami.
It's instinct, you guys. I don't know, but my instinct says this is somebody.
Lena, Murder She
He
Wrote or Matlock? What was your favorite?
murder she wrote, but this
All
guy
right,
had
go, go
Roger.
tell us all about it, Angela Lansbury. Go ahead.
Didn't he have an incredible amount of confidence? I mean, super confident. I
Did
So
don't
now
someone
think.
you want to
interview
fuck
him
him?
before the shooting?
You
Well,
don't.
well,
I think so.
well, well. When
You,
I use the term confidence, it's just like a matter of factness of how he's using the weapon and how calmly he's moving. That's what I mean with confidence. I don't know if Lena is meaning the same thing.
I just don't think you show up on an electric bike to murder somebody if you're a
What would you
professional
know?
killer.
He
What would you know?
didn't.
I
You've
do
had
know
more
this stuff.
UTIs this year than
He
Wait,
me.
I
didn't.
think I think
that's how that German assassin ended up in prison, right? He was on a bicycle. Either the victim was on a bicycle or he was on a bicycle in a park in Berlin. This guy could be
Dr.
Wait,
as much
Jordan,
of
German
a
Dr.
assassin from
Jordan,
what
you couldn't
time?
even let my fucking UTI joke like rest long enough for him to show some
for me
shame.
even to
sorry. I'm sorry.
respond to say that I'm just not getting rid of it. I had to put like a little thing up my penis to see
We're not
my
asking. We're not asking.
see
Please stop.
my to
Yo,
see my
TMI, TMI, man. And with the raspy voice too, man. I'm definitely not digging this, man.
yeah, he's got
Well,
like
I mean,
to
AIDS in
see
his
my
throat.
he
prostate.
he could be. We're calling Tulsi, who I don't like Tulsi, but if she's a Russian asset, this guy could be a Russian asset. You never know.
Cool is the Russian asset hired by Hillary Clinton to come and convince us this man actually killed himself with an assassin. Roger is or Brad is right. This will be ruled a suicide, and we will find out that this man had all of the bleached servers.
Except they're not bleached, and we have all the records, and so we can finally put her in prison.
They actually did uncover quite a bit of emails. They actually did uncover quite a bit of emails or whatever. They were recovered several thousands.
You- You're missing the point.
No, no, I'm not. I'm just being like matter of fact when I don't have to be.
Oh, that
What
makes things
what
funnier.
what if they were faggots?
Like, are you saying that this man died of
Well,
lung cancer?
that's a given.
Well, I'm thinking like it could have been like a lovers' quarrel, and yeah, they do weird shit.
Well, that would make sense with the high fashion and the expensive book bag and the expensive shoes.
Did the bicycle have a seat?
Well, I did put in the chat the only information that I know is exactly and absolutely true, which is that this was meant to be like a lover's stay while this conference was happening, and that's why he was there for 10 days. But they broke up, and shit happens.
Hey, can I point out the fact that the UTI joke was but that pardon joke was actually really funny.
The UTI
Thank you.
thing was
Thank you.
literally, it wasn't a joke. That's the thing.
So, Roger, I think well rod means something different in the gay community as opposed to the firearms community.
Mm, 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 mm. Why are we all so consumed about the CEO getting shot, though? Every hour, globally.
Dude, I have no idea.
50 people get murdered every hour around the globe. And we care about this guy? Why?
Well, you know what's interesting about it? It kind of reminds me of the way the French have they have a history of like kidnapping the CEOs, you know? I mean, obviously he didn't kidnap him, he killed him. But it's like I guess why it's interesting is like somebody maybe got pissed off enough that they they feel like this is like a symbol, like he was a symbol of a corruptness and he took him out. Like that's kind of interesting. That's not really common in America.
And that they were French? Is that I'm a little confused, Holly?
No, no,
Do you
no.
mean they were
I'm
French in
saying
origin or
I'm
what?
saying honey, I'm saying the French, I'm making a correlation here. Like the French have this culture of like teaching their CEOs a lesson, right? Like they kidnap them, right? I'm just saying us teaching our CEOs a lesson in this way with like violence is not really something we do. So it's kind of like the fact
No,
that
that's
somebody
exactly right.
did this.
There's a
Wait, but that's
tradition of
also
doing
no.
this in
Hold on,
Europe.
hold on, hold on. This is what's so wild. Like that. Sure, this might be something, but that relies on everybody assuming that this is a CEO being taught a lesson. And if that's the case, that says more about it's not this shooting that we should be interested in. But anyways, I hear your point. I'm just saying, like, I feel like the presumption of like why all of this happened is like really making people horny.
Well, don't you think the inscriptions on the bullets kind of tell us some
No,
clues?
Holly. No,
Oh,
Holly. The question we should be asking is why is the CEO of Kaiser Permanente still walking around? That's the question we
This
should
is a
be asking.
great fucking point. This is the
be,
point, Frank.
well,
Well,
because
maybe
I
this
think.
will start a
Well, wait,
trend,
wait.
Roger.
Well, wait. I think it's because this individual maybe had a personal situation. Like I think he lost a loved one because of United specifically.
It
I,
is
Mm.
amazing how far people are like it's like people are daydreaming and having fantasies about how this thing happened, why it happened, how it went down, what the implications are, and just depending on your own personal like psyche, the narrative is going to shift a little bit. So before you all share your opinion about this, you just need to realize that you're telling us a lot about your psychology.
Well, hold on,
exactly, exactly. Oh,
Hold
go
on,
ahead, go ahead.
hold on,
And so
hold on.
what that we
No,
are?
when I say hold on, that means shut your fucking mouth. How about that? Where'd Kelly go? Fuck she go? All right, never
Got
mind.
it,
You guys
Roger.
chased her away with your guys' stupidity. Well, maybe we'll get her back, and then I'll make my fucking point. Oh, there she is. Never mind. I forgot what I was going to say. Lena, go ahead. Just go ahead and use your fucking raspy voice to speak for a while.
Thank you, Roger. So, why do we care if we're revealing our psychology? I mean, we're all mystified by this. The
For
assassin
fuck's
has
sake.
been turned into Robin Hood overnight. This is a very interesting topic, right? I mean, I think you would have to be kind of anesthetized not to be curious about this event.
Robin
Yes, I
Hood.
share, I
Hold
share
on,
my
hold on. No, no,
psychology.
no, no, no. She's responding to what I said. Listen, uh, I don't. I didn't. The point that I made had nothing to do with curiosity or even interest. It had to do with the kind of speculation that turns into the story you've told yourself and now you're telling everyone else. And I'm not saying people shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that whatever story it is that you tell yourself about how this happened, it probably. I'm not saying that like this is a bad thing or that you shouldn't share it, but it probably does say a lot about the way your own mind works because there's not enough fucking information for any of these stories to be based on evidence. It's obviously speculation. That is okay. But but I think people are applying a lot of emotion to this because people are attached to the whole insurance and healthcare thing. That's all.
No, I
You're damn
agree with
right.
you,
You're damn
Kelly,
right.
but it's, I'd like to get to know you better, all of you. So it's really interesting for me to hear all of these theories.
Well, Lena, let me introduce myself. I like to share my psychological condition, if you will, with everybody. I thought that this was an intimate partner issue where someone lost coverage, blah blah blah. I have since changed my mind thanks to this room. Have you seen this guy's ex-wife? She's a stunning partner. I think this was a crime of passion. Perhaps there was fidelity in, well, they're ex partners now, but perhaps there was a lustful partner, a lover who was harmed, hurt, whatever, and he paid
Dude,
off
if
an
you don't get
assassin.
laid soon, I don't know what's going to
Well,
happen
the
to you. Like,
problem is
you've
I
got to be
got laid
careful.
recently, and I'm still in this state of frustration.
Yeah, this is a perpetual sexual frustration, and like it's it's refractory to any like treatment you've offered so far.
A hundred,
I'm
100%.
I'm confused. I was in the grocery store, so I didn't hear a lot earlier. Roger, why are you disregarding what was written on the bullets?
Because if you saw what was written on my bullets, you wouldn't think anything of it.
Well, why?
Holly,
What was
so
written on
Holly,
both of
hold
you?
on. Hold on. Here's the reason I think some people might say that you can't necessarily assume that what was written on the bullets speaks specifically to the motive, because this is the kind of guy that had a lot of shit going on in his personal life that seemed to be threatening toward him, whether it was like bomb threats, just general threats otherwise. He was being investigated. There's a bunch of shit, right? So this is the kind of guy where it's easy because of the nature of his job and what was going on. He was somebody that was easy to create the appearance of a motive other than what the motive might have been. That's all. So if this guy's soon to be ex-wife did want to have him shot just because he was that fucking annoying, she would absolutely want to make it look like it had something to do with this job, I would think. But that's just speculation.
Okay, so I think there's a deeper reason why the whole world is fascinated with this. It has to
Wait,
do
wait,
with.
hold on,
Oh,
Santiago.
well,
Are you one of the people that believes that because the shooter was hot, this is a bigger story?
no,
So, do you think the shooter was hot? Yes or no?
yeah.
So you want to fuck him?
Santiago is the hottest man that will be discussing this story tonight.
He's not as good looking as me, so I'm not attracted to him.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Okay, but let me be succinct in
But
explaining
you'd
this.
still have
Oh,
sex with him.
Hopefully, you have
I'm gonna be
receipts.
succinct. I have receipts. Okay.
Are you
Uh,
going to be succinct while you have sex with the man? Is that what you're saying? You're going to make it quick?
yes. I'm gonna make it quick. All, all human men have evolved to be jealous of men who are more powerful. This man was much more powerful than the men on Clubhouse. He had more money. He was more important. He was a specimen far above and beyond the men on Clubhouse. So it's natural for the men on Clubhouse to take delight and happiness in him being killed. Now, normally our society doesn't give men permission to be happy when another man dies. But because this guy was a CEO of a healthcare company, actually, people on Clubhouse, both on the right and the left, are taking pleasure in his death. And this is why this will be a topic. It's just the jealousy of men who are losers against men who are winners. Done.
I'm
So
sorry.
this is going to bring the nation together. The political
I
divide is
really
over. Okay,
I
thank
want
you.
some closure on the bullets. Sorry, I'm not an expert on bullets. So do bullets commonly have words on
No,
them, like
You,
Holly.
random
Okay, Holly, let me explain this
literary
again.
words?
Holly, here's the thing. It doesn't, no, bullets don't commonly have shit written on them. The point of the reason that the bullets and what's written on them may not be exactly why the murder happened is because somebody could be trying to if a foil, as someone else referred to it, if the motivation is, like I said before, like his ex-wife just wants to get rid of him. I'm not saying that that's the case or there's even evidence of that. She wouldn't likely make it look like an ex-wife who had her husband murdered. She'd likely want to make it look like somebody else wanted to murder the guy, and given lifestyle, his career, the things going on in his personal life, there was a lot of opportunity to make it look like something else if in fact, somebody wanted to do that. That's all. So just because
Okay,
there were these words written on bullets, somebody wanting it to look like something else could have thought like, oh, I'm going to write these words on bullets, and then everyone will think that this is a
yeah.
lunatic whose dad died of cancer because he couldn't get some sort of medication.
Okay, I
Hey,
get what
Kate,
you're saying. Wait, let me speak. I get what you're saying, Kelly, but I find it a little bit amusing that scenario is actually more speculative of a leap than like what I'm thinking. I'm just kind of chuckling a little because you
Well,
chastised
no, no, no,
me.
no. It's not more speculative at all because we know that people do this to throw
yeah.
people off of their trail. Like, so for you to speculate that in this case and only this case that couldn't happen, that's you making two assumptions.
Hey, do y'all remember the Beltway sniper? You know how that person got caught?
I don't remember how they got caught, but I
Is
remember
that the
everything
gas
else.
station? Is that the gas station guy?
Well, he was shooting a bunch of people at gas stations, but he had a car and he was shooting through the keyhole basically on like a old
The
like a old like
14-year-old
He had
mall car.
boy,
he had like a
the
rape van, didn't
14-year-old
he?
boy. No,
No,
it was a
it wasn't a
14-year-old
van.
boy.
Shut the fuck
Oh
up,
God,
cool. You are not going to be edifying, Carson.
Like it was like one of those older cars, like a Deuce and a Quarter or something like that. I can't remember the make and
a
model, but
Buick.
yeah, okay, there you go. So he was shooting through the keyhole, and one way to hide one body is to hide it in a bunch of bodies. And they had after the reexamination, the guy had a beef with his ex-wife and wanted to assassinate his ex-wife. So what he did is he planned this string of murders or whatever, and was going to, you know what I'm saying, do something with his ex-wife. And through some off chance, when they reinvestigated everything and relooked at everything, there was some stuff that kind of stood out with one of the victims. So
You
Okay,
know
there's
where
stuff
that
like
so
that.
originally came from?
Wait,
An old
you're
movie
talking about the
plot.
14-year-old boy that was shooting up everything through the guy who was in the
No,
Okay,
no,
cool.
the,
military?
the
No,
guy,
no,
the
no,
guy, the
no.
guy
there's
had
Wait,
no
his
need to
boy
there's no
with.
need hold on. Listen, cool is no longer with us. There's no need to respond. People can put it in the chat.
Yeah, this was an army veteran. It was a grown ass man.
Yeah. So you're still skipping over the. I'm so confused right now.
Yes,
You're
he
going to
trained
the
a
wife.
14-year-old boy to
And
shoot.
you guys are going to the wife,
He
and yet
trained
we're
the
not
14-year-old.
analyzing. We're not talking about the bullets. You're just putting aside what's on the bullets as if it's inconsequential.
Nobody's
I'm
saying
so
it's inconsequential. It could
We- we-
what's written on the bullets could absolutely be exactly the motivation. It's not conclusive. That's all anyone's saying. Like, this is so weird. Like, I don't understand. I don't like if you understood my first point, I don't understand like why you're pushing back so hard. No one's saying that it's not because of the insurance industry, but I mean, like, I don't think we know enough to say like, oh, it definitely is. It definitely is.
right, and I
oh,
don't
I
think anyone is saying it definitely is. I think it's just. I
Then
guess
why
I'm
then
confused
then why do you keep
because
saying that no one understands what you're saying?
because the couple times I've brought it up, you guys kind of toss it aside like that's silliness. Like, let's move on to the wife. I'm just like, wait, but that's all we have to go on right now. Like, it seems like we're
Well,
kind of
no, but no,
skipping. We're not.
Lena.
Agree, Holly. I
What
agree
Lena said.
100%.
Well, but Lena, to your point, this guy was so highly trained that maybe they did want to throw people off the
Wait a minute. If
the
he's so highly trained, how come he got him in the fucking leg?
yeah, that makes no sense. That's a
That
bad
was
shot.
after he hit him right in the heart. I mean, he
Lena,
got him in the
Lena,
no, no,
back.
no.
Lena, Lena. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do. Haha.
The first shot was the
Okay,
leg,
I
was
got a
it not?
better idea. All of the names on the bullets are chapter names in some clandestine report he wrote, which was only for the head dudes at the table, and not all 22 of them, just like 5 of them. And he somehow got a hold of said secret report about screwing over the American consumer. And he decided he would go out and assassinate a bunch of people.
The words
You can
are from
also
a
you can
book.
also look for said
Wait,
plot in
guys.
like season 3, episode like 5 of Castle. where
Hey,
there's
hey,
a dude that
Tom
shoots a bunch of
Clancy.
other people and he carves names on the bullets to keep track of the Catholic book. So that's where I got the idea.
Tom
Guys, there's
Clancy.
a
That's
book
too far.
published with the title of the words, right? There's a book exposing the
Well, you're missing my
absolute
point.
horror,
It's not
the
it is
horror of
silly.
the
It is
insurance
not serious
companies.
to say there is some sort of a secret report with all the fucking names in it. It's like we know disparate
Let her
shit about this.
finish. My Marshall, let
We
her
know.
finish.
Hold on. We know disparate shit about this event,
Hey, hold on,
and
hold
we
on.
are
Hey, Holly, don't you interrupt Marshall just because he's disagreeing with Lana. Let's not fall into this trap where just because it sounds like a trans that we have to believe. Lena's not right about this.
Oh,
Go ahead, Marshall.
no. I was just saying like it's a bunch of disparate shit that we don't know. We know the guy may have had a mask. We know the guy may have not had a mask. We know the guy may have that the guy dropped brass. We know that it was at 7 o'clock in the morning. We don't know whether that means that person was a professional because unless we're all living secret lives and we all know assassins, then we don't know people that really do this shit for a living and so are making decisions based off of, as much as we're not willing to say it, television shows, true crime dramas, any number of other crime related shit. And we're going,
Marshall,
it must
Mar-
therefore be an assassin. Right
Marshall,
yo,
now,
he used a hold on, Marshall. He used a well rod from like World War II, if you remember what those firearms are like, and uh, the ability to use them, what they were designed for.
Brad, I'm not saying what you said is off because I think what you said working with a firearm actually makes sense. My point was there's a whole lot of like conjecture about what this means without a whole lot of actual evidence. I'll say what my dad said to me when I was a kid about news. I asked him one time why such terrible shit was on the news, and not just like the world's terrible, but like why do I have to like why do I care about an X or Y social media person doing what they didn't do or doing what they did do? And his answer was, well, son, when I was in Amarillo and he worked for a paper, if it bled, it led. And I think the same thing is true in the American press and in the American psyche to this day. If people die or they're maimed or it's a war, we tend to pay hyper special attention.
yeah, but it's
Yeah,
Marshall,
human
you're
if
turning
nature.
it's a
this into a
chance,
TED talk.
if
Ah,
it
So
Yeah, but
well,
bleeds,
I'm
it
done.
leads.
I'm
That's it.
done.
it's human nature though. So the reason why if it bleeds is because this very same thing in your amygdala that kept you alive, that sound in the bushes that could have been like a tiger or something like that. It would behoove you to pay attention to that. Now,
so
in the civilized world, my bad, Brad, but in the civilized world or whatever, guess what? That gets turned on its head and it gets used against you a little bit more. But that's neither here nor there.
So the only reason I go back to this is just because of the type of where the attack took place. But again, you're spending a 15,000 on average. I think they run about between 10 and 15, maybe $20,000 for this type of pistol, which is astronomical. Like again, it has to come from somebody who knows these well. It had to be functioning, so it had to be in good condition at the very minimum. So you're getting about 10 grand a pop for these, and then it you had to have somebody proficient with it that knew extensively, and they're only good for about what 10 15 feet. I mean, these are not long distance. These
Yeah,
are
dude, they're not long-term firearms.
yeah, these are like boom, like I got to shoot it across the room and I may have some accuracy. So the first shot hitting him in the leg, that's how inaccurate these rounds were once they went beyond like the 10-foot mark. So I don't know how far he was away from the first initial shot. So he may have been aiming for the center of the back and it may have dropped to his leg. That's how wild these handguns were.
That would make sense. Like I kind of like did like a just a general judgment or whatever, and like according to like looking at the video, I think it's about 8 feet away from like the initial first shot. So that would make a whole lot of sense. And what we do know though is the first shot was in the leg. It's like why would you hobble somebody that you're in back of? That makes no sense. But
I thought the
what
first
does
shot
make
was in the back.
no But what does make sense is what Brad said. Okay, this weapon is very not reliable after a certain amount of feet. Yes, you would have a extreme amount of. It'd be like shooting a paintball.
So why couldn't he have actually put the hit out on himself?
Oh my god, man, Kelly.
Because people that
You
commit
never know.
suicide don't do that shit cool. Most
Did
people
you
are
see?
not such cowards when they want to kill themselves that they hire somebody else to do
Marshall,
it.
Marshall, this does not require a lengthy response. There are two ways to respond to this, which is shut the fuck up, cool, or cool. Are you a Fed, and did Hillary Clinton send you to Clubhouse to create an entirely fake persona so that you could convince us that this was a suicide, even though Hillary Clinton killed this man?
I think the third option is, did you see Bulworth with Warren Beatty in like the 90s, where this is the exact plot of the film? And it is a good movie, but maybe a little unrealistic in this situation.
So, can any of the married folks on stage see if uh, someone sadly enough was unfaithful? Could you see hiring a hitman to do this?
No,
They were
no.
separated, living 2 houses 2 miles apart or a mile apart
I'd do
for
it
the last
myself.
10 years
I would do it myself. No
or a couple of
witnesses.
years.
A good divorce attorney would tell this woman, don't shoot the golden goose. He's going to keep laying you eggs. You want to be on good terms with this guy because he's the money man. He's the provider. You get everything you can from him. You probably don't even need to get divorced. Just be separated. You make more money or keep more money just staying married to this guy because he just keeps earning, keeps getting bigger, fatter bonuses. She doesn't want to be part of these death threats. She doesn't want to have bomb threats on the house. So I think that's
Dr.
smart.
Catherine, you've
Mhm.
actually solved it. You've actually solved it because you're totally right. And she didn't have him killed. This is what happened. So the divorce that hadn't happened yet, we all know the details of it though. And I am going ahead and sharing with everyone that in that divorce, once she remarries, she stops receiving the insane amount of alimony that she will be getting once the divorce is finalized. And the only money that'll be flowing from her soon to be ex-husband will go into a trust for the kids, and she'll only be able to access like 30% of it. And the dude that shot this guy uh, wants to marry his soon to be ex-wife. And the only way that he can prevent the money from stopping is by killing the dude. So then she just gets all of it with her kids, right? So we know that this is what happens.
Well,
Kelly,
was
It's
that
you
legal?
it's
you threw
either
this
that or this
into.
guy was that guy's boyfriend. It's got to be
I
one of.
okay.
Well,
Okay.
I mean,
Great
I'm with partner
analysis.
with
Wait,
the
hold on
theory.
one second. Hold on one second. Crimes of passion don't happen this way.
I was
They're,
fucking joking. It is amazing to me that people respond trying to
well,
correct my
Kelly,
theory when
I
they are
don't
obviously
really
joke.
know you that well. You are very
I mean,
opinionated, and I'm trying to respond
yeah,
to
because
you.
I feel like everyone
I
here is committed with bizarre shit, and so I just figure I'll try to match
Everybody
the energy.
has bizarre. Everybody does. We're having fun. We're conjecturing.
I
Okay.
know I'm having
It's
fun.
not
I'm having fun too, but
okay.
like
It
there's
just
no need to correct my
Especially
theory. It was
putting me
just a
in the
joke.
audience.
Shut the fuck up,
that's
cool. It
See,
was
you're
just a
rude
joke.
to me.
Cool, please shut up. Everything that you
Can I
say
tell
as
you shut the
criticism,
fuck up?
Lena. Okay. Oh God. Jesus Christ. Everything that you say in criticism is going to be correct, Lena. I'm just gonna spare you the effort to do it. If you want to say something else, I'd rather you take the time to do that.
Man, I was gonna say again. I was gonna say the stuff again, but I don't want to be in the audience, so I'll keep that to myself.
I just appreciate what Catherine just said. I mean, I thought that was a very wise kind of analysis. I mean, if we assumed this was a crime of passion or it had to do with an erotic overtone, it doesn't really make sense. And the wife is really stupid.
Yeah, but Leonard,
Well,
Leonard, are you familiar with the bike seat theory that Pardon brought up?
No.
The only erotic speculation came from Dr. Jordan, and that's because he's sexually repressed.
And the only reason Dr. Jordan has had the most horny take is because Scott's not in here.
but if the DOJ was on to him, and maybe, I mean, I'm just obviously going out on this limb here. If the wife was concerned that he was going to be taken down, this, that, and the other, I mean, maybe she wanted
Listen,
to
I'm just
nip it in the bud.
confused by some of you guys. How much fucking crime TV and Hollywood fucking made up crime movies do you guys watch in a lifetime?
This wouldn't be the
It,
first time a dude unloaded on another dude's back.
wow, man, damn, that was aggressive, man. I wasn't expecting that.
I mean, and the thing is, the whole plan was for like unloading on backs to happen. It just wasn't supposed to be in public with brass.
Is that a homosexual joke? I'm so
Yes,
confused.
I said earlier my theory was that they broke up in mid conference holiday lover vacation.
Roger, to
Wow.
your question earlier about why are we so interested in this, I think it's a good one. I think Santiago, Lena, I think Kelly too, kind of, I don't know, said different things that made me think. I think it's like this. It's the reaction that's super interesting and the way that people, it's like a changing of norms, right? Like usually we would not be so excited as a society if something like this happened, typically, historically. Like this is just a horrible tragedy. And for the record, I'm not excited. I'm talking about the online reaction of people celebrating it. I think it's
So,
horrible.
so Maya in the chat, she's excited because she finds the shooter sexy. You got Lena that just wants to like show off her transition voice that's mixed with emphysema.
Oh no.
But I don't know, man. I honestly I think there's a lot of speculation here. I'm just gonna
Roger,
listen.
cut it out. You are
Yeah.
obsessed because I have a
Roger,
deep
cut it out,
voice.
Roger.
Yeah,
Hey,
cut it out, Roger.
hey, 100%. P. Um, I think the curiosity though more so than like a quote unquote excitement, because like there was people that when Bonnie and Clyde, when they were actually like paraded around the country to show people proof of death, people like held them and some held them in high regard, but they were just
Yeah, but that was far more tradition from the American Old West about showing bandits off than it was about actually being crowded criminals. It was like still in Texas, Bonnie and Clyde, it's still a case of Jesse James fandom, basically. These people were seen to some degrees, as you said, to be fans. And so there was a tradition in Texas and in the rest of the Southwest in which these bandits were displayed openly, um, whether
yeah,
it
but
be in
even the ones that weren't fans or whatever were still kind of morbidly curious about like seeing the bodies to see for themselves.
yeah, that's actually part of what the American curiosity is part of what John Wayne's last movie, The Shootist, is about in the 1890s. Moving the curiosity of a gunfighter from that of a bandit to that of kind of myth in Western American storytelling.
And then that's where you're getting here too. Like so you're getting like the storytelling elements where everybody's like, sitting around the water cooler giving their thoughts like it's some kind of like murder mystery kind of thing, who done it. And if you ever seen the movie Phone Booth, uh there's like a
Yes, I
little
have.
exposition at the very beginning or whatever. Kiefer Sutherland's voice, the voice character to Colin Farrell, the one seen on camera. You have thousands of bodies like every day, but you drop one body in the middle of New York City, everybody goes crazy. That's basically what happened.
Well, I kind
Yes.
of I didn't quite finish what I was getting at there is that I think what's interesting about it is that there are people willing to root this on, even if they have no idea what's going on. And that's the interesting part. It's like the Anna Delveys of the world, where people don't mind if you're stealing from the right people. And I think Lena said Robin Hood. That like that's
weird thing that I think arises in like a very populist moment and movement and is somehow being turned into something that is okay. And I think that's why people are kind of interested in it more than
I think
other
there's another
Well,
things.
P,
reason,
I wanna,
P,
I do
Hold
want to
because
on,
say to,
Santiago. You
hold on
always
one sec. P, I do want to say that that is exactly why I am focusing on this, because there's an outpouring of right versus wrong, of stealing from the rich, giving to the poor. This guy
Lena,
is,
just stop
wait,
talking. Your voice
no.
makes my dick shrink.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Roger. Yours does the same to me, and I don't even have one of those.
Oh
But I
wow.
think he brought up a very, very good point that it's turned into like a societal problem. Like everybody is so pissed off with private health insurance, the for profit health system, that this guy has become a hero overnight on social media. And that makes it kind of a fascinating psychosocial portrait of what America is right now.
Right,
The
but
the
also we have these voyeuristic tendencies to watch these things. We listen to sound bites. We see something on social media. But I think more perhaps insidious is that we have no control over what's going on in politics right now. We're hearing crazy things, whether you like Trump or not. We're hearing all this stuff that we have no control over with regard to public servants who will hopefully serve us. It's the one thing we have with this ensuing culture war is to see someone was wronged and presumably someone got a right out of the wrong, right? And so for better or worse, this is the one thing that we can hold on to. And I'm not saying I wish the guy was assassinated by any means, but it's something tangible that we have to speak of that's on record now. And maybe as we head into the holidays, we sense a little bit of justice.
I look, executive prerogatives are not something the American voting base has control over. They're just not. The choices are by the House of Representatives and by the United States Senate, mostly by the United States Senate, for confirming cabinet secretaries. This idea that we should have control over those who are in the cabinet is not a realistic idea of control. It is not. The executive has the
But
right to.
Marshall, I agree, Marshall. But my point, I guess, and I didn't make it clear, is that these very eccentric, perhaps unqualified, perhaps disqualified, whatever you categorize these people as, they're unprecedented as nominees, and so that perhaps scares some of the
No, they're
populace.
not. Are you kidding?
You think that?
People have been bringing in folks on the executive payroll in terms of some sort of a patronage fashion since at least the late 1860s, if not prior to that, in the pre-Civil War version of America. People who get ambassadorships, that's political favor. And it always has been political favor.
And
The
that kind of
Democrats did it
patronage
and the
is fine.
Republicans did it.
And that kind of patronage makes sense. But post Civil War, when has someone like who's the guy the guy who was the Attorney General nominee? Um,
You're talking about
like
Matt Gaetz.
Matt
man,
Gates.
like really,
He
really like
how
there's never been a firebrand to be like a AG or any of these other hell
Or
the
had
nuclear the
anything out
nuclear
of
waste
line socially or criminally at the
wait
time between
the
the
nuclear
late
waste person.
1860s and the early 1910s.
Well,
Frankly,
I'm just gonna go with the last administration. The nuclear waste person was stealing people's suitcases and wearing women's dresses, and we're talking about like you know, behold the pale horse stuff with Matt Gates. Really?
Yes, because tell me, and I could be wrong. Tell me an attorney. I consider the attorney general appointment super important, right? Like Secretary of State. I put those up there, right? Like what's more important, and who in history, post Civil War history, have has reached has been nominated that is so has such a paucity of credentials for secretary for attorney general?
Hey, you guys,
I
you
would
guys
probably
remember Janet
include
Reno?
Grant.
You guys remember Janet Reno?
Yes, she was unqualified.
Bro, she sounded like Lena.
God dang, man. Man. I mean,
Look, Dr.
seriously,
Jordan, I think
unless,
the feeling of like, I think maybe the broad feeling about wanting to be comfortable with an American cabinet pick is one that I can understand and even get behind. But the idea that the American public should have any say in what the president and the Senate decide is just laughable. No, it's not how our system works. It's never how our system has worked. It's never how any of the arguments about how our system working have worked. Um, there has always been an understanding that executive cabinet picks are between the Senate and the White House. Always. Now, the fact that we get lit on the TV hearings far more for reelection of senators than they are for actual serious governance, right?
Yeah, but Marshall, isn't it fair to say that the electability of the commander in chief, and ostensibly the leader of the free world, is someone that we believe will put a fairly competent cabinet together? Don't we presuppose that?
I think people who look at American history in the wrong way presuppose that, yes, America doesn't get what she needs; she gets what she deserves. If you have a lack of people participating from low to high, then you're going to get what a lack of people participating mean, which is few groups of people making the choices for the many, and that is an American voter fault. One of the chief issues in terms of voter American fault is, quote, not having the time. No, you have the time. You just don't want to sacrifice it to X, Y, or Z political issue, which is fine. But then when XYZ political issue goes against you, you can't really complain because you didn't do anything, right? As long as the American public continues to do that, Dr. Jordan, we're going to get subpar people, and we're going to get what we deserve and not what we need. And that is the unfortunate truth about a government that works off representative choice in that fashion. We get to choose to do the wrong, dumb, irritating, uh, short-sighted way of operating instead of what would work as a Marcus Aurelian moment where you would have somebody who was wise at the till with a group that was wise behind them and could help make decisions. As long as the American public fails to sacrifice their time, you will continue to have subpar government.
Well, I don't have anything to offer as a public servant. I wish I did, so I really shouldn't be talking, but I did want to express my opinion. I do think this is unprecedented.
yeah, but like based on what? Because I'll tell you firsthand that I don't have this historical breadth to be like to pull from like the 1800s and be like, oh well, this guy did this, and he had three gunfights, right after he did that.
Well,
Hey,
fair enough.
hey,
Look,
hold on,
maybe,
hold on. I read something interesting in the chat, and I just wanted to do a quick little wellness check for those Democrats. Hope you're all okay. Um, if you need somebody to talk to, I'm here. I know the election didn't go your way, but if you need someone to talk to, I'm here. Just put it in the chat, and I'm here to help you.
so I was just going to say, thank you, Roger. I was just going to say, and I'm not that disgruntled, but I do think that, like, to Carson's point, we didn't have an opportunity to Google people in the '60s, the '70s, the '80s. If you knew anything about someone's credentials, you had to have, you read it in the paper the next day, luckily, right? But today, everybody can Google someone and find out all kinds of stuff that wasn't as, it was accessible, but not as immediately accessible. And so like I can't remember how many names of of cabinet members I can recall from the Clinton administration, but I can already recall the names of all these nominees from Trump just because they've gotten so much attention. And we have, a 24/7 news cycle and all kinds of social media attention.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
this is the
also the
hold on, Carson, really quickly. Dr. Jordan, this is the downside of further centralizing and consolidating power into the federal government, which, interestingly enough, is not solely, especially not recently. It's that there's certainly some motivation to do that in ways coming from the right as well. But that's definitely something that people on the left favor. And I'm not even trying to be. I don't agree with that, but my point here isn't even to be critical of it, or make the case against it or for it or whatever. But like at some point in time, that centralization of power, that pulling everything into one kind of place makes it really hard for people to process the information that's necessary for them to make the kinds of decisions that you would think of as informed, to make the kinds of decisions that wouldn't baffle you post an election. Because when things are attached to and related to a more local environment, a voter is not going to have to Google everything, because they're going to be living in the world in which their vote is most important. Now, I think that there's still a strong argument to make that your local votes are the most important ones, but it's certainly not as it was before, where your governor was the president, and your local mayor was obviously going to have far more impact on you than the president of the US. And everyone recognized that. And because they were living in these environments, they did not have to research every single thing. So I think that one thing that has to be, I guess, understood is that the reality that has been pushed, the power centralization that has been accomplished, is in this interesting way the thing that is pissing you off the most.
you do have to be careful though with that Google thing because like they will tailor the results a certain way. Um, and they've got their hands smacked a couple times just in a recent like month period. So I'm like, not everything is a good story. And then like with the 24-hour media coverage, regardless of how you feel about Orange Man, it's 90% nasty stories, if not more. So
And that's
you have to be
fair.
careful.
And that's fair. And in addition, and I'll shut up, but we also have to remember the algorithm, right? The algorithm is reinforcing stories that favor our bias regarding a particular uh, take issue. So, for example,
Not necessarily, not necessarily,
okay,
because
well, go ahead.
people can pull the strings, especially at Google, and that has been happening. Case in point, the assassination and how you could not search for that, and you would if you did look up one of the candidates, the other candidate would come up. So I mean, like, yeah, like to a
I
point,
mean,
yeah.
simply because you have to search through a stack of research material doesn't mean it's not available to you. It means you have to search,
No,
which
no,
has
no.
always been
No,
the
no, no, no,
responsibility
no,
of
no,
those who are
no,
doing
no, 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 no.
research.
But
You're not
but if
understanding.
you, yeah, there you go. Go ahead, Doctor Responsible.
Okay, and then I want to talk about the executive branch after this, but uh, you're not kind of understanding the media. This is like an interesting time because we have more information than ever had in the world, but whoever collates that information, processes it, and puts it in our search query is really the one who has the power. As an example, there was the assassination, but as another example, when
Did
Matt
you just say
Gates,
put it in the query?
yeah, is that should I say pause? Puts it in the one who organizes your search queries um, is different. You have billions of pages of documents, so we have more information than ever. But it's not just about who is has the motivation to get up and read these things. It's who puts it in front of you and how they put it in front of you. And an example is this: when Matt Gates was first announced as Attorney General, I was in one of the crazy debate the newsrooms, looking to slay them as usual, And I had to go to the 8th page of Google, 7 stories down, in order to just pull up the article that showed that Matt Gates, the person who accused him of this sexual misconduct, was arrested and convicted of trying to extort $25 million in a plot. It's a huge plot, but anyway, he was arrested and indicted and then also convicted of trying to extort $25 million from Matt Gates with this information. And this is what they're using to investigate him in the House and the Justice Department. There's a whole story, but the point is, I had to go on the 8th page of Google, and then I went on DuckDuckGo, and it was the 9th page. And that was just to find one article. So whoever controls that, Google has so much more power than any of the other people we talk about, Facebook, Zuckerberg, all of it. Yet Google has more power than all of that, and that's just my point.
Hey, also that same guy, he
Well,
controlled making IDs in the state of Florida, and he well, not for the state, but for that particular county, and he's the one that actually created the ID for the underage girl. So he produced it and made a fake ID for this underage girl with the express intent to entrap Mr. Gates.
If you guys aren't aware of that story, I'm going to try and go down the 7th page. It's closer now. I noticed like a week ago it was on the first page a little bit, and then it was on the second page. But I'll put some articles about that in the chat. It's a wild story that has to
Hey,
do with CIA cover up, a rescue mission of a U.S. CIA member. It's really wild.
hey,
So
there's a breakdown, like a 10-minute breakdown, like general overview that Viva Fry on YouTube did, and then he does a 45 to 50 minute talk with the woman that kind of broke the story on X, and she's very familiar with the whole thing. There's also Twitter threads, but it's easier just to listen to her.
I'm going to put that in the chat. Marshall, you still there? Because I do want to talk about what you guys were talking about before this little sidebar.
Marshall's busy putting campaign banners in the streets for 2026,
2028, he's getting started early.
2028.
It's his penance. He's putting up Trump banners for 2028, and it's his penance. It's going to be for Barron.
He keeps
Ugh.
putting them on the border wall. I don't know why he expects people to be crossing over.
Hey, but go ahead, talk about it, man.
I really we were discussing a moment ago. I think Kelly can correct me or give a recap. That would be helpful if she's available. Um, I think we were talking about how the federal government, and particularly is the president entitled to his own cabinet picks, and the way that that works.
of
And I
course he
think,
is.
yeah, exactly. And I think like Marshall brought up the history part of it, and then somebody kind of poo pooed that. But you got to read more. I'm a Trump supporter, so I can't even read. But before I was a Trump supporter, I did a lot of reading. I mean, you would be very surprised what previous presidents did in this world, how they use their executive power in this country, excuse me. You would be very, very shocked. You know, Lincoln shut down hundreds of newspapers. Um, FDR did things that were terrible. The one who did the internment camps for the Japanese, blah, blah, blah. Even President Johnson, after Lincoln was shot, did wild things with his executive power. While Lincoln's Secretary of War tried to fight it the whole way, but in the end, Johnson was the president, and he got what he got what he wanted. He then
What
got
does this
impeached.
have to do with tech executives and or healthcare executives getting murdered? By the way, I want to forget
You
about
just
Trump.
changed the topic. That's why.
No, no, forget about this shit. I want to get back in. Like, you got literally, you have women in this audience
that are turned on, they're aroused, they're touching themselves because they thought that the murderer was handsome. This is a weird development. I also think we
That's
should be talking about the fact that everybody's talking about it because it was a healthcare company CEO. When the Cash App CEO got stabbed in his chest, we talked about that for like 3 minutes. And so I don't know why you guys don't put more on the Cash App murder, uh, considering that some of you dumb motherfuckers got Cash App still in your motherfucking bios.
Hey, did they ever find a murderer? Because I remember talking about that extensively and
Oh
like
yeah,
not really getting too many details.
oh yeah. He's
um,
yeah,
What
he
was the reason for the attempt, the assassination of the Cash App guy?
fuck if I know.
Gavin Newsom is responsible for killing a ton of people in his state, and they think he's handsome. So I mean, it's I think it's a syndrome.
The
American
Cash
Psycho,
App
man.
story, hold on. The Cash App murder was for a very interesting reason. The Cash App guy was having sex with the sister of the murderer, and the murderer was angry that he was having sex with his sister, and that's why he killed him.
We need to be
Okay,
Clever
okay.
head
careful.
chef.
Hold on. We need to be careful when we say things like the Cash App murder because Cash Patel's name is Cash App, and it's gonna get confusing.
Oh,
It's legit.
I thought it
Not
was
joking.
I thought it was
This is,
ketchup Patel. I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
it's
Is
one of
he?
the funniest things about this whole season of Trump in politics is that
Is Cash like a full on Indian?
yes, and his name isn't Cash; it's Cash App.
All right, all right.
but not like Feather Indian, like Dot Indian. Just to be clear. Yeah,
Like,
Patel, right?
like smell like curry all day, even though you had an early lunch, Indian.
Correct. He probably prefers a burger though, right?
I thought Patel was Navajo. My bad.
Mm-hmm. Marshall, can you give us a historical context of this? Is this the is this the highest cabinet position for an Indian ever?
You have to ask that again, Roger.
I thought it was vice
Yeah, I was
president.
about to say I thought Kamala obtained that.
She well, was she appointed? I thought the damn Democrats voted for that dumb bitch.
Well, that's actually an
She
No,
was
interesting
you
appointed by
question
appointed
Biden.
because hold
vice
on,
presidents and
that's actually an interesting question though, Roger. Like I like normally I wouldn't say that Kamala was necessarily appointed, but I think in this past election cycle, an argument could be made that she was appointed in some way.
Yeah, but she didn't win.
She was
She didn't
appointed to
win.
the role of
Yeah,
VP.
she was appointed the primary win.
Mm, mm. Okay, so those are contests now. All right, fair enough. But question though, why is this healthcare CEO? Why is that so exciting to people? Like we didn't talk about when the fucking Segway guy fucking like went off a cliff on his Segway. Like it's like you guys are really selective about which death of CEOs matter to you. The CEOs die every day.
Yeah,
You guys are just very selective.
they die every day, B. But I mean the part of it's timing too. So if there's other stuff going on, like I don't know, Kardashian wedding, or people that I guess they don't care about Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, like being separated for
But
Thanksgiving.
But hold on, that's a positive development because when I was a fucking kid, everybody was fucking going goo goo gaga over fucking Princess Diana, who I never thought was very attractive. And then she died, and everybody fucking acted like fucking Elvis had passed away. It was just fucking weird. Like the royal family has never interested me. Princess Diana has never been fucking hot, and she's never really done it. Like somebody please fucking explain to me what she did that was so fucking miraculous. What exactly did she do besides spread her fucking royal legs? I really can't put my finger
The
on why she's so goddamn
landmine,
special.
the landmine stuff showed the humanitarian piece, and like it doesn't have to be significant. It's just like people in their mind they think they like somebody, and it just like grows to the character, kind of like OJ before the trial, or actually before the incident and then the trial. Like he was like He wasn't black. He was OJ. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she was just a basic white bitch, if you ask me.
Damn, man, that's the hill you gonna die on.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Royals.
As an American, I back that up. I'm with him on that
Like
massively.
honestly, like I was more interested in Luke and Laura on General Hospital getting married than when the Royals got married. I was way more invested in that.
Yeah, but I mean, so you got this American chick that infiltrated, jacked up their traditions, like kind of crapped on the family, and then took the one guy out. I mean, she did with spy agencies would dream of doing, right? No, not so much.
No, I don't think anybody cared about
Who
the
would that
Royals.
be, Carson? I didn't hear
I
the
mean,
first
I,
name.
I don't what uh, like. I'm confused. No, you know what? I'm not
I'm sorry for taking us off course there. Meghan Markle, Marshall.
Oh, I'm not touching that with 10 foot pole.
Speaking of 10-foot poles, let's get back to Roger's question about the guy that shot this other guy.
We talking about Chicago?
No, we're talking about New York. I mean, like, is the stage like huffing something? Like, what's going on?
I think they got
I don't
confused.
know
Like
that story.
once we
The
moved
fucking
past.
shooting story we've been talking about all night, Karsten.
No, no, that was a
That
joke.
was me. I just,
Oh,
yeah. I
The
know
Chicago.
about the story, but I just don't know that
sorry,
we have anything to
Carson.
talk about.
Oh, like what? Oh,
I was just
okay.
trying to make a 10-foot pole joke, beautiful dick, all that. I mean, like, if it has to connect more than two fucking dots, some of y'all aren't gonna.
Man, like for my first time talking to you in a while, Kelly, it's pretty. Man,
Oh, 10-foot pole, that's in reference to his penis.
Yes, thank you, Carson. That wasn't directed at you, but I
Whoa, he
mean,
had a.
listen, if you want to feel sensitive about it, I'm here. I'm just joking. It's all good. Uh,
no. I
it
like.
it this did start out on a frustrating note though, because it took, and I still
Kelly,
never got
what's
an
going on
answer.
here? You're sure talking about cock a lot lately. What's going on?
Because it basically is the like theme of this shooting. It's the only through line there is so far. It's the only agreed upon information. It's either something people either agree on or they just don't have an opinion on. Otherwise, there is no other information we can discuss, made up or not.
Wait, I
Uh,
just noticed the room title. Did y'all just change that, or is that?
it's been shifting a lot.
I was like, yo, I wouldn't enter the room if had seen that originally.
I feel like what's repeatedly being said is that people are too sensitive for my sense of humor tonight. So I'm going to mute up and do some laundry.
You have a sense of humor?
Oh shit! Shots fired.
Yeah. It's, I guess the question is like, who is the joke?
I think you answered that question.
Oh my goodness, man. Pardon making friends. All right, all right. Tell me about this bike seat theory.
Well, it's New York. Half the bikes don't have seats on them.
Hey, you gonna say something like serious? Doctor Responsible.
No, no, no. Let's just do what Roger wants to do.
What happened?
You wanted to talk about the killer guy, but
I thought Roger pivoted to General Hospital. Are we going to talk about that season finale, or just going to
Well,
pass right by that?
all right, let's go to Dr. Responsible's been on this app for nearly 4 years, and the only topic that he's ever thrived in was talking about Trump. Go ahead, Dr. Responsible. Tell us all of your wonderful theories about Donald Trump. Go ahead.
first of all, that's not true. There's also black people 18 to 55. There's also the COVID thing, which was, if I do say so myself, pretty knowledgeable about. Anyway, I can't really talk right now. Give me like 5 minutes. I don't want to hurt you guys and say boring things. Give me 5 minutes when I can really.
I think Doctor Responsible's trying to stash his electric bike in Central Park. Is that what's going on?
Careful you don't get shot.
Hey, just as long as we don't have to hear Lena speak.
Damn, man, you were going at her hard, man. Damn.
Dude, that fucking voice drives me fucking bananas.
I like it because the image of her pressing against her throat while she's talking into the mic is pretty spot on.
What was it like, Richard Dawkins?
What did I miss? What did you say to Lena?
Do you mean Lena?
Lena. What did you say? What did I miss?
I just told her the truth about her. That's all I do. I tell the truth. And,
You said she wasn't making a whole lot of sense?
no, I told her that her voice sounds like emphysema and transitioning.
She needs to cut back to only
Ouch.
2 packs a day.
Oh boy. Chesterfield?
That's that Pall Mall Red.
I wonder if anybody even smokes that stuff anymore.
I mean, they still on the shelf, so somebody has to buy it.
So, did anybody watch the Supreme Court hearing? Speaking of transgender, it,
Like I caught couple pieces of it. It just seemed very, very silly. The pieces that I did see.
it's amazing, really, because there's no real constitutional issue here. And the Supreme Court justices were like, why do you want us to decide this? We're not doctors. It's not really clear whether this stuff is good for you or not. Some people it's bad for. Some people say they like it. Why do you want us to make a decision on this? Let the states figure this out. This is a perfect thing for the legislature to decide. So the Tennessee legislature says not a good idea to give sex change medicine or drugs or surgery to kids. Don't do it. Don't give it to children.
Sounds fairly
And
reasonable.
is that a hard one?
Yeah, but Sotomayor tried to argue saying that everybody has different benefits and compared it to aspirin.
Yeah. That was unbelievable. Um, Katanji Jack Brown Jackson compared it to racism.
Yeah, I
Holy
read
shit!
hers. I didn't listen to her or her response, but I read hers, and I was just like, here we go again,
Re-
jumping the shark.
really? This is like racism? Really? That's what you got? That's it? Like why even put yourself out there with that?
Well, this is the woman that couldn't tell you that what a woman was.
Ironically, here's the case, and here she doesn't. I mean, it's right there in front of you, and she doesn't know. She literally
Yeah,
doesn't know.
yeah, I'm interested. So I haven't, I only saw like one clip and I intentionally didn't listen to anything else because I want to read the transcript. Um, and I heard this mentioned, but I don't know how much of it was in the argument. But um, the idea that immutable characteristics are something that can be as liquid or fluid, excuse me, as your like gender identity, right? And I think what I saw that Alito was like kind of pushing at this or questioning this, maybe it wasn't him. That's the part that I'm really curious to like see what the questions were and to see how they argued it. Because the few things that I did see, not the one clip that I heard, but some of the comments that I saw about people who were listening to it, they were talking about how the arguments that were being made the from the like pro trans advocacy side, they like ran afoul of the like origin of all of this in the first place, which is something associated with gender identity uh is not determined by your like physical body. I don't know. Anyway, but I
Oh
just
yeah,
thought that that was an
the equal
interesting. Yeah, I
the
thought that
equal
was an
clause
interesting
piece.
way. Yeah, I thought that was an interesting thing that I guess from what I understand, Alito is pushing back on. Like immutable characteristics are not fluid things. Like the reason that those are the ones that are protected are because they're the ones that you were born without control over.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
there
right.
was there was something that Clarence Thomas had said, and it spurred like a whole like line of questioning. I haven't heard his or read his transcript, but like the like kind of rebut to it, I did see a little bit of that, and then basically it opened up the whole like, hey, so what you're saying is somebody can transition and they can have like these, chemicals or whatever. Say if it was like a steroid or something like that. Not a steroid. What is it?
A hormone.
Yeah, a hormone. So they can have a hormone in men that is prevalent in men, but you have to be transitioning to be a man for it to be acceptable to take the same hormone. But if you're a boy and you wanted to like, a leg up in sports, you couldn't take the same deal, and it was just a weird argument. And they were basically like, yeah.
You mean with steroids?
No, I said steroid, but what's the hormone?
Yeah, but
Uh,
the
Testosterone.
steroids and hormone,
Testosterone?
they're basically the same thing though. Like,
I think most of those are illegal in sports, no?
no, like testosterone. No, so like to transition to a man, you would do the. My brain did the association. I couldn't think of the word.
I was just talking about performance enhancing drugs for sports. That's all.
Well, they're trying to say that this is discrimination based on sex, but it's not because they don't want kids to take it if they're girls who want to be boys, and they don't want kids to take it if they're boys who want to be girls. So then they argued about the effects, and a lot of people pointed out that England and other countries in Europe have already put the brakes on this because they're finding that people transition and then want to detransition, which makes sense if you're a kid, because what the hell do you know when you're a kid? And they find that, in fact, Alito read from the report on this that it did not affect suicidality afterwards. And that was one of the big arguments that the pro transitioners were making, that this saves the kid from suicide. It was remarkable. These arguments are so ludicrous, and to have them aired in front of a panel of intelligent people, it just exposes how ridiculous these arguments are. It's pretty good. It's pretty enlightening to listen to it. I recommend listening to the Supreme Court oral arguments. They're great. Amy Coney Barrett was great. Clarence Thomas was great. I don't know why. I feel like I'm some kind of a maverick for liking him. This guy is the most prolific Supreme Court justice in the history of the court.
and the longest sitting justice. He's written more opinions than any other justice in history.
You should read his book.
He has a book? Maybe
Yeah.
you told me about it. Is it good?
I enjoyed it. Yeah. I mean, like I think it accomplishes the goal, which is to like reach into like his past to explain his present.
I know he didn't. English is not his first language. He spoke Gullah because he was from this island. Was it off Georgia, this island, where they speak Gullah? I mean, he's a self made man. He dropped out of seminary because of racism. He's got amazing arguments about, I don't fully understand his judicial philosophy, but he's got amazing arguments about the Second Amendment. He's a fascinating character.
Are you guys talking about Clarence Thomas?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you think, Ricky?
Well, I did recently go back and watch his appointment hearings,
Oh, yeah.
and
Oh,
it
that's
was
painful. That's
it's
painful.
painful, but he did very well. He shined in those. And then every time I hear him write an opinion, I mean, it's not necessarily anything politically that I would like a party wise that I would identify with, but it seems like he usually has the right idea and then he's trying to apply it. And we need people like that. I hope he's not thinking of retiring. How old is that guy?
Hey, is it? Well, I hate to switch this up. Is this true in the chat? What Devin Turpin just put?
Oh, I didn't know about that. I did see that the jury had asked for some of the testimony to be read back to them, but I did not. I don't know. Let's look and see.
Abdul.
Is that the choking out case of the guy who choked out somebody and they died?
Yes, but of course, if you look at the body cam footage, though, the guy was still alive when the EMTs were working on him,
Oh boy. That's
and
what I
there's
was gonna ask.
there's something really suspect about something the coroner did, but I don't know specifics. At least that's what I heard anyway. So allegedly, right? Make sure I put that word in there.
What the hell happened to the jurors? I just reading this in the chat. Three of them? How could three people get severely beaten? What the hell are we talking about? Somebody tell me what's going on here.
I
I
don't.
didn't
I
hear.
don't. I don't see anything about it. But yeah. Uh, I think he's making a point about uh, the jurors potentially suffering the fate of dealing with guys like the one that was subdued if they
I
don't.
don't see anything about it either.
Like the only thing I see is the father is having a civil.
Yeah, I see that one. I see Daniel Penny hit with new civil lawsuit from Jordan Neely's father amid criminal trial. Yep, I see that.
He's got to be kidding, which is hysterical. Jurors get beaten up in the subway. I mean, I think that's a little bit of humor, if you ask me. Some
Yeah, no, that
satire.
like I said, I think he was making a joke about the jurors
I think, yeah,
suffering
he must
from
be
the
kidding.
choices that they may make.
What's interesting though is like wasn't a week later there was another case, but it was a minority that it you know that it happened to be in the Daniel Penny's case, but he wasn't prosecuted at all.
Well, I mean, Penny is the guy that had his arm around his neck.
Yeah, but I'm saying like a fairly equivalent case.
You're talking
Similar thing
about
happened.
the guy who held his legs down?
No. In New York, like a week later, there was another
Oh,
case on a train
I didn't see
with
that.
Yeah,
I think
like
a
yes,
Puerto Rican
not
guy or something like that.
not a different guy involves Norm, like a completely different occurrence.
Well, I mean, I never choked anybody to death, but I used to jump in. There would be guys who would just victimize women, like timid women. That's what these guys do. They get aggressive with women, and I can't stand it. I go a little crazy when I see that. It's just so awful, you
Like
know?
according to the police body cam footage, because there's a police officer standing over the EMTs, and that got released, and then the interrogation room footage that got released as well. Not all of it, but at least a significant portion of it. And he did not think he killed anybody.
Yeah, actually, that was a very smart strategic move, if I'm not mistaken. The defense purposely entered the interrogation footage as evidence. That way, Penny's story could be heard, but he didn't have to testify because, of course, if he testifies, then he can be cross examined. That, in my humble opinion, was a brilliant move.
That is pretty smart.
Maybe the video is very exculpatory, so it could be a win-win. It would take quite a bit of new facts coming into the case about this guy for me to change my mind that he should definitely. Is he facing murder too right now? Does anybody know the charge? Well, anyway, it would take quite a bit of new information against him to change my decision if I was a jury member on whether to convict on any murder charge. That would be probably manslaughter at the maximum, and unintentional manslaughter as well. Actually, I don't know if that exists.
Well, I will say if I
It's
wanted
called
just
involuntary manslaughter.
Thank you, sir.
oh, that's interesting. I mean, if I wanted to make the prosecution's case for a moment, I think Penny got wound up and didn't let go when he went limp. I think. I mean, based on what I've heard.
But the thing is, though, when the EMTs were working on him, he was still breathing. And
Yeah,
this is like,
Norm, there's actually evidence that he was still alive after Penny let
Oh,
him go. Yeah. Carson, he just doesn't want to
oh,
listen to a black man.
oh,
oh,
oh, really? Steve is black? Wait, so
No, Carson has already made this point twice, Norm, and you act like you literally pretend like he's not saying words. I was joking about you not wanting to
forget. You
listen
know
to a
what I'm
black
doing
man,
right
but
now? I've got like 42 medications that I'm organizing for my mother. So that's what I'm sort of in and
Be
out, and I
careful.
apologize.
he just
I'm
dismisses the voice of black men first before. So,
Standard white
like, as a
supremacy.
it's nothing.
as a white woman, he'll probably listen to me longest. But I don't know. I think that's what Carson. I'm sorry.
Thank
I'm
you.
laughing. I'm laughing so hard right now. This
Thank
is
you for your update, Carson, and thank you for helping me learn about my racism, Kelly. I feel better for that already. And I'd like to acknowledge that I'm in the land that was once owned by the Manhattan Indians.
a black man speaking.
Uh-oh, I better shut
Hey,
up.
As long as I've been on Clubhouse, I've never said that. Man, I'm gonna have to use that more.
So that evidence was entered in the trial that the EMTs were working on him. What's the cause of death? Was his windpipe?
Allegedly, he had a lot of drugs in his system,
Did he? Yeah,
like
the stuff
enough to kill a
medicated.
horse, enough to kill a horse.
Really? You remember what they were?
Uh, I think fentanyl.
Seriously.
That would kind of explain the
I
erratic
think
behavior if that is the case, though.
if I remember correctly, I could be wrong. I feel like bath salts were a part of this. The reason I feel like I remember this specifically is because I think Penny, even in that first conversation with the cops, like when they showed up, I think he even, if I'm correct, said that the guy seemed like that's like what he was on, like his behavior was reflective of specifically like, going crazy on bath salts.
That's the alleged discrepancy with the coroner issue was like the toxicology piece.
Wait, so the EMT report differed from the coroner report?
No, the coroner allegedly changed cause of death.
To what?
I can't remember exactly. I can't remember exactly.
Really quickly, another detail that was interesting that I've heard, and I've heard it a few times. I'm assuming it's at least generally speaking accurate, but please go fact check me. I apologize. I'm just working off of kind of Twitter posts at this point and listening to some people on Clubhouse. um, was that the EMTs, when they did arrive, because the dude appeared to be a drug user, potentially someone who would be dangerous to perform CPR on, they like delayed their response to care.
Which is interesting. Don't they? They don't have to.
Or
Don't they have the?
maybe that was the police. Maybe it was the police. I'm sorry. Maybe it wasn't the EMTs. Maybe it was the police who arrived before them.
I'm gonna leave these on. I'm sorry. I'm
No, no. Oh,
unmuted, aren't
well,
I?
my bad. I was gonna say like because I know in CPR training now, a lot of times they give you the mask with the check valve in it. So I'm pretty sure that the EMTs they may not have to breathe on you directly
No,
anymore.
no, that's why I corrected myself. I think it was potentially the police that didn't render aid, like CPR, like they waited for EMTs to get there.
Would something like that would that expose the police officers possibly to any kind of like civil suit?
No, I doubt it. But I think what it would do is be like a point of evidence to prove that he was still alive when like the authorities arrived.
Well, that's incredible. I mean, if he was alive, although I guess it could be still that Penny's actions caused Neely's death, even if he died afterwards.
Yeah, but even at that, you would have to say like what contributing factor, and then you would have to do like a percentage kind of thing, right?
Like, God forbid, if you punch somebody in the head and knock them down, and then they die the next day. I mean, that you could definitely be charged with murder if the guy dies. Now,
That did
again,
happen. That did happen in Philadelphia. One of the strip club owners, his bodyguards, killed one of the patrons who came back for his wallet by punching him in the head, and he fell on the street and all that. And then the strip club owner killed himself eventually while on trial.
Yeah, but the thing that has to be like sorted out here is um regardless of what those actions wound up causing, were those actions warranted? Because like I'm guessing punching someone in the head outside of a strip club could be self-defense in certain circumstances, but if it was just like a bouncer, trying to like get his dick wet later by looking cool, probably likely to get him in some trouble.
Yeah, well, the bouncer did get in trouble, and so did the owner. So, But no, that guy he
Did
was
the
talking
owner,
about
did
the
the, what, did,
Baltimore.
hold on. When you said the owner got in trouble, are you saying civilly or criminally?
I think criminally because some other crap was going on there as well at the Oasis nightclub, I think on in Philadelphia, or one of the nightclubs on right on the south of Philadelphia.
Well, I mean, okay, fair enough. It's just, those are the details that make, when you say things like, and the owner got in trouble, like it's what that
He was
means that's
sued. He
important.
was like the
I
whole
know.
club
Okay,
was sued.
cool. Cool.
So
Here's the
I'm
thing.
sorry.
Here's the thing. No, no, it's okay. Here's the reason I'm saying that, because we're talking about like we're talking about how someone can be held responsible for this kind of thing by a criminal court, not a civil court, not because they had something else criminal happening while a guy got punched in the head and died. So that's all I'm saying. It's the specificity is important.
Okay.
Cool. I just looked at your picture. That's a hot picture. Are you single?
No, that was for JCC. He looks like Rachel Levine.
I knew who it was.
So
I was trying to make you feel good.
no, thank you.
You're welcome.
Uh it was a diss on someone else on Clubhouse. Uh Also, the guy who was talking about the Baltimore killer, uh, the one going up and down 95, that was actually a military vet driving the car. He trained a 14-year-old to shoot out the trunk and kill those people. So there were like 16 people shot, killed by a 14-year-old who was being driven and trained by the military vet
I remember that
at
case. They
Baltimore.
made a movie about that. It was a
Yeah,
good
well,
movie
that's
too.
the guy was saying. The other guy was saying it was the military guy who did it. No, he trained a kid to do it who was 14.
Yeah, but cool. This is the thing that you often do.
Well,
That
you cut me
that
off on it. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, cool. Shut up. And this is why you got cut off, because sure, that detail may have been one that was included in the case, but it was outside of the point that he was making. The point he was making was that the entire scheme, regardless of who he trained to participate, had nothing to do with the 14-year-old. It had everything to do with the fact that he wanted to absorb the murder of his wife into the case of all of these other people being killed.
It
He was trying to
wasn't
make
his wife
he
though,
or whoever it was, he was trying to make that point. And this is the thing, like,
but the
if
guy
you,
didn't know his story.
yeah, you know
That's
what? I'm going to kick you off the stage again if you can't figure out how to shut up. This is what you do. Like, if you just let him finish making that point, then you could have responded and corrected anything. You still likely wouldn't have changed the point that he was making. But that's just like, you seem to not understand that, regardless of how many times that's explained to you.
I understand, but when someone lies about something, it's good to
Wait,
bring
wait,
out
wait,
the
wait,
truth.
wait. To lie? Oh, come on. To lie? Okay,
Cool. Here's the
so
thing. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to let you cool. This is the thing. Like, I don't care if somebody like telling the room that you fucked your own mother last night. Just because you feel some kind of way about it doesn't necessarily mean that the best thing for you to do is just to start fucking running your mouth. You might want to, you certainly can, but the outcome is not necessarily going to be your message being heard. Respectfully.
yeah,
Karsh, I just want you to know I hear you and I see you.
if but if I misattribute details, like please correct me. But to call me a liar in that case, like that would infer that I was knowingly trying to mislead others in the room, and there's no reason for that. And the whole thing was like to obfuscate, the details so it would throw everybody off the trail. So Kelly was right.
Yeah, and Cole could
Karsten,
have
I hear
definitely
you.
Cool
Sorry.
could have corrected all those details had he just let you finish what you were trying to say, which you would have been finished in like 4 words every time he kept fucking interrupting. But that's what Cool does, because his self control feature actually showed up on his make and model as a bug.
Plus, he's racist. Well, I made that last part up.
You're just projecting.
That's it.
Kelly, if I put a link in the chat, would you consider putting it at the top?
Or Norm can. Sorry, I'm walking a dog. Or Norm, just mod
Whatever
Dr.
you prefer,
Hebrew
Jordan.
letters.
If you mod me, I might exploit the opportunity, but I want to. This is an off-topic link, so maybe I'll just put it in the chat.
I'll put it at the top.
What do you want to tell us? How Paris Hilton's new album, her new pop album, is rating the top of the charts, and you don't like it?
No,
Yeah, hold
no.
on. Before we go there, hold on. Before we center Dr. Jordan, because we're not going to be able to center him well if we've still got unfinished business. So let's finish the
That's
unfinished
true.
business, Dr. Jordan, and this can be all about you. Um, cool. Please correct the things that like you felt like Carson got wrong, because I think that that would be a good thing.
So the first word there in Hebrew is Gordon, but I guess you're misspelling your name in letters. But I don't understand the second part.
Oh
So,
well.
oh,
Oh, sorry. It should be. It's yeah. It's
Can we do that stuff in the chat?
yeah,
Just like
yeah.
can we like cool yeah.
so it was a military vet. I don't think he was angry at his wife. He was something was going on along 95. He trained a 14-year-old boy to shoot out of his trunk through the keyhole while he was driving around town, and they had about 14, 16. And they may have said it was related to. Oh no, that's a different one. That's one in Chicago about
Well,
over
his
driving.
wife took his kids away. That's why
Wait,
he was angry.
hold on. Are you
Oh,
talking about the Maryland
yeah,
shooter?
the DC shooter.
The
The,
DC sniper.
yeah, it's the only black serial killer
Oh
that
yeah,
I know of. Well, there was another one later, actually, who killed more than
Atlanta
anybody.
child killer, but whatever.
yeah. What the fuck?
Well,
Why bother? It's only like 45, 50 murders.
that guy is like,
I think we can let it go to make
Norm doesn't
white
care about
supremacy.
black children. Norm doesn't care about black children. That's like basically
I
what he.
care about them. Wasn't it that guy's name is William Williams or something? The Atlanta child
Norm,
killer.
don't even worry about it. I think we can let it go to promote black excellence. We'll just forget about that one. And in the spirit of diversity.
Friend of mine made a film about the Atlanta child murders and seriously questioned whether that guy was responsible for all of them. Like there's somebody else who got away with a bunch of murders.
So my dad, who retired from the city of Atlanta as a police officer, uh, he responded to one of them. He was the first officer on scene. Uh, but it was early on, pretty early on in his career, and I was a really little kid. But him and then two of his like really close friends also were responding officers on some of the others. That shit like fucked a lot of people up.
Quite disturbing. What did he think about the who the perpetrator was?
I'm not so sure that he's actually, you know what? I can't even remember now. He has like a somewhat controversial opinion on it, but I'm not sure if it's that he thinks it was someone else or he thinks that, uh, if I remember correctly, he believes that that guy actually did kill at least um, one of the
I agree.
victims, but he doesn't think that he was the serial killer.
That's correct. That's what it said in this my friend's documentary. Wayne Williams. I said, yeah, that's the guy's name, Wayne Williams. 23 years old at the time of the last murder. He was convicted of two of the adult murders.
And also, so my dad, like shortly after this, I don't know, within a few years, I think, was on sex crimes, robbery, and homicide in various capacities, and then was lieutenant over robbery and homicide. So it's not like he was just working off of like, you know, a conversation about this in like the cop locker room. It was his department for decades.
Yeah, I mean, I already gave him the authority and the respect. I assumed it.
Oh no, no, I was just I wanted to be specific about that because just because my dad's a cop doesn't mean he knows any more than anyone else. Like, but he actually had access to um,
Well, you also said he
the
responded to
files.
one of the murders.
Yeah, but even that doesn't necessarily give him uh the ability to appreciate
Expertise.
like Yeah, or at least the ability to have access to all the information that would have led to like one result or the other.
But I figured he'd have an opinion and he'd be personally invested since he responded to one. And I know that cops always, like, their empathy gets activated when they see an innocent person suffer or die. That brings out the best in them. I've seen it over and over.
Yeah, I
Like
mean,
when,
I'm
Well,
sure he had that kind of like emotion, like whatever personal response to it. Frankly, like I don't even know if that's what he wound up believing to be true. Like his opinion that he holds like to this day is based on like the file, the notes, the evidence, the details that he knows. But anyways, please go ahead.
I've seen cops respond with so much empathy when they actually get a chance to help somebody. I mean, like doctors, they must have to put up their wall when things are really ugly. I mean, did he see some horrendous things, Kelly?
if he was in that department, he probably did.
No, I mean he definitely did. So he was a cop in Atlanta for like the period of time where Atlanta had the like the worst crime in its history, basically. And I mean, I think Atlanta was like the murder capital of the nation for a little while. Like whatever, maybe I'm wrong. It was really fucking bad though. And he started out on like the worst beats in the city. So yeah, like my dad really never worked in like good areas. Like he went from really, really fucking terrible areas of the city straight to uh like really, really terrible crimes of the city.
Is your dad still alive, Kelly?
Yeah, and even though he's retired, he's actually still
I'm glad.
an active duty reserves officer.
So,
But he retired pretty young because he took that job. He was going to go to Vietnam, but his buddy that was going to enlist with him didn't show up, and so he didn't wind up doing it. And then he grew up like in Columbus, Georgia, which is I don't know, like an hour and a half south of Atlanta, like right by Alabama. Like less than a week later, he just drove to Alabama. I mean, I think he was like 18 or 19, really fucking young, got an apartment and applied for a job with the Atlanta Police Department. But yeah, oh, so he retired early and then he was chief investigator for Cobb County, which is another really large county in it's like in metro Atlanta. So he's had a really interesting career, a lot of exposure to stuff, but he's still an active duty reserves cop. So he still has his radio, his gun, his uniform, all that stuff.
that's
I, I
exciting.
I was in Germany at that time, and that's around the time like I'm reading this right now because like I was wondering, I was in Germany at the time, and my uncle was a cop for ever in Atlanta, and it says 94. Atlanta was ranked the most dangerous city in the country by Morgan Quinto Press, and it
Damn.
said
Yes. If you go backward
80s
into
to
the
90s.
80s, though, yeah. So tell me more about what was before 90.
Well, it does this right here doesn't say what I'm trying to like find something. Cause like I remember, my uncle did say it was like really really dangerous, and I remember we went to a car wash. It wasn't off of Flat Shoals, cause that's one of those long ass roads that goes forever and ever. But it was pretty close. We went to a car wash, and my uncle was telling us that he wouldn't go down that road if he didn't have his gun on him. So we shouldn't have washed our car there.
Dude, that was like a lot of Atlanta. I think Flat Shoals is like actually it's like south of Atlanta, but like really basically people would say that it's in Atlanta. But um
Yeah, yeah. I just like
so funny story about like Atlanta's a wild place. One of the reasons that downtown Atlanta, midtown Atlanta, like the actual city of Atlanta, which had a tiny population for a long time, um, has come back booming, is because Atlanta wound up having like an enormous gay population. Uh, Fun fact: it's not just gay men, like gay women, lesbians, basically were like one of the larger concentrated populations in the nation of gay women were in DeKalb County, which is like next to Fulton County, which is Atlanta. All of this is only interesting for this one reason. Cops do extra jobs. I think everybody probably knows that. Sometimes you see them being working outside of a gas station or like a retail store or a bar or whatever. But when I was really young, my dad had an extra job at this bar called the Stein Club, and it was like a gay pub. So it was not a club. Obviously they probably had music, but it was like something more like a sports bar, but it was also a big pickup bar. And it was near this part of Atlanta, which is now called Metropolitan Avenue, which back in the day it was called Stewart Avenue, which was like legit. It was basically like going to the mall if you need to find back to school clothes. The equivalent of that to like needing a hooker. Like you just go to Stewart Avenue and you'll be able to find any variety of them. And so this one in particular had gay flavored hookers. So my mom and I, when I was like not every time he worked there, but on occasion, I would get dropped off at a hospital my mom worked at the time in Atlanta. Even though we didn't live in Atlanta, we lived like 45 minutes away. But I would get dropped off at her hospital after school when she would get off shift, and on our way home, we would go get dad food, like dinner or whatever, and drop it off at this like bar where he was doing security. And there would be, so I really don't remember this, but basically, I guess there would be like men kind of like uh pacing around the parking lot, strutting, maybe would be a better word for it. And they would have things like in their pants to give them a
Oh,
bulge because
oh
they were
boy.
trying to be picked up. And
Wow.
so I guess my mom, like, I'm like in the back seat. Probably for part of this time, I'm like in one of those like weird contraptions that like small children are in when they're not in car seats. She's probably thinking I'm not paying attention. And I think he worked there for like 3 years. Well, eventually, like there's some kind of a thing at school where people are discussing what their parents do for work. And I tell everyone that my dad, I was like, my dad protects people with the potatoes in their pants. And I have no idea where I came up with the potato part. Maybe my parents had some kind of a conversation. Like, who knows if there was commentary? But yeah, and that was at a Christian school too.
Potatoes in their pants. Oh my god, man, that's
That's pretty
terrible.
great. That's pretty great. Did I tell you I was in Montage Bluffton with my kid? I forgot to tell you when I came down there. But that's not near Atlanta. It was near Savannah. We drove into Savannah. Did I tell you this, Kelly?
No, but yeah, that's like definitely southeast of me.
That's
That's where
that's what
Marvin
about
is.
that's about what, like
Huh?
2 hours away, two and a
No,
half,
that's like
three.
God, no, like more like four. That's Savannah's really far away.
I heard Kamala
I
stayed
feel
there
like
the
it's
week
more like
after we
five and a
did.
half hours. Hold on, let me.
It's like a whole private, like, peninsula or something. It was this
Uh,
weird gated resort.
every time I think about Savannah, Georgia, I think about the Legend of Bagger Vance for some reason.
It's 4 hours away. It's not a private island or peninsula.
The Montage, uh, yeah, it was. It was gated. Like you had to go through
Oh, I
what's the
thought you just meant Savannah in general. I was confused by
no,
that.
Savannah was. I've been. That was my second time in Savannah, and I kind of liked it. No, we drove to Savannah from South Carolina, from the Montage Pine Bluffs, I think it's called. Wait,
Maybe you were on Tybee Island.
well, it was right near where the Marines train. Montage Palmetto Bluff, and I passed Paris
That sounds
Island.
like it's probably closer to Hilton Head.
Yeah, it was close to Hilton Head. That's right. I mean, you could even call it Hilton Head. It was sort of the same little area.
Yeah, anything with Palmetto in the name is probably pretty Hilton Head adjacent.
Yeah,
The,
it
the
was.
Bagger Vance movie was pretty good, but the greatest game ever played is way better. Golf movie.
Really,
Just
really.
yeah, it's a great movie.
I have to add that to my list. Thanks.
That was directed by Robert Redford, wasn't it?
Which one?
Bagger Vance, I thought.
It could have been.
Was it and based on? I'm trying to remember if this is it based on a book by Norman Maclean?
where he's a
Like,
Hold
is it
on.
caddy.
the
Let
same
me
guy
look. Let
who
me
did A
look real
River
quick.
Runs Through It? Will Smith in that? I
Yes,
did I
yes.
did not see Bagger Vance. Is it
You
good?
should. It's a great movie.
Really?
But the greatest game ever played is with the guy from the kid from Transformers,
Oh, I
Shia
know.
LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf.
It was
He
great.
he made a movie about his life a couple years ago that was pretty weird.
Yeah, he had one of the most meaningful or kind of like just personally touching interviews about when he went into rehab and this girl, how she just stuck through him, not to be his girlfriend or something like that, but just to be present for him when he needed it. And it was really good. I could pull up the clip. It's pretty touching.
I'm
Not to
glad you
get all
liked it.
gay, but
No, don't do that.
I'll try.
Then I'll have to stop listening to you to show how manly I am.
Yeah, that's what I do too. When I see gay
Yeah.
people, I walk the other way or I assault them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Robert Redfield. Oh, Stephen Pressfield. Was one of the writers. Stephen Pressfield and Jeremy Levin. Wow. I didn't know that.
Well, there's always 11 or two in there. I don't know Jeremy, but I know his namesake.
I'm assuming that's the same Stephen Pressfield that did Save the Cat.
Oh, what? A book about how to write a screenplay?
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
'Cause, I mean, because I know he was a screenplay writer. I didn't know. I didn't look up what he had wrote. They got so many different versions of that book. It's crazy.
Short clip is in the chat. Didn't come from me. Came from somebody who wasn't as manly.
Hey, this same Stephen Pressfield, Normo did Total Recall, Hard to
Interesting.
Kill, bunch of stuff on Oprah, something for the History Channel, Decisive Battles, Separate Lives. Hmm, interesting.
I wish I knew as much about movies as you guys, because I love movies, but I don't get to watch that many now because of the kids. They're so fucking annoying, and my wife just lets them. Anyway, I don't get many multiple hours unless I stay up very late, which I also have to go on Clubhouse, so there's not a lot of time. But there's so many great movies over the last 30 years that you guys know so much more about than me.
You can probably take 10 years off of that, man. That time span, the last 10 years, haven't been as many good movies.
In the last 10 years, from both of you guys, what would be like one or two movies that were worth dropping everything and seeing?
I don't know about dropping everything, but Top Gun 2 was really, really good. Um,
Yep.
I, I, I haven't seen that Mission Impossible movie, but I heard that that was like well worth it, and that's like part one of that particular movie. Um,
Is Tom Cruise in it?
yeah, yeah.
and it's like a backstory, or it's like an origin story, or you said part one.
No, no, it's part one of the this particular next iteration of that franchise. So it was a two-part film,
Uh, oh
and I heard multiple people were giving standing applauses.
wow. All right, but give me one because I saw Top Gun 2 and it was better, almost better than the first. I'm not gonna say it was better than the first. It was very, very good. What else? What's another one? It could be any genre. I like everything.
I had to look it up to see like when it was made. Um,
Oh, I got one for you, Ricky.
Go.
Dragged Across Concrete. That's a really good film.
Really?
You'll
Okay.
you'll like that. Mel Gibson and uh,
Yeah.
Vince Vaughn, I think.
Yes.
Oh, you really like it. It's a heist film. I like heist film. You want
Me
to know
too.
something recently that came out that I really like is The Instigators. It's on Netflix, I believe.
I think Netflix or Apple. I can't remember now. With Matt Damon and Casey Affleck. It's really good. It just came
I
out.
love Casey Affleck.
Oh, you got to see this.
Okay, The Instigators.
Yes, I
I
would see that
watched
right
him
away.
in. Have
Huh?
you seen him in his first like real movie? I think it was called like Gone Baby Gone. It's a
I don't think
fantastic
that was his
movie.
first, but I think his brother directed that, and I didn't see
Yes.
that. Is it very good?
Oh, it's very good.
Yeah,
It's
I've
a
heard about
murder
it.
type thing. It's a
I
murder
think maybe
mystery.
Fincher directed that. Yeah, I heard about the film. People were talking about it. I haven't seen it. I missed that. He's good though. He was in that one. God damn it, the really long one. He plays the
Lincoln,
father whose kids died.
I
Damn it.
mean, that Gone Baby Gone, I believe his daughter is abducted or killed. I think abducted.
that's the one with the wife.
That the wife did it.
The wife basically faked her abduction and made it seem like he murdered her.
You know what? I saw it a long time ago, but it stuck with me. They were
I I,
searching and searching and searching throughout the movie. I don't know if that's true, actually. Let me see. Hold on.
I haven't seen that film, but it is David Fincher and oh boy that wrote The West Wing.
Oh, isn't he doing something right now? Isn't he doing something new?
It wouldn't surprise me if that's the
What
case.
What's his name? The guy that wrote The West Wing. Oh, Ben
And
Affleck did. What's his name?
if, if you hadn't asked me, I would have been able to tell you because like
Um,
I actually went through his
Oh,
master
that's
class.
That's Sorkin.
Yeah, Sorkin. There you go,
oh
Sorkin.
yeah, yeah.
Aaron
Aaron
Sorkin.
Sorkin.
Yeah, he's
He's a
special.
genius.
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're really good together. I mean, extremely good together.
Sorkin's got a ton of good films. Casey Affleck is only 49.
He's a good looking guy.
He's
Yeah.
married to Summer Phoenix. I did not know that. He went to Columbia. Okay,
No.
the film that he's in that's really depressing is Manchester by the Sea. And that was written by my friend and neighbor Kenny Lonergan, and it's about a different friend of mine who went to sleep on Christmas Eve with her kids and her parents upstairs in her wooden house in uh, Connecticut, and she took the ashes out of the fireplace, put them in a paper bag in the mud room, and she burned up her house and killed her kids and her parents. That's a true story. Can you believe that? Where'd Kelly go? Am I the last mod standing? Did everybody ping out?
No, you probably yeah, you are the last mod standing.
Yeah, it's dark, MG. I hope you didn't mind that I said it. I'm reading the chat. That really happened. The name of my friend who did that is Madonna Badger.
Like Norm, have you seen that one documentary about the guy that jumped off the bridge to survive in San Francisco?
Yeah, it was about a bunch of people. It was called The Bridge. They put a camera on there. There was a bunch of people who jumped off.
No, I'm talking about the one where they I guess they followed that guy like
Uh-huh.
after that had happened. I can't remember if they had him in the hospital originally or just caught him like when he started recovering a little bit. But he
He was
said,
very grateful to be alive. I remember this.
yeah, yeah. He said as soon as his like like zero gravity hit his body and he was completely away from the bridge, he wanted to live. And I met the lady that was one of the producers on that documentary. That was very very interesting to just like kind of pick her brain a little bit. Hey,
That's
Ricky, you still there?
interesting.
Yes, sir.
Den of Thieves wasn't bad. Part two is about to come out.
Den of Thieves. I never even heard of that.
I actually liked it. It's a heist film, and it's got 50 Cent in it.
Oh, great. Even better. I loved it. All right, Den of
O'Shea
Thieves.
O'Shea Jackson Jr. Ice Cube's son.
Wait, that sounds like a name from a Key and Peele skit. O'Shea Jackson Jr. Present. He's in Den of Thieves.
Yeah, he's like the number two guy, and Gerard Butler I think is in it.
Yeah, nice. Den of Thieves. I'm
Um,
gonna try Drag Across Concrete first, then The Instigators, then Den of Thieves. And there's two of those. Oh, Den of Thieves two, right?
Den of Thieves 2 is about to come out,
Oh, okay.
so it's not out yet. I think it comes out either January or February because they're running ads for it now.
Are you guys aware of Putlockers.li?
What?
Oh boy, I'm gonna have to give you guys the key to the kingdom. Hold on a second. This site
I'm
has
like,
every single thing you could ever ask for free, and all you have to do is just get it. Hold on.
hey, Norm,
Yeah,
have you seen The Whale? Is that any good?
I heard it's good.
I've never met anybody that watched it.
He got the Oscar for that.
Is that
Yeah,
Brendan
yeah,
Fraser?
yep.
I saw a clip of him yesterday accepting the award and crying. He
I
got
want
to
to see
be a
the
fat
Scully.
bastard, huh?
I want to see. I think didn't he put on the weight like normally. He put on all that weight.
If he did, then that's awesome. Like my
That's
favorite
pretty.
guy. Who's the guy from
That's pretty.
Requiem?
Wow.
Requiem for a Dream. Jared Leto. You know that movie? Requiem for a Dream.
Uh,
Oh, definitely.
yeah, I've seen it a
Oh
long time ago. So like when it first
yeah,
had came, out.
greatest drug movie of all time, perhaps.
the the the
Most
whole pupil
realistic.
iris, thing is pretty wild.
Great work.
Good camera work.
Amazing.
Do you think that was an homage to Clockwork Orange?
I think it was an homage to Coney Island in the 90s.
No,
No,
it's not
I,
like Clockwork Orange, but it's very good and very dark. That's by Aronofsky, who is from Brighton Beach.
oh, there you go.
No, I thought that Requiem from a Dream had a lot of elements from A Clockwork Orange. I saw like the therapy the scenes of holding the eyelids open. I don't know if anyone else thought that it was evocative of that.
That's an interesting association.
I don't remember any eyelids being held open like in Clockwork Orange. It was more like I don't know. That to me, that movie was like almost a documentary of that area near Coney Island in the 90s.
Brighton Beach, yeah.
It was like very accurate. And then at the end, when she's got the double dildo and she's
It's
working,
unforgettable.
ugh, unbelievable. And she is so hot, by the way.
What are you saying that there really were a group of depraved Wall Street guys who would pay for that? That's you saying that's historically accurate?
I know it's a
So, Requiem
stretch.
for a Dream is a novel by Hugh Selby, by the way. It's adapted from that
I
book.
would read that book. Even though I'm a Trump supporter, I would
It's
still
very,
read that book.
it's very dark. What does that have to do with it? Or you're just making a joke?
Well, we don't know how to read, we're uneducated and all that, so I don't want to trigger anyone. But maybe I would listen to that book. What was his name again? The writer of that? Hugh
Hugh
Selber?
Selby. I believe he's gay, by the way. Hugh Selby. He
Oh,
he he had some dark stuff, very dark.
do you guys know? Oh, by the way, in the chat, I put that link, putlockers.li. Any movie that you could ever imagine that's out right now, anything you can get on there, and it's easy. You search, shut the pop-up windows, close them down, search again, shut the pop-up windows. It's like you have to hit 4 or 5 pop-ups, but after you do that, the movie plays straight through with no
What does it
ads, perfect.
mean? This is like
Footlockers? I don't know.
it's a hacker uh film site?
Yeah, it's the best
Really?
one that I've ever seen.
No
Even better than
kidding.
like LimeWire days and Napster. This is way better. The
No
quality is always
kidding.
perfect. Yeah,
It's
it's a
a damn
resource.
shame. Damn shame what they did to the pirate. What was it? Parrot Bay, Pirate Bay. What they did in Pirate Bay dudes. Damn shame.
I remember that.
Yeah, I
Well,
was like, damn.
you should be aware if there's people in the room who have friends in the movie industry, they're not going to be happy about you pirating movies. You're taking the livelihood away from people that work in that industry.
I don't really give a shit.
Depends on
Yeah.
where they are, Santiago, in the industry. Cause like I'm on the independent level,
Though
and
you
like
want to
a
get
lot of
co-redded, Santiago, you should keep your mouth shut.
He said, who ordered the code red?
I'll express my truth.
You can't handle the. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth.
That's
Oh,
Aaron Sorkin.
another genius movie.
It's very good. Ricky, can you believe that you were right and Trump got elected? Can you believe it? Or is it like you knew it all along?
No, I believe it, but I still, he got elected, but I mean, I think they've been doing good so far, keeping him insulated at Mar-a-Lago. I still think it's very unlikely that he crosses the threshold of the White House alive, honestly, because he's just too damaging. But the thing is, and the only thing that might save him is what he is doing right now. JD Vance is way more, uh, way more right wing than him. Or I don't even like to say right wing. He's way more aggressive.
Base?
Yeah, he really is. So if they do
I mean,
something to Trump, they're just going to get JD Vance. And but if he made it into office and got a year of his policies going, I would be shocked and surprised. Because I mean, he's literally threatening the most powerful people in the world with his policies and holding up trillions of dollars in his hands, and the amount of power and that these agencies and these institutions have enjoyed for 50 years. I mean, he's talking about ruining it. So, I mean, I'm happy. I knew it that he would win via the vote, but I'm still a little leery on him actually getting into power and implementing his agenda. I think he would, but I don't know if he'll get there. To be honest with you, and I hate to say that.
Ricky, everybody thought he was a bozo. Everybody thought he was a joke. Everybody thought he was a 34-time felon. Not everybody, but many people. And the whole world came to you. It's a little crazy.
Right?
You were freaking right. It must,
Thank
you
you.
must, well, it's true. We were here for it,
Yeah,
right?
I appreciate you saying that because I was out on an island a lot of the time, and me
That's
and
right.
Matt Cool, basically.
I remember.
You know,
It's
yeah.
crazy.
But I
It's
mean,
crazy.
I don't think that it's crazy. I think because everybody was getting in their feelings about it, Republicans and Democrats. But like, I'm involved with a lot of people, and I'm not going to say that that is representative of the whole country, but I'm in New York and Long Island and Staten Island is where my family are, and like people were going wild this election. Like if you, I wear a Trump hat sometimes, a white one from his golf club, right? It's not like a Make America Great or anything, but I wear that hat out, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. And people have been stopping me in the street for a year and a half saying, "Oh my God, what's going on? What's he gonna do? This and that." So like I was pretty sure that I was correct in what people valued. Somebody's just muted me, but um
I was just fuck with you, Ricky. My bad.
uh, oh yeah, Jay, I'm right. Um
About what?
about Trump,
What
or
about him?
about the way the country was gonna vote, I should
No,
say.
Doctor Responsible, like, he was so sure, so certain. I'm like, this guy is like a right wing kook. And the whole friggin' country turned around and elected Trump. It's just, it's pretty amazing.
He still might be a right wing kook, but he was right about Trump.
He was right. He was right. You gotta
I
look.
was
Let's give
right.
credit where it's due. We were here, right? You don't get to say that so often, right?
Yeah, in fact, I haven't seen Gold on this app. He came into one room and then he was immediately gone. I haven't seen him
I,
on here since the
I
election.
see him every day. You might
I
be
see him
blocked or
every day.
something.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
not in your algorithm. I tell you, one person I haven't seen though, that's Isaiah
Thugger?
Yeah.
Thugger. Yeah, haven't seen him at all.
We need to do a wellness check.
Yeah, we should. We should just even regardless of the election, we should do a wellness check. He's actually Isaiah knows more about Republican politics than anyone on this app. He knows more about conservative quote unquote politics than anyone on this app. He gets like Republican magazines. He subscribed to them and they
This
come
is
to his
Thugger.
house. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he was
he
so
knows more.
friggin' sure, and he couldn't have been more wrong.
Yeah, but establishment stuff, whatever, was so far off.
Yes.
Because you
Exactly.
see the Liz Cheney types, like which way they went. Which I'm
Yeah.
really surprised you would even want to campaign with her. Why would
Wild.
you hold up Dick Cheney? Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney is like the people that are supporting you. That's not a flex. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on.
It's
It
not a
was the
flex.
most. The Democrats were so thoughtless. It was political malpractice.
Do
It
you
was a
think that they'll
ridiculous campaign. What's
Well,
that?
The Democrats are just they become elitist, they become arrogant, they become disconnected from their base.
I
yeah,
agree with that.
true.
Hey, what's that one dude's name that was on the Kamala campaign? Um, he started with a P. He was like some kind of advisor. He said they never on their internal polls never had her up at all. So all
Yeah.
that stuff that we were seeing on the news and all that stuff, it was all lies.
It's all bullshit. And the only way that you can see that, right? because I wasn't just being like I love Trump and that's why I'm gonna be right. It's because I'm not like emotional. I kind of get emotional about not Trump, but the America First movement losing, going into the dustbin of history, because that's I don't know what would have happened if the election went a different way. Although I think it would have just been a mess, to be honest with you. I think that the tone in the country, people have the polls, they have their facts, quote unquote, and then they have tone of the country, the right track, wrong track poll, the approval of the president and vice president. If all those things are in the tank, garbage, they're doing trash on the Democrat side, and Trump has positive favorability ratings, and he loses the election, then it's different than if what happened, which was what the country expected, really, um, if that happened. Because the country, people in general that are not into politics, like all of us, they don't know all the facts like you do. They don't know all the polls. They know kind of the right track, wrong track poll is the best indicator of a presidential election.
I've
And
heard that.
I've been saying it for 4 years, longer than that, but on this app for 4 years, and that's the thing I was most correct about, I think.
Hey,
Well,
what's the
so
deal with the go ahead?
oh, thanks. So this is the main thing they screwed up. It was a change election, and she couldn't commit to letting it be a change election because she
Hmm.
couldn't criticize the incumbent, and in no small part because she is the incumbent or one of them.
Yeah. But
Hey,
she could have. One more thing, Carson. Sorry, she could have been done what she could to be a change agent. She could have still respected the previous administration and come forward and put new ideas out there. She could have done that without trashing Joe Biden. She didn't even have the ideas or the gumption to even or anything to even try that. So she went with what was easy, which is what she's done her whole career, and she just locked herself right onto Joe Biden, right into the river. But any other well, I won't say any other any other decent candidate could have achieved what you just said, Norm. They could have changed certain policies, made people think that they were going to make things better, and still been respectful to the original administration. She just doesn't have any ideas whatsoever. Thank
I
you.
mean, she's like not a astute candidate. She's actually like a really bad candidate when you just look at her, face value, and that's why she did very very poorly. Whenever she ran originally, what in was it in the primaries or whatever, and
Yeah, primaries.
what was that 2016?
2020. She got
Was it
trounced.
2020?
It
Was
was,
that
yeah.
2020?
It was,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. It feels like it feels like so much longer
It
ago.
does. It really does.
It's like a lifetime ago, man. But I don't think even if she could somehow articulate like all the differences between her and Biden. I don't think Americans would actually go for that because like there were so many things where they were actually like kind of hurting to where it's like even if you could articulate it, I don't know if you could separate yourself one from the other. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I could think of a bunch of ways that she could have done that. I could think of a ton of ways that she could do that. The whole party and campaign is already lying like 82% of the time anyway. She could have said, we've gone through a lot with COVID. We've gone through a lot trying to clean it up. But now that the smoke is cleared, this inflation needs to stop. I'm gonna nominate this person and that person, and we're gonna work every day on reducing this inflation that is getting families unable to buy their groceries and pay their rent at the same time. And that will be the main mission of my campaign to fix that. And
Yeah,
she
I
could
mean
have given some ways.
yeah, but that's saying one thing, but to actually articulate that and communicate it to the normal man or the layperson, I don't know if that actually works because that would take a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, I just did it right now, and she has all the heavy lifting for her.
No, 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 no. But
CNN, NBC,
I'm saying that.
MSNBC would go along with it
Yeah,
and
yeah.
pump it
But
up.
people, those are dead programs, though. People don't watch that stuff. They're doing social media and all this other stuff. So how do you get that to resonate like through Facebook? Through these groups, through some of the boomers. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do
You
you
go
get that
on
to
Joe
resonate?
Rogan. You go on Joe Rogan. You go on the Nelk Boys podcast. You go on what's that one podcast where they talk about women a lot of the time. You
Oh,
go.
whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I mean, somebody who's skilled, or really skilled, like, let's just say it's me, just I don't have all the other things. I am a black man in a mask, by the way. But let's just say, like, I moved through Clubhouse in all of those areas. I
But
could do that very
yeah, but
easily.
that's it's different though with her versus you because she doesn't come off as like 100% authentic though. You know what I'm saying? Like she has a hard time like with the authenticity thing because
Authenticity,
like
right?
yeah
He does.
she I don't know it comes off as like a little manufactured and like too when somebody just tries a little too hard like the fake Jamaican accent on
Yeah,
the late
but
night the late,
sorry, I'm not trying to say that she like her specifically could have could have done it, but I mean, there's got to be somebody within the Democratic Party who could do what I just laid out, and
yeah,
and most likely
but
would have won.
if they knew they could not beat him, then why sacrifice your good talent? You know what I'm saying? Like Josh Shapiro was like a vastly superior running mate, but he
That's
probably
what
didn't
I
want
said.
to.
That's what I said. It was a throwaway candidate. I was saying that before that
Really,
they,
you think that?
yes, because they knew she was, if she didn't win, the next person was never going to run for president after her. So it was a
So they'd
throwaway
be
candidate.
tainted.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes. So basically, if Shapiro would have been her running mate or Newsom, it wouldn't have made good for her because if she didn't win and she lost like she did, it would have been a bad on them, and they wouldn't have been able to
Okay,
rerun because of that. I don't think.
okay,
well,
I can understand.
not to mention the party politics or whatever. Like once you lose, like on a national scale like that, they don't try to like run you again. Yet they're done with you, pretty much.
Well, Joe Biden's run like
Except for
four
Trump.
times.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. Democrats, like
Yeah,
Republicans,
Joe
they'll run
Biden
losers all the
ran
time.
four times.
Well,
They'll rerun you.
that's a little bit different. Only for the simple fact that like in the primaries, they were really really not wanting Bernie because like they had to oust him a couple times. Because personally, I think if Bernie had regardless of what you think about Bernie, if Bernie had been against Trump, I think he was more the change candidate than Trump was, at least to the
100%.
people, and I think he would have won.
I think he would have had a tough time, Bernie. He would
Again,
have been a
no, I'm saying
decent
against Trump.
candidate.
Against Trump,
I think he would have had a tough time because he had good thoughts, he had good things. I think it would have, and I said this before. I was thinking before RFK came over, I said it would be cool that er, Trump and Kennedy ran together as teammates. That would have taken the cake from the definitely taken it. And they would have definitely had no chance. But because I think they could have swayed a lot earlier,
This is
a
way
lot
better,
sooner.
though, what happened.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. But if in the beginning Kennedy didn't switch and go independent, because they kind of fucked him over, the Democrats did, just like they did Bernie somewhat. But Bernie was kind of independent Democrat. But I think they really fucked him over. I really do.
But
yeah,
it's
Uh,
like, it's God's plan, really. Because
oh yeah, yes,
this
you're right.
guy, it would have never worked with Trump and RFK as president. I like RFK. I want him right where he is. but I do not want him as vice president in case Trump catches a bullet, which is pretty likely at this point. I want JD Vance there, and I want
Oh
RFK
yeah.
exactly where
Yes.
he is. And this, I mean, honestly, God put this into effect and laid this in motion. It's like a great example of when something bad happens in your life, how God uses it for good. This couldn't
Oh
have
yeah.
gone any better. If Trump would have been reelected in 2020, it would have been a mess. He wouldn't have had the House. He wouldn't have had the Senate the whole time, and it would have been a total mess. But instead, he lost the election for whatever reasons in 2020. Then Joe Biden and the Democrats completely showed their ass for 4 long years, ripping the country apart and just completely showing that every single thing that they've ever said is an innate hypocrisy. And then
Exactly.
now we come
Exactly.
back.
Especially.
Yeah, we would have never been able to put Kash Patel as the FBI director or RFK in
He's gonna have a
health and
little
human.
bit of tough time. RFK might have a
Yeah,
little tough
he might.
time.
He might.
But he might be advisory, just like Elon's probably gonna be advisory. Uh,
I hope not,
I
but you might be right.
Well,
yeah. I hope he's.
we will see. We will see because everybody is going to go through the confirmation process or whatever. It's going to be a hearing, and I think a lot more people are going to be watching this kind of stuff. And if they
Yeah.
try to like pull some BS or whatever, the court of public opinion will like make certain lawmakers famous. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Kind of like
Yeah,
the oral arguments for the Supreme Court. More people are paying attention to that because like some of these topics like people really care about, like all the gun legislation
Well,
stuff,
see,
or
that's
like
what
in the
I
last 3 years. Go ahead.
that's what I was saying. Like Trump giving the stuff back to the state, like even potentially education back to the state, the health care back to the state, because only 5 people were overseeing the Roe v. Wade. So you were counting on 5 men who originally approved it. Now you let the state do it. Yes, some states are a little harsher on it than they should. It could be um, determining life and all that, but
Well,
I
it's
think
definitely not
Texas.
definitely
I
not a
think
science
Texas.
thing.
No, I think Texas though has got a maybe too tight of a rule. But when you go out of state,
I agree.
that one lady who went out of state and had abortion or whatever she did and almost had sepsis and I maybe died here in Texas. Um, she should have stayed till she was completely healed in
No. That
Tennessee.
chick was in she went to North Carolina,
Wherever
and
she
that was
went to.
Georgia. That was Georgia.
No, the Texas lady was there's a Texas lady that had an abortion. She went right across the border and she came back to Texas and they wouldn't help her.
well, no, the one I'm talking about is the one they used during the campaign, and the chick was out of Georgia, I believe, and she went to North Carolina to get the pills, and then
No,
because
this was Texas. This was
they,
a
they,
Texas one.
I'm talking about this particular case though, like,
So
and
am
the
I.
one that Kamala Harris actually brought it up during the campaign. No, like
Yeah.
she went to North Carolina to get the pills, and she was in Georgia is where she was based.
Well, if you're gonna do the pills or do any of that shit, you're supposed to finish it there.
Yes,
You
I
don't
agree
come
with you
back home
100%. So like
because
why
you coming
and,
back home, you risked your life by coming back home. If you
and
were
then
gonna do it,
yeah. And then you have to actually have a different procedure if you have twins, which she had twins.
no, this one wasn't having twins.
Is anyone
Well,
hand raised? I think we should invite people to the room. Like at least we
Well,
gotta
there's people down in the audience. I mean, I'm not. I can't bring anyone up.
please come up, guys.
If
Join
someone's got
in.
to invite them up.
Yeah, William, come on up. I haven't heard your voice in a long time. Um,
S-
a lot of people.
s-
Joanna, Tina, Jennifer, Wesley. Wesley, you need to get your bitch ass up here. We need to hear from
Start
you.
inviting. Start
Yeah,
inviting.
what's up,
Yeah.
Wesley? Come on up, Wesley.
Yeah. Come
What's
up,
up,
Wesley.
Doctor?
Just don't
What's
mod
What's
up,
up?
anybody
Norm?
else, but just don't
Yo,
mod
what's
anyone
up?
else, but
William, how are you
invite people
feeling
up.
about this whole situation that we've had, my
Oh, I've
brother?
been able to relax. It's been great. I've been working my butt off since he won.
Good.
I'm gonna be super productive now because I was working at home a lot, but now I'm like making money and doing good stuff. So no, I'm super happy. I've been talking a lot on here too lately. So yeah, I thought I'd
Good.
come up and say hi. You know, I enjoy you, Doctor.
Yeah, and feelings mutual. You got a lot of good things to say. I just wondered how, I know you listen a lot while you're doing other work at home, and like this has been, uh, I'm not going to say me, but just a lot of people on this app have been saying exactly what was going to happen for the last 3.5 years on this app. But the thing is, right, and they were right, down to the T. But it's not some kind of like amazing ability to, crystal ball the whole entire election and the country and everything else. It's just like, as Adam Kroll said, I don't have a crystal ball, I have a crystal brain. You just People have been looking at this from the outside in, with like as non-emotional as possible, and saying, hey, this is what the country is looking for, this is what is going to happen, because obviously we've just been discussing the Democratic Party of today is garbage. They're not
Well, it's
democratic.
what they were running on, and that's the biggest thing is when you start to run on a lot of controversial shit, like and I'm not against gays or lesbians. There's a difference of what they were in the 80s and 90s, and once they got the rights, most gays and gay men and lesbian women are fine. They are happy to be married. They're happy to have
That's
their
true.
union. They got their rights. The thing that comes an issue is the pushing of the trans, per se, all these people that want to dress up and talk to little kids in libraries and schools. I think that became one of the hugest issues for the Republicans, and a lot of the things. And when people were starting to go to the school board meetings and they were pointing out books in the library that says this boy pulled out his penis and shoved his penis into this or whatever he was doing, and they're reading it in front of the school board. These people really are going far fetched, and that's affecting a lot of people. And I that's there's a difference between gay rights and I think trans rights, or pushing of the boundaries that the Democrats were trying to stand on. It didn't fit everybody's narrative. I glad you want to dress up. You could be whoever you want to be, but go around walking in New York City dressed as a woman in the dead of winter with your balls hanging out of your mini skirt, so everybody could see it on their walking around. That's uncalled for. If you think you're a female and you're gonna have your balls dangling, or you're in the Olympics like they did this past Olympics, all the people on stage, the one guy's balls fell out. You run on
Yep.
that shit, people are not gonna be happy.
The ball drop heard round the world. What do you guys think, Monica, Wesley, William Wallace?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was tracking the story of this 72-year-old man who shot at a drone flying a package over his property. He got fined $1,000, and he's
$1,000. I would have
well,
shot at that thing too. To be
well,
fair.
he said his neighbors have been flying drones over his property, and he told them to
Yeah.
stop it. So when the Amazon delivery drone flew over, they found a bullet in the payload of the Amazon drone delivery, and then they handcuffed him, Ricky, and he said he couldn't breathe.
Oh no, I can't breathe, mommy, mommy,
Well, he was
mommy.
70 something years old.
You think
72
he?
year old. He's a boss.
Do
Like
you
it's
think he just?
hilarious.
Do you think that he just ingested like 7 or 8 fentanyl pills? Made
No,
to.
he
Oh,
couldn't because when they cuffed him, he was old. That's what he was saying. He was having a tough time breathing. Not that he was on the ground and all that shit.
oh, I thought this was like a George Floyd situation, like the
No, no, no,
No,
no,
Republican
no,
Floyd.
no.
no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
He
Just
shot a
checking.
drone and
I put the tweet in the chat. I don't think I'm describing it appropriately.
Well,
it's okay.
El Normo, Monica, and everybody. Um, he said like a nice compliment, but he said, "Ricky, do you feel like how do you feel right now after all these years of you being on this app and saying wild shit and being standing firm on this whole Trump thing and America first? Like, how do you feel now that like the whole
Dude,
country
you
came?"
were pro Trump when he was on trial for this and on trial for that, and
I was
34
too.
and January 20th, and or I'm sorry, January 6th, and on and on. And everybody's like, what are you talking about, man? I mean, through it all, you were steady. I know you
I
were
was
too, but
also.
I'm not saying you weren't. I just know
No,
Ricky, and I didn't know
yeah,
you. That's all. And
he's
Ricky
only
was
saying that.
vocal,
Exactly,
huh?
exactly. Because he's only
You were
saying
very
that, we'll
vocal.
see that. Because I wasn't saying it in these rooms, I was saying it in Million Marathon and Black Progressives and all these other rooms. And people were fucking. I got kicked out of pretty much every room I've ever been in.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
was getting kicked out too. The
Yeah.
darker truth. The darker truth. Uh, Kamala Harris for president occasionally, but PhD likes some controversial there. Uh,
Oh, and then you started creating your own content, Ricky, and things went better for you. You know who I haven't seen since actually a couple weeks before the election?
Joe?
Malcolm.
Oh,
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Lying Trump is going to jail.
Yeah. Lying Trump.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot his name. I remember that song he used to sing. He was
As one
so
of
sure about it,
positive.
what about
One of the.
Brent? What
He
happened to
welched on a
Brent?
bet that we had. In
Mm,
November. We were supposed to host a room where if Harris won, I was going to read Black American poetry. And if Trump won, he had to talk about great American heroes who were white.
oh my. It's a
I mean,
great bet.
that
What
doesn't
happened
sound
to
like a
Brent?
punishment.
What happened to Brent?
He's here. Brent's one of the few
he's here
people
all
who
the
have.
time.
Yeah, he took his beating.
BREN?
Yeah,
No, he
yeah,
was
he's been
always for
taking his
Trump.
beating for a month already. Wait, oh,
No, he was for
Bren?
Trump. Yes,
No, he
Brent,
was
BR,
not.
the judge. He
No,
was for
he's not
Trump.
for Trump. No.
Yes, he was gay for Trump, he said.
He begrudgingly voted for him at the end, but he fought every single thing. He fought every single
No, he
trial.
said Trump's policies were actually pretty good.
I know what he said, but I'm just telling you, he was not the worst of them. But he was definitely trying to say what you're saying, which is that Trump's policies were better, while still being able to go to whatever bathhouse he goes to on with his monthly subscription. He was straddling the line, whereas
No,
Brent,
actually, yeah.
well, sorry,
I
just
just was, I just was curious what happened to Brent. I know he was a judge. He got sick at one point for a little while, and I didn't know if
Oh,
he's been back
Bren. I
on.
thought you meant Brent. Bren has got his own room called
What's his
what
room?
do you call it? It's called Early Morning Coffee or something.
Okay, because I know he was trying to do chatter a lot, and I thought they went off onto chatter.
I don't think he goes to
no.
the bathhouse. Yeah, he's got a.
Nah, I'm
It's
just
called
kidding.
like.
I'm just kidding. He's
Kelly,
very Republican mainstream. He's very much like establishment Republican. Although he did, to his credit, admit a few times that Trump's policies were better and he would consider voting for him. Where I
Well, he
diff
was Republican because he
Oh, he's
believed in the
definitely
gun.
Republican.
I'm not a Republican. Trump's not a Republican in anything but name. But I think Brent is part of the kind of more towards the Lincoln Project than he is America First, is what
What
I'm
about
saying.
the have you ever heard of
I
the
believe
John
that,
Birch
Jessica.
Society?
I believe
Have you
what Jessica said in the chat. Cool. See, Kelly mentions your name in a replay. She said a lot of people on the app owe you money and they're not paying you
for what?
for the election. That
Oh,
Probably talking
you
about
had bet
Matt
a
no,
Cool.
hundred.
I never bet any money.
Ah,
She's probably talking about Matt Cool because I mistook it. Matt Cool is one of the people, number one ride or die. He's always been there. If you could take, I could take, like let's say a debate that I'm supposed to be in, or like an appearance I'm supposed to be in. You could switch Matt Cool into that same spot. I could go sit in the closet, and Matt Cool would have almost the exact same ideas on every subject as I do. He's a great guy.
I had a lot of yeah. I believe January 20th was not what it was. I believe or January 6th. There's such a double standard because like the riots were out there and all that shit, and they didn't. Let's hang 'em. Kathy Gifford or whatever her name was had a head of Trump. Like all this stuff. I'd punch him in
yeah,
the
it was
face
cool.
and all that
See,
shit. No, it wasn't. I've never taken a bet.
It
I don't have
wasn't
money to bet.
I'm
I
gonna
would
send you
never
the
bet.
replay, Ricky.
I would never
okay.
bet because I don't have the money to bet.
So there you go. But Monica, I mean, you have been sitting in the same space as me, kind of politically, relatively, right? What do you feel like happened in over the last 2 months, like how, or 3 months? How do you see this going down? And I don't want to hear anything about the newest white rapper that's conservative. Just give me your opinion on
Um,
the election.
all right, Mr. Modman. When was I hopeful that there was a cultural shift strong enough that might mean that Trump was winning?
Yes.
The number of people on social media who were confident in sharing who they were voting for. But I was still
Mm,
worried because I'm on social media a lot and the general public I don't think is. I think there's still 50 to 60% of Americans, maybe more, who are not on X, which I think is a criminal mistake. You don't know how much you don't know until you seek out the information that you're looking for. But yeah, I was seeing black women, Americans, unafraid to say that that Trump had their vote, and I
Uh,
don't remember seeing that in 2020 or 2016.
what was getting me was they
All
were
right, go
just
ahead,
calling.
Cool. See, you need the
no,
mic.
hold on, cool. See, relax yourself, bro. It's not about you. It's about what we're talking about. You can say whatever you want, but Monica just made a 1 minute statement, and it deserves to be recognized. So when you, I mean, that's a really great metric, Monica, for seeing a cultural shift. Because I'm kind of banned from all the chatter stuff right now because something that I said, which is that black women are the most dangerous voting group in America, which I 1000% believe. But
I think it's
when you
white women.
well, they're second place. It's not that much of a delta between them. To be honest with you,
Well, if you take it per capita or like
oh
per
yeah,
capita, it's the white women. Sorry.
yes, no, you're correct. You're correct. But just as a percentage of group, black women are the most dangerous political entity in this country, the most destructive and dangerous. But when your metric that you mentioned, and I'd love to hear what people think about that, your metric was that black women were now, which you never saw before, getting up on stage on X and Spaces and Chatter and And this
TikTok and Instagram.
oh TikTok. See, I don't even have those apps. That's I need to get that stuff. But you're saying that the metric that you saw when you thought it really could be possible that Trump could win again and kind of institute this agenda was when you saw black women on TikTok and Instagram coming out and unabashedly supporting President Trump on like a case by case basis, right?
Yeah, and I think the fact that he was clever enough that he took Barron's advice and he went on the YouTube creator channels that introduced him to a younger audience. Because I think young men, especially young white men, um, are tired and they voted for Trump.
Here's the biggest thing that I think is the craziest thing. They were thinking white women, possibly like Monica. I'm not saying you were, but they were counting on white women to vote for Kamala because of the abortion issue. And this is where I had the biggest issue on that. I thought this was strange because a lot of people were saying this. I'm like, you're counting on white women to vote for Kamala because of abortion and on their own ballots, and you're going to let the white women control your population. Um, that was my biggest thing. Like they were trying to push this whole thing Roe v. Wade and thinking the white women were going to help the Democrats, especially with Roe v. Wade. But in a way, going back to Margaret Sanger and where she put Planned Parenthoods in low income and African American neighborhoods, um, that was the goal because they were near where I lived and food stamps and all this and all the stuff that they did. uh, you were counting on white women to say yes to abortion, but what that does is control a population because potentially you're saying yes, you're allowed to do this. Uh, Definitely medically you can, but the elective abortions are outrageous, I think. And that's the biggest thing is I get rape and incest and medically required if you're having a utopical or all this other shit that's going on. My wife had a stillborn, a full 9 months. Um,
That's
so
terrible.
I get it. I get that the abortion rights to a degree. Um, and maybe even if she was having a C-section anyway that week, a day and a half before he passed. But I think my biggest thing is with that is basically you're now saying yes, we're going to vote for abortion, but you're letting the white women control it, and guess what? A population that's vulnerable to it is, I think, the African American population, because I think when you talk per capita in certain towns, yes, a lot of white women have abortions, but I think at the same rate, there might be more white women in those towns, but in reality, with the less white women and only 13% of the population, you take those numbers into effect and how many they have. There was one lady saying was married to her husband and she had 5 abortions, finally decided to keep the sixth kid. Uh, that's crazy that they're becoming tombstones. And they were going to count on the white women to allow them
Absolutely.
to be they were going to count on the white women to vote for the abortion. And I just think that screwed them up a lot.
Yeah, it was a miscalculation. Does Wesley or Andre want to say anything about this title before we go to Gildas?
Yeah, I'll go, man.
What's up, bro?
Thanks for letting me on stage, Ricky.
This
Appreciate
is
it.
another man who was correct the whole time.
I want to change my PTR, so I was just making sure you saw this one before I put my picture
I
back up.
did. Thank you.
This is what we were up against, dude. I've got to mix in the January 6th and the COVID thing together on this. Like the last few years have been brutal, bro. I've got family things. Like I was anti-vax and the family wasn't, so it's like you want grandma to die, you can't come
Ricky.
to Pink's. Sorry, what, Monica?
No, I'm so sorry, Wesley, for interrupting you. I
No, you're
just see
cool.
there's people in the audience that I want on stage. But go
Yeah,
ahead,
Ricky's.
I
Wesley.
invited everybody with
Maybe
their
they don't.
hand up.
Yeah, Ricky's the reason I got on stage. I had my hand up, and the other two mods before wouldn't let me on because I don't have a lot of friends. Ricky, because I'm a little
I'm s-
outspoken on this.
I'm
I've been.
sorry, Wesley, to interrupt you. Go
No, you're
ahead.
Why?
fine.
You
It's
keep
all good.
interrupting.
No, it's fine, Monica.
Go ahead, Wes Nizzle.
Yeah, yeah. As a Trump supporter, do you remember the 1st of September? That's when Biden came out with red light and two Marines standing behind him, and he started calling MAGA domestic terrorists. You remember that, everyone? Yeah, Ricky does. I remember it.
Yep.
So
The
I'm an
people too, not
anti-vaxxer,
the voters he called domestic terrorists. The voters, not the politicians, not his opponents, the fucking voters.
and I
Go ahead.
I was a Marine, bro. Whenever I served, 2002, 2010, I didn't rep politics. They told us not to do that. So seeing the president with two of the baddest mofos, U.S. Marines, baddest mofos on earth, standing there flanked, knowing he's calling us directly. You're domestic terrorists. Oh, and the unvaxxed, all that. That really, I mean, not to mention the racism getting spewed about. I'm white, if y'all didn't know. It's tough being an American and being white these days. You're the enemy, no matter what. You're the only one that can be racist or something like that. So yeah, I feel like we've been hooking and jabbing for a while, and the biggest thing that I wanted out of this whole deal was the what I considered an invasion, but we'll call it immigration reform. I really didn't like everybody just running over here. In economic recovery, everybody's broke, and an Arby's meal for me and the homies costs like way too much. Can't afford to live. So
No.
yeah, it's been a rough couple of years, but a lot of us held our ground, and I thank God for that, dude. We still got a long ways to go. The DNC, I don't think that abortion and hate and war are gonna win, and that is all I see from the DNC. I don't see a leader that they have. We have our leader, we got a squad of hitters on deck with this leader.
That part.
Yep. The other side, I don't see a leader, and I don't see anything that they're standing for other than war and death, which is the abortion thing. So I think these guys, with the media numbers as low as they are, I think you're the media now. Ricky and Monica, Wallace, every once in a while he talk like we're the media now. Elon Musk and Donald Trump said, I'm going to take, well, Elon Musk did it. Donald Trump said it. We, the people, are in charge now. And yeah, I just hope y'all plant your feet firm and whatever you believe, stick together. I've got my next targets. DNC's done, at least for 2 years. I don't have to worry about anything other than where the rhinos at and start ousting them.
Well, the
And I've got
only thing that the
Thank you,
DNC may
Wesley.
have going
yeah, brother.
for them potentially is Shapiro and Newsom at the next election. Other than that, they got to come up with some good leaders because Shapiro from PA could qualify as decent, but he has some issues um, that
Least of which he's a Jew, which
Yeah,
apparently
is
a
he
whole
a
bunch
dual
of people.
citizen?
Is he a dual citizen?
I bet he is.
I don't know. But there
And
a lot of
Newsom,
people
well,
have
look
a
at
problem with that.
California. No one wants America to look like California. The
no,
people in
I know that.
California don't want California to look like California. The rest of us regular people, I
Well,
I I thank
I find
God
that hard
the
to
election went
believe because
the way it
only
is.
thirty-five percent.
We got the popular vote. We got all three branches. We got the Supreme Court, and we're probably going to get another Supreme Court pick.
Well,
That's
God
amazing.
willing.
the toughest thing
And the
is I
thing,
think with the California they got 35% Republican. So yes, people don't want it to look like California, but there's still that other.
Have you seen the map of California? California
but the
is going
thing,
red.
guys, listen, listen, listen,
Yes,
listen.
go ahead, Nomi.
Okay, so shit, I forgot what to say, but I love Trump. Trump is the best than all the presidents. Um, he's truly gonna help our us people. I almost said black people, but I'm us people because we're all Americans. But what can I say?
I
What do
don't
you
know.
think
That's
about
important.
what do you think about what happened? Do you think that um I know you think Trump is going to do a good job. What do you think? Do you think that the left has people that could come up and win in 2 years or in 4 years, or how do you see what happened over this whole last year, let's say?
I think it's gonna turn more and more red. I just have this feeling that, at least for another 4 years, it will be Republicans. I hope so. I'm tired of this. I feel like, as a black person, I feel like the way they teach. I feel like I'm being victimized, and it's like a lot of victimization. Like, oh, those are bad people, and every single one of them is bad. You're just alone fighting and shit. But yeah. So yeah, I'm just tired of the teaching. It be everybody can achieve anything. People kick me out for saying this shit, but I don't care. I don't care at all. But yeah, they kick me out for saying that.
Your
No, we
biggest
won't
argument,
kick you
in my
out.
opinion, your biggest argument, if I if I was you, what I would say to them is so racism is alive in America. It's the white liberals. They're the ones spewing the fact that black people are too stupid to get an ID card. So we can't have voter ID. You know why? That's why. They say that.
But they
If
do.
some
But black people do have IDs. They're not dumb. A lot of black people
Of
have
course they're not
IDs.
you know
dumb.
what Harris only won in
That's
states that you
exactly what
don't
he
need an
said,
ID?
Coolsy.
Yeah.
Harris only won in the states where you don't need an ID. Isn't that
Yeah,
amazing?
that's an interesting metric. I mean, I'm sure there's some correlation between the fact that those are liberal places and maybe, I don't know. It seems crazy over all this stuff. One of the things that has seemed the most crazy was that places that you wouldn't need an ID to vote in an election. I'm in New York. This year was better than any other year, and that's because of there was boots on the ground from the RNC in all these states. But in New York, I think he lost. He went from from losing by 20 points to losing by 8 or 9 points in New York or less. And when I go to vote, all they look at me, they say, "What's your name?" I say, "Ricky, blah blah blah," something Italian, and then they go, "All right, and your address?" I give them my address, and that's it. Now I had to sign at least. I had to sign the book and give my address, and that was about it. But it is strange, like that this metric of all the places she won, or the only places she won, didn't require ID. Go ahead,
But it's
whoever.
most likely because they were liberal to begin with, because only the most liberal states would, you know, have this kind of legislation. But what I find is fascinating is the aftermath, because, on one hand, Biden was elected, and he kind of promoted the message of, okay, guys, like we had 4 years of crazy Trump. Let's get back to, moderate, normal, middle of the road politics like we used to. And I think many people voted with that in mind. But when he got into office, like having that message, the type of policies that he enacted, and the type of initiatives that he supported were radically left wing. And so people were just fed up with that, bait and
Andre,
switch tactic, and
An-
voted
Andre,
for Trump.
you're saying that he ran on being like a unifier? Oh, and
Not the
Naomi, can you
unify,
just
not
mute?
not the
Hold on, can
unifier.
you
No, no,
just
no.
mute your mic real quick, Naomi?
Sure.
Just because we're here. No, not you, Andre. And thank you, sweetheart. Go ahead, Andre. I was gonna say to you, are you saying that because I felt like he ran on being a unifier, and a lot of Republicans even either didn't vote or voted for Biden based on the fact that they thought, I'm exhausted. This Trump thing has been fucking exhausting for the last 4 or 5 years, and I'm gonna go with Biden or not vote just so that Biden could come in and unify. That's the kind of perspective I got. What are you saying that happened?
I don't think it was necessarily unifying, but I agree with the second portion of your statement that they, like they were tired of Trump, like it was the Lincoln Project. They wanted to get back to, uh, maybe early 2000s, maybe 90s, that type of politics. And Biden looked like, he was at the time when he was active, most active, before even he was a vice president, he was, reaching across the aisle. He was doing work on both sides. He was trying to be, he was trying to be a moderate. But what I think has happened is that Democratic Party from within got completely uh, rotten through with identity politics, and they cannot let go of it. Like that's what I was saying, wanted to bring up in terms of aftermath, because if you were doing a rational analysis, I think how is it, Carville, who is one of the most successful.
Yeah, James
Uh,
Carville.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
He talks on TV shows
I
now,
mean,
right?
he was screaming at the top of his lungs. I think last 8 years that Democrats are shooting themselves in the head by embracing that far left radical revolutionary rhetoric and positions, and nobody listened to him. Oh, just another boomer being over sentimental. But in
Andre,
reality, I mean, he was right.
Andre, I know you've heard the conservatives on Clubhouse speak, and some of the things that they've said have made you uncomfortable because I peg you as like a common sense moderate, probably one of the best of the moderates, the classical liberal type guys, educated, and like
Thank you.
there's moderates on the app, and I'll say Jason Mewes as an example. It's not that he's great, he hates both sides equally. So he sits in the middle with some kind of superiority complex and just craps on both sides. You don't do
Oh yeah.
that. You steel man each side to the best that you're able to do. And that's one of the things I appreciate the most about you. But my question to you is, what are some of the things you hear from the right that concern you? Because I'm very mindful we're not perfect.
Gotcha, gotcha. So, I mean, first, I have to say in defense of Jason, like, I really actually appreciate him, and I would, disagree with you strongly that I think he steals men. He can steal men, both positions. That's why,
Well, would you agree with the fact
he's.
that he thinks he's superior to everyone?
I don't think he thinks that he's superior to everyone. I think,
Really?
yeah, I don't think so. I
What do
think
you
he
think it
does
is
have.
that drives him?
Because
Love,
we get
love of
a
Love?
lot
country.
of we get a lot
Okay.
of echo chambers, and because of the way algorithms kind of feed news to us and feed people to us and feed you know uh, even advertisement to us, it's in accordance to certain predispositions, political predispositions. What he's trying to do is kind of shake people up a bit out of it and kind of have them be a little bit more critical of their own side rather than just kind of getting stuck or throwing your weight behind one or
But
side or the other.
Andre,
But okay.
Andre, question real quick. There's a place for that, right? And I'm not saying he's the worst guy in the world. I'm not. He's might be one of the slowest
No,
people that I.
he's great. I mean, I like Jason.
But
I'm friends
what
with
I'm
him.
saying is, at some point, because I'm about unemotional analysis of the playing field above all else, right? Above emotions, above thoughts. I'm above looking at it unemotionally to analyze it and move from there. But at some point, I even have to say, and that's what I've preached for all these years, but at some point, I have to say, okay, we're a month and a half out. It's time to pick sides. It's time to pick sides. You don't have to pick it without, with a blanket, immunity cover over it saying, I believe everything that these people say and therefore I'm going to support them. But at some point, it's time to pick sides. So when somebody like Jason Mewes or others, it's not just him, when we're 4 weeks out from an election that will literally change the world and change our children's lives, and they're kind of still doing this fake intellectual, like dancing and floating from issue to issue, I'm sorry, I can't fucking stand it. At some point, you got to stand up and put your shit out there, in my opinion.
I mean, that's fair, and I would disagree. I don't think it's fake intellectual. I think it is actually intellectual. Now, to be fair, like I understand what you're saying in terms of there are some important points of history where you basically have to kind of put all of 10 toes to the ground and stand on something that you believe in. Um, but once again, like I never like I don't want this to become about Jason, so I kind of want to segue into
No,
what
there's
Monica was
lots of
saying.
people like him. Yeah,
But
we understand you like
I have
him.
a
That's okay. I
list.
like him too.
I have a
yeah,
list. We want to go down. We want to talk about Kelly. We can talk about Kelly.
We
But
can talk about
I
Kelly.
like Kelly too. Anyway,
Andre, when
I like her too, but
he said
sometimes.
today, and I don't, and then Ricky,
so
don't let Andre get out of answering my question too about
yeah.
where
I
does
This
he
is what
won't.
see.
I'm saying. Like
But
I think we're segued enough. Let's talk about like what I find.
but
Oh, no, no,
Jason
no!
What's
It's
couldn't.
time to
But
conservative
put your
about this.
balls
Jason,
on the table, my man.
Jason couldn't see the full 360 of January 6th. He
Exactly.
believes that Trump instigated if not an insurrection, a riot at the Capitol. And he and
I'm,
he and I heard he voted Democrat in this election, meaning that he wrote in Biden.
yes, that was the most hilarious thing because I think yeah I think what they did to Biden I think really deserved that type of kind of tongue-in-cheek vote. But
Well, you think
here's the
that's
thing.
funny what he did? I
I
don't
think
think
it's
that's funny at
hilarious.
all.
I think it's
I don't
hilarious.
think it's hilarious at
Anyway,
all. I think
anyway,
it's
okay.
fucking gay.
Let's go to what Monica was asking. So the one of the things I find very interesting in this new trend within the conservative camp is isolationism. I think it is very myopic. Now, I do understand America First sentiment. I think it's the right sentiment. I think people should be, uh, you know, for their country. I think, I personally fully embrace, the ideas of Scottish Enlightenment. I completely reject my background and like the type of cultural milieu that I came out of. But there are certain things that I think are important in terms of maintaining the first positions for America. One of them is actually being very proactive with foreign policy and being engaged in whether it's diplomacy or whether it's even might be open warfare abroad, because it is not just political but also economical interests of the United States that are at stake. There are a couple of superpowers that are breathing down United States neck. I
Hmm.
would definitely not want to see anything even close to what those countries propose, because I've seen it, I've experienced it firsthand. I think it's despicable, it's Orwellian, and I certainly would want the United States to stay on top and have have the large stick and once in a while swing with it.
I think that you're probably mistaking some of Trump's positions on tariffs and America First policies for isolationist policies. I think
Oh
that's
no, no,
probably
no,
what's
Ricky,
going
Ricky,
on
sorry,
here.
sorry, sorry, sorry. So you might have misunderstood. I'm not talking about Trump now. I'm talking about conservatives. Trump, I'm very
Well,
happy
but
with
he's
all of
the
his
leader,
choices. Yeah, I'm
right? He's
really
the
happy.
first person to bring tariffs even up to the table in my
Yeah,
lifetime.
but I'm just addressing Monica's question directly. I was not
All right,
talking
so
about Trump.
not Trump. So just conservative. See, it's hard for me. I'm not a
Conservative rules.
conservative.
Yeah, yeah. Conservative
Yeah,
rules.
I get what you're saying though. But I mean, it's hard for me to say conservative because I'm not a conservative. I have some thoughts and ideas that don't align with them, but I will agree they're generally better people than most. But David is here now. I would love to hear from David on what his position is on what happened over the last 4 years. If you're available to talk, David, I'd love to hear what you have to say. The floor would be yours, by the way. I would kill anyone who interrupted you.
I don't mind being interrupted. I wasn't sure I was going to be prepared to comment over the last 4 years as compared to what?
Well, I mean, we always hear about norms, democratic norms, and stuff like that. Um, so you could discuss democratic norms. You could discuss tactics politically over the last 4 years, and then you could also,
I
if I
think
could,
the Democrats made a mistake, letting anytime you let, I think I'll just call it an extreme part of the party take over and be catered to, and you leave what most of Americans want, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, you're not going to be able to be electable. And one day when they learn that, they might be back in office. It's that simple.
do you, so I don't think that they actually did cater to the extremes of their party. I don't think AOC would think that. I don't think she would agree with your statement that
They did regarding the Middle East. They did regarding campus violence. They did um, in so many ways that the conservatives could just take a small part of it and blow it up and make a federal case out of it. So if they did a better job, why are they so bad about communicating what they've done? Biden didn't do bad with the economy, but everybody hated it. 2 weeks later, now after the election, people are in love with the economy. So we need to get some messaging straight. Okay.
yeah, keep going. I don't disagree with you that much. I mean, actually, gas prices in New York right now are 2.59 a gallon. I'm
They were going to go
ecstatic.
down anyway.
Maybe
Um,
they were. But we heard that walls don't work. The president has absolutely zero effect on gas price. We heard some crazy things over the last 4 years.
I think just just the craziness of the Middle East when you get the Suez Canal blocked, when you um, are worried, when so many things could have happened, and it scares the oil market. Also, the Saudis produced less fuel, less oil from the ground during the Biden administration, and they have some control over there.
Do you do you think that the president, so like this statement, right, that the president has no impact on gas prices, which is what we heard for
Well,
3.5 years, right? Is
I
that a
don't I
crazy
don't believe
statement?
I don't believe that. I mean, Biden used our critical reserves. He
Yeah,
used I don't know if he's replenished them. As a matter of fact, I don't have that information.
he probably
He
should be right
he
now.
allowed as much drilling really as Trump did. I don't think Trump can get any more drilling done than the permits that were already issued. And a lot of the permits, from what I understand, haven't even been used. So um,
Well, he can get the right. Biden waited 2.5 years to really issue those permits, at least 2 years to issue the majority of them. And yes, those permits will be being used right now and in the Trump administration as well. But
when you stop a pipeline, I believe they had
mm,
a long pipeline that was about to finally get online.
yep.
That affects gas prices too. So obviously, you can have a political agenda that raises prices. In my state, which is one of the greenest states naturally without any intervention by government, our governor, who got 1% of the vote when he ran for president, Governor Inslee, put $1.50 carbon taxes. We have $1.50 taxes on our fuel.
On 1 gallon.
Yes, So
Holy
$4 fuel for
shit!
regular is low here, right? And we're
Wow.
already so very green. We have 70% hydroelectric power generated here with dams. Um, we recycle water. We
What
don't
state are you in?
in the state of Washington.
Yeah.
So
Holy shit.
this hurts the people who can least afford it. And probably Democrats in my state have been 40 years of party rule. We have no checks and balances. 40 years of Democratic governance, and you get judgeships. You know, I'm a never Trumper, don't get me wrong. But you see the failures of policies in the West Coast cities, not only in Seattle, but in Portland, in San Francisco, in Los Angeles.
Oh,
Nothing is working except they raise taxes all the time. And many of those taxes don't come back to help the people that they're um, trying to help. So I'm rambling on, but
not
we prob
really.
we
I've heard
probably
worse.
would have seen a Harris presidency would be exactly like what every West Coast major city looks like right now. That's the
Yep.
future under
So,
her,
so then why are you a never Trumper?
Yeah.
because I I think I cannot take his extreme narcissism, his extreme just me first, the just punitive nature of his life. Um, hold on, I wasn't, I just
So
came in the,
wait. You
yes.
said
Don't
him
interrupt
first. Him.
David. Hold on, Kosi. Don't interrupt David
Well,
because
you
I
can
have a
interrupt me.
reply.
Hold on a second.
David.
Oh,
Hold
yeah, I
on.
bet
I'd
you
like
would
to,
like
I
if we
would
let
like
him
to.
interrupt.
Can you hear me
Uh,
right now? Can you hear
yes.
me? 91 criminal charges, 6 bankruptcies, 4 indictments, 2 impeachments, excuse me, you weren't going to interrupt me. One convicted
Ah.
company, one fake charity shut down, one fake university shut down, 26 sexual assault. Let's say that again to a woman. 26 sexual assault allegations, okay? $25 million fraud settlement. Let's keep going. $5 million sexual abuse verdict, 2 million charity abuse judgment, and 34 felonies. Doesn't respect the Constitution, loves dictators. Why would I not be a never Trumper?
Oh, excuse me. Hold
See,
on one
see the
second.
the
Yeah,
proof isn't
that's just
always there. I
that's your
don't think
political party. Sorry.
it's down the
No, that's
road.
reality. That's the truth.
I don't think I
So
know about
hold
the
on.
failed university. Well, I was going to get on some of this, what he was
I'm
asking or talking about. So
Uh
the
huh.
failed university, yes, there were supposed to be people that were supposed to go in there and talk that didn't go in there. But also, it depends
He
on
took money
just
from the
like
GI
Vanilla,
Bill and fucked people over, as he does with everything.
Trump
Just
took
like
money from the
Villanova.
GI
Wait,
Bill.
Took
just like
the GI
Villanova
Bill was used to
College,
support
or
that university.
just like
GI. Okay.
Wait, just like the Villanova College or Temple University or any of these universities, you go in there, you may not come out with the degree you want. So it all depends. Not everybody's going to understand real estate exactly like Trump did or his classes. You're going to have people that you're going to have 1, 2, 3% that are going to be successful. The rest are going to be a failure or they're going to attempt it. They're going to have some success. They're not going to get the rich. So some of that. Now, the banks that they said he defrauded, well, those banks actually said he did what he was supposed to do and he paid the debts in full. Um, but yes, he had done some stuff where he's gone back on like some of the deals he made with some of the contractors and done some of the stuff. Yes, he's filed for bankruptcy, but who hasn't done that in
Yeah,
successful
6 times.
business
Who
person?
hasn't had 6 bankruptcies? I never said anything about the overvaluation. He did pay back those loans, and the banks knew he was overvaluing. They did it anyway. They factored that into it. That I
But
understand.
the value of Mar-Lago is more than 18 million. That
I'm
was
not
in
disagreeing with that. Did
1994.
I mention
Okay.
Mar-a-Lago?
Well, I'm just saying. I know you did
I mean, you
not,
go
but
off
you
on a
were
tangent.
saying
You didn't answer anything that I said.
you did say about the sexual assault cases. None of them have actually been proven.
Yeah, the
No,
13-year-old girl who was assaulted, and then he assaulted her family when they tried to, and also paid a settlement. That's public record in the state of California.
Where? Can
With
you
his
put that
with
up?
his,
where,
I
where?
didn't come here to do all this shit. I'll
No,
tell
no,
you
no.
guys.
David,
I'm
relax,
just
With his
saying
relax.
buddy Epstein,
we're not.
who he
Hold
was
on, hold
close friends
on.
with.
David, keep it, keep it. I know it's hard. Like I know there's a lot that has gone on. Try and keep it chill, right? What we're saying, I'm just speak for
It's you
I
myself.
want
find it,
proof
I,
sir.
on
It's
that.
public
I
record.
but
want
wait,
proof
wait a
on it.
second. I'm saying that in all of this time, there's been, I mean, who would have held these stories back from us, right? Do you think that MSNBC would have not
I
run the
guess a
story?
man named David Pecker, who had two people,
But
who
I've
owns the
never heard
National
of this.
Enquirer. Never heard of David Pecker,
No, no, I've
who
heard of
owns the
David
National
Pecker.
Enquirer.
I
Yeah,
never heard
who
of the
had two.
13-year-old
Excuse me,
girl
who
Trump assaulted.
it's there with
But
Epstein.
where? Well, but Trump never has any
I'll Google
interaction
it
with
in two
Epstein.
seconds.
Yeah,
It's
can you put it
public
in the
record.
chat?
Yeah,
You put it in the chat? Thank you. That's all I'm asking, bro.
I'm just asking for proof. I don't like. There's never been proof that has all come out saying 100%. Yeah,
not with
they
the
had to.
filter you look through life.
I look through
Well, it's
life
not
with
his
a lot of
fault.
filter, but I also do look through the filter when you were saying never Trumper. Trump actually said something to Don King and Sally Jesse Raphael and Oprah back in the day that he would never run for president, but if he did, he would do a lot of stuff about the Iran Contra affair and keeping them from getting the money and
He
the
also
weapons
said he
messed,
could run.
and
He
he
would
did
run
it.
as a Republican because they are the most malleable and the ones that he could coerce the most.
No,
Turned
he
out to
never
be
said
true.
he would be
He
Republican.
absolutely said that. He was a Democrat until 2014 in New York. He's no Republican either.
Well, I agree
Yeah,
with that.
he
I think
wasn't. He
David's
wasn't.
talking about Jane Doe.
Who the fuck is Jane
Ricky.
Doe?
Look, I put a link. I'm gonna put a PBS link in the chat.
But how come I listen? And this might be a weakness from me. But like when I don't know, Matt Gates has an investigation going on, the Justice Department's involved, and the House Intelligence Committee is involved. When that comes out and they decide to produce no charges or indictments,
No
I
charges, sir. 100 Venmos to prostitutes.
but
The guy couldn't
what
even pay
there's no
cash, and
charges. There's
they had to. Yeah, there's no charges because he got a
well
pass because Trump
from
played 3D
who?
chess for the first time in his life, used him to get the next guy that he really wanted in line.
I
Okay?
don't doubt that. It's a girl, by the way, but I don't doubt that. But what I'm saying to you is this:
Yeah, it's Bondi.
there's every reason for the Biden Justice Department under Merrick Garland to take charges that are credible and indict Matt Gates, right? Every reason. He wants to do that anyway. So why would he get these charges, the Biden and Merrick Garland Injustice Department? And it's not just under them, it's been an Injustice Department for fucking 50 years. Why would he get these charges, get all this information from the House Investigation Committee, and then decide to not prosecute?
Because
He
he
doesn't.
has a double standard on his own son Hunter, who was crack cocaine and all this shit. And actually, the cocaine found in the White House West Wing was actually Kamala Harris's cocaine that they found because one of the aides brought it in for Kamala.
Let's not get QAnon here, but I heard it was actually another Biden family member, but that doesn't matter.
No, it was Kamala's because the how she was trying to stay up and trying to go through this whole thing on
I mean,
election
cool.
day. Yeah.
You are your own reward. I've listened to you with your conspiracy theories and half baked ideas, and the fact that you don't read the
But
news
they are
correctly. So
they do work.
it's entertainment when
And
we listen to you,
it has
basically.
been said that it was Kamala's a couple times, but not too many
Okay.
people will acknowledge it.
Okay. David, though, you just raised a lot of conspiracy theories yourself.
No, I
That
didn't.
Yes,
Where?
he did.
I'm gonna name a
That he
couple.
paid 100 whores and by
No,
Venmo? That one? The
no.
girl's family that was totally abused by Trump so that they wouldn't testify, and he still paid the money with Epstein?
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
one
I
of
didn't
them.
say any conspiracy theories.
Hold on.
I read
You
a
There
list
is
of
no
what
guarantees
he's
that.
legally been accused of.
you read yeah, exactly. Exactly. That is wild, right? If you read a
Yeah, in
list
the
of what he's
courts.
legally been indicted, yeah, but just because do you understand how the system works? Have you ever been involved in a criminal case? I'm not saying
Hunter's
that
been
to.
indicted too. Hunter should have gotten in trouble for over in Burisma and Ukraine and China. No,
Absolutely.
that's
And he
why
used his
that's why
father's
they pardoned
influence.
it.
He's been a screw up all his life.
That's why
What do
they
you want?
pardoned him. He
I'm
was
And
trying to
drug
do
also
addicts.
doing cocaine.
community. I'm
He
honestly
was
trying to do
also doing
community
cocaine
outreach
and
right now.
that
Really?
Right?
Biden did it because cocaine and hookers of his son. So if you're going to give Hunter a pass,
Yeah.
you're going to give Matt Gates a pass.
But
Hunter
there's
was
a
in. Sorry.
difference here. Matt Gates was not even charged with anything. He wasn't indicted
Exactly.
for anything.
Yeah, because he
Hunter
walked
was.
away like the pussy that he is.
Walked away from
Yeah,
what,
walked
bro?
away from Congress, walked away from all of the ethics charges, and now nothing can be done. And he's going to
David,
run
those
for governor of
charges were
Florida.
4 years ago. With the people who hate him most in charge of the Justice
Yeah, the
Department.
Republicans who
No,
he
no,
backstabbed hate him the
no,
most. He has
no,
no
no.
friends in Congress.
Well, I don't disagree with that part. I don't disagree with that part. That's not the
Thank
part that
you.
bothers me. The Justice Department, Merrick Garland cannot stand him. He's the most outspoken Republican congressman that is in office or was 2 weeks ago. Why would Merrick Garland and his Justice Department, with all these facts of all these illegal activities, why would they protect Matt Gates? It doesn't make any sense. They would go after him, if anything,
I
right? And they
can't
have the
speak. I can't
resources.
speak for what Merrick Garland does. I mean, he brought
I
a
know,
lot of.
but can you see what I'm saying? Maybe there's not all this stuff that you might be thinking about Matt Gates.
There's
Maybe it
not
is
Maybe.
enough
there,
evidence.
and that
Just because
committee
he
that
was
was
at a party,
investigating it, they didn't want
just
it
Forget
to
because
about
he
come
the
to
was
light.
at a
forget
party,
about the committee. Forget
Yeah,
about the
forget about the
committee.
committee.
Just go to the actual criminal
Forget
indictment that
about
never
the
happened.
committee.
just because he was at a
Forget about
party
it.
doesn't mean he did anything wrong.
No, because you're right. You're right about the Republicans, right? They don't. Not a lot of people love Matt Gates because he speaks up and he tries to put shit out there. But what I'm talking about is why wouldn't the Biden Merrick Garland led Justice Department go with anything that they could against Matt Gates with all this evidence that was provided to them? It doesn't make sense. Okay,
There's a
just
lot of
look.
things that the Justice Department does or doesn't do that don't make sense. They don't bring that many cases, which take a lot of time to develop. So I
They
can't
raided
defend
Steve
them.
Bannon. They raided Peter Navarro. They raided Roger Stone in a pre-dawn raid
Yeah,
with 100
some of the
FBI
biggest
agents.
criminals that we've ever seen in
In
office.
what way?
Steve Bannon hates
In what
America.
way? In what way? I'm willing to have the conversation, dude. In what
I'll
way?
be honest with you. I'm
Do,
not running away. I'm at the gym right now. I walked in this room and looked at the title, and now you're expecting me to defend everything that happened in the last 4 years. So
well, but
I've
I
given
wouldn't.
you
But you
the
did say it though. I mean,
okay.
I understand you're at the gym, and I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying you did say it. You brought it up, not me. Okay. If you don't have the time,
What
that's
was he
fine.
in jail for, sir?
Who?
Bannon.
For ignoring a subpoena from
Right.
Congress because of executive privilege.
Probably one of the dirtiest men in government,
Why do
Bannon's
you
in
say that?
government.
So, like
advising in
George
government.
Soros is the dirtiest man in government, putting bricks on the streets of Philadelphia for rioting during George Floyd rioting, Black Lives Matter riots. George Soros did that.
I have no defense for George Soros. Don't ask me to defend him. Part of the
Okay.
problems of
But that was
Los
the
Angeles.
Democrats who did that. Put those bricks on the streets of Philadelphia and other places.
Yeah, well, you've got another George Soros and Peter Thiel who got Vance's
Uh,
first three jobs, who got where he didn't basically showed up for work and nobody could say what he did. He is Peter Thiel is the George Soros of the Republican Party.
Peter Thiel is a good resource. Absolutely. All right, David, listen, chill out. Don't leave. I want to still talk to you.
But
Maybe we
George
could get through one of
Soros
these
wasn't
things.
a Nazi, or I mean, a Jewish kid that turned to become part of the Nazi encampment.
Listen, he was young. He had to
I'm
go
Jewish. I
deal.
know all about George Soros. Cool. You don't have to tell me about it. My brother-in-law is a Jewish scholar at Washington University.
All right, let's not derail onto the whole Jewish thing because I think it's stupid personally. But Mind Virus, are you there? Do you want to
Hey,
speak? Hey, buddy.
yeah. Well, this is Poodle, or my
Oh,
name.
hey, Poodle. How do you
Yeah,
feel
hey.
about all this? You have
Man,
not been
I
a
don't know.
hundred
I don't
percent
have.
supporter,
Yeah, I don't
and
have
that's
faith in
okay.
any of the politicians, to be honest. I'm in Canada as well. I don't think we're as passionate as you guys are about politics, like in general. A lot of Canadians certainly are. But I don't know, man. Like, my life philosophy is that I try to control what I have like direct control over. That's why I'm an entrepreneur. I got my small business thing, and I'm thankful for that. And I mean, as long as there's not massive radical change to government, or like, as if there's not going to be a revolution, then I don't really give two shits. If things get really bad in North America, I'll just move to Japan. So I've got my backup plan. But yeah, I spend most of my time trying to control the shit that I have direct control over. That's my life philosophy. So yeah,
So, what is your thoughts? You're Canadian, right? So, what was
yeah,
your thought? What was your thought like 3 days ago when Trump met with Trudeau
yeah,
and said something about if you don't like the 20% tax,
yep.
the 20%, you should become America's 51st state.
First of all, I would love that because I hate the fucking
Okay,
weather here. The
okay.
other thing, the other thing he was talking about is the border control, and I think there's a lot of people in Canada that think Trump is right about the border control issue, because the problem in Canada, Canadian politics, is that our politicians are really, really slow without ever getting anything done. Like, we've got like, our entire
Hmm.
postal system is on strike now, and fucking,
Yeah, I heard that.
I've got my small business. It's affecting me, and the government can't find a way to get like either side, the union or the Canada Post, to come together, and so our government is essentially ineffective. So I think a lot of people in Canada are actually like, fuck yeah. I
He
mean,
said Trudeau could be the governor. He'll let Trudeau still be a governor, but
yeah, I don't want that.
he
I
should
don't want
join
that.
the U.S.
I would love to join the U.S. I would not want Trudeau as the governor.
But he gave him that thought. He just said that, and that was kind of funny that
Yeah, it
that
was a
made it
joke.
all over. Well, it may not have been a joke. If you
Well,
don't
I
really
hope
like
not.
the terrorists, if you don't really like the terrorists, then become part of us.
I
Because
think
I
what,
mean,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
cool.
it's going to be
Tariffs
hard.
work both ways.
It's going to be hard
Kind of.
though for that to happen because they're part of
They're
under the
going to find a
United
way to
Kingdom.
work together. They're going to find a way to
Yeah,
solve it.
they will.
Exactly.
And Trump is right when he says that Canadian politicians take forever to get anything done. That is very true. And I'll tell you, a lot of Canadians actually do agree with with him trying to say, hey, get shit done quicker. So
Yeah.
Poodle, you haven't been out and out opposition at all, but and I know you like your
I'm
French
I,
Revolution history and all that kind of stuff.
I'm pretty measured with, I'm neither, I don't
But you
allow
live in
myself, yeah, to be
I
placed
live in
in.
New York, right?
Right, right.
You live in Canada, which
Yeah,
is very similar.
we're close.
Um,
Yeah.
like I know that you're not a complete left wing lunatic,
No, not at
right?
all. No.
And you're not a never Trumper, let's say, but you
Yeah.
know, you haven't been like standing on your soapbox and supporting this kind of America First idea, which makes sense. You're a Canadian, but
Yeah, yeah. You know what I think? Like, if
go
free
ahead.
trade works, if free trade works, It's supposed to work for everyone, but the other thing is that economics is damn fucking complicated.
Absolutely.
I'm not educated enough in the nuances of economics to say, is China really quote unquote cheating on making these these electric vehicles for a really cheap price, or are they just do they have just better manufacturing? I
Oh,
don't
Jesus
know.
Christ. Yes, yes, they are.
Wait, do you know that
You,
there's fields over in China where these companies have actually requested electric vehicles, like these taxi companies, and they're just sitting over there deteriorating, like the in fields. They'd never gotten used. They were tied. They were bought and they were used for credits, green credits, and they're just sitting in fields over in China. Tons of them, like
Yeah,
maybe millions of them,
I,
non-used, non-driven, not even 1 mile, and
yeah, I
they're
mean, I
just
heard
used
the
for green
economy's doing pretty shitty
credits.
in China right now. And all I'm saying is that I'm pretty aware of the extent of my knowledge. Like, I make perfumes, like, that's what I know, right? But I also lived in Japan, and I see how the Japanese people work. They're very, very good at working, they're
mm-hmm.
very
Yes,
hardworking.
they are.
So, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it's very possible that the Chinese have better manufacturing. You can't say, oh, of course they don't, just because we're in North America. Like, you need more proof than that. It's
Well,
nice
they
to stick up
constantly
on.
manipulate. Sorry, they constantly manipulate their currency, which we do too,
Right.
right? We
Yeah.
do too. It doesn't mean though that if there's a cheaper wage to be paid in China, that they're better at manufacturing. It means that they've taken and they're not better at manufacturing. They've bought a lot and combined with a lot of U.S. companies. The United States is the epicenter of manufacturing. We invented manufacturing on a scale. We invented the assembly line, etc.
Yeah, I
So
know.
everything
I know.
they learn from us, but
Yeah.
that's not even really the point because now that's open source information.
Yeah, it's not the
They
point because
Go ahead.
I mean, before manufacturing in the United States, the British had it down, right? And then the United States
Yeah,
came and they made it better. And someone comes
way better
along,
though,
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
and
hundred x. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, I mean, that's what humans do. They copy someone else's shit and they make it better, right? So,
Well,
I mean,
I
I
don't think
will
that's
I
what's
will
happening
interrupt
here.
my virus for a minute. I agree that
yeah,
what happens to you locally and what happens in your city and your state affects you much more on a day-to-day basis than all of the government shit that we see in the headlines. And that's where your taxes are. That's where your lifestyle is, and your neighborhood, how it's run. So
yeah,
that's really what we have to worry about.
But
yeah,
go ahead,
yeah.
Boole. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, you can definitely be passionate about politics for sure. I just find the best thing that I can do for myself is to focus on my little perfumes and shit like that. But I'm not saying that talking about politics isn't interesting. It really is. It's interesting because it's complicated, right?
It's also going to have a major effect on people's lives.
Yeah, yeah.
And I
It
will
People
say,
definitely.
I
say
think
that it doesn't. Oh, go
Trump's
ahead. Go ahead.
policies in the Middle East could easily be more effective than what we had the last 4 years. I'll give him that.
All
The
right.
Abraham Accords, some of that economic development, you can't take that away from him. I believe he is a survivor and one hell of a fighter. I've never seen anyone fight like him in politics. Um, so, you know, I'll give him credit where I see it.
Thank you, David. And I think there's a lot of people on the right, like, well, I wouldn't say a lot, but like a good 10, 12% of the Groyper type people who have had an effect on my worldview, but I still think majority wise their perspective is idiotic. But there's some people who say Donald Trump is the worst president because of his work in protecting the state of Israel. But I think majority wise, most quote unquote Republicans, which it's even weird to call it Republicans right now, because Republicans have been such shit for 35 years. But anyway, majority, I would say, of Republicans at least agree that Israel should be able to defend itself. That's how I feel. I don't want to give
Majority
Israel.
of Americans agree with that.
I think that's true. I think majority of Americans do agree with that.
Last time they were polled.
So it's very
Every
hard for
country in the
Kamala
world,
to,
every country in the world has the right to defend itself. There's no doubt about that. Every
of
country
course.
has, that's a given. How, I mean, how peace is going to be achieved now? That's the real question, right? Because the Arabs and
Mm.
Jews, they do have to live next to each other. As
And
much
one
as
keeps
some,
saying that they'll kill the other, they'll kill the Jews with their last dying breath. There is like this huge group of people who, put that on their tombstone, right?
man, humans are insane.
But do they
Humans
say
are
that?
insane.
They do say that. They're
Hu-
very much
Human beings are completely insane. I think, more than politics, more than Trump, what's going to affect our future more than anything, I think it's artificial intelligence.
really.
Yeah, I
Oh,
really do. I
that and
really do.
robotics. I mean, there's going to be Optimus robots sold working in plants. We have a sea change
Really?
Oh,
of a
yeah.
future coming that we
Oh,
don't
yeah.
even know what's going to hit us.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be
Wow.
so. That's the biggest. That's the biggest topic that's not talked about enough on Clubhouse, in my humble opinion. Again, I'm not a specialist, but
I use Copilot, which is like the Windows-based AI chatbot.
yeah.
It's really great because you can have it. I'm a project manager for a work company, like big cabinets, wall panels, coffered ceilings in
Oh, yeah, no.
hotels and all this. Yeah, so I use it. I literally the good thing about Copilot is I can file in there the drawing and
Yep.
ask it, like how many doors do I have on this job? How many square feet of wall panels do I have?
Fuck yeah.
And it will give me that information. And I look like a superstar my peers,
Come
but
to
really I'm just cheating.
X Spaces at night and go to a room led by Sierra Catalina. That woman is brilliant in robotics, AI, and the future of what we're
Yeah.
going to
She's
face.
in Tokyo, eh? She's the
Cool.
Filipino lady living in Tokyo, I think. Yeah.
Not Sierra now. She lives, I believe, she's in the USA,
Is she?
maybe in the West Coast. I have
Oh,
to.
weird.
I'll ask her
Okay.
next time I talk to
Yeah.
her.
But
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, my wife's her English is not perfect, and but she deals with taxes here in Canada, and sometimes some of the shit that
That's a big job.
government forms, right? Like they write this shit so that nobody can fucking understand, let alone someone whose English is the
Yep.
second language. And I say just copy and paste it into ChatGPT and say, my second language is English. I don't really understand what this means. Can you explain this to me in a very simple way? Boom, right away. Or if you want a subject for a fucking room in Clubhouse, just say, hey, I want to talk about something, this particular issue. What points should I cover in Clubhouse? It's like it'll,
That's great.
yeah, yeah. So
It's not at this point with a chatbot, it's not changing the world.
no,
But
but what, dude? What you can do is with your company is that you can set up a little bot so that it calls up everybody in the middle of the night and it says, "Hey, our company is doing such and such. Are you interested in our services?"
yeah,
And I heard these fuckers can call up like 100,000 different fucking telephone numbers in the course over like one
yes.
night. So it's insane, man,
Yeah.
and people are just discovering this stuff.
And
So
for healthcare, it will be unbelievably amazing because you can take the charts of all these people and kind of figure out what they have in common and all this other. I mean, that is really unbelievable. They're going to figure out that RFK was right, and we probably shouldn't be putting like aluminum in our 1 day old baby. But
yeah,
but it's more than that. Like, why are we getting so much diabetes? It's not because of diabetes. It's because we eat shit all day. Like, I'm not a big health person, but I can see even from the outside looking in, because I don't know shit about the healthcare space, but I can see from the outside looking in, like, that we are in the completely wrong direction. We're in a sick care model, and it needs to change.
yeah, our food needs to change in North America.
Oh,
Our food is so
it's
shitty.
horrible.
compared to Europe, compared to fucking Asia, the shit that we eat here is just horrific, man.
Well,
Yes,
that
the chemicals in it, the red, like that's a. If you go over Europe, you get you get Fruit Loops. They don't have any color in them like ours.
Dude, you
We're
think
the,
Europe's good? Asia's got fucking amazing food, man. Best food in the world.
but the Fruit Loops. I said Fruit Loops
Yeah, that's
cereal.
not food. I hear you.
No,
I
but
hear you though. I hear you.
that's not fair.
overseas, I'm saying overseas they don't use the red chemicals, the red dyes, and all that shit,
Shouldn't be
or
eating that
any
shit
other the
anyways.
colors.
Shouldn't
They
be
use
eating.
That's what I'm
beaks and they.
saying. That's what I'm saying is if he gets some of this stuff out of the American diet, it's going to definitely help us.
Oh
Oh
I
yeah.
yeah.
hope.
And we need to
It's not going
purge
to
our
happen
media too.
overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to take a long time for all that shit to get out of there. But if he's able to even get the aluminum or whatever out of some of these vaccines, it may have been causing autism. It may just affect certain babies differently. The
Absolutely.
vaccines.
Well,
Listen,
we
I
need to
don't.
purge our media of all the fucking bullshit content, all this distrust too.
And our
So much
doctors.
hatred on
Wait, wait,
television.
wait, wait, wait.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah,
mean we
that's
have to
right.
purge the media? Why do we
Absolutely
have to
right.
purge the media of
So
distrust?
Well,
can
go
I say
ahead.
something? Okay,
But I want to hear what you actually have to say. What are you trying to make a point of,
Well,
mate?
my point was is that the media, I think, so.
Before you go, media, I'm going to say good night. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your patience, and
Thanks,
I'm
David.
going to have dinner. Thank
See you,
you.
David.
Enjoy your meal.
Always do.
So,
We'll get you someday. You'll get to sanity. All
so
right,
the
go ahead, Poodle, and then Mate is gonna be next
yeah,
one, right? Mate
me,
and James.
okay.
so I,
Media is like it's very funny things. Like we talk about a lot of things.
yeah.
Media, foods, Japan, work, Europe, and
David, I mean, meat, we have to let Mind Virus go first, and then we'll get to you, okay?
Okay, so I think one of the most destructive things that we have in North America, again, I just compare North America to my second home, Japan, right? Is that we have, and that's all I can do, right? That's all I can do is just make this comparison. The media is incredibly destructive in North America. If you watch the media, if you watch the news, they will have you convinced that as soon as you walk out of your house, you're going to get shot. There's gangsters everywhere, or they're going to have you convinced that the
Black
world's a
men are
very
being hunted by the police.
that too. Black people are being hunted, or that black people are dangerous, or that there's all these tropes and it's all meant to. It's all crap. It's all sugar cereal, right? It's all sugar cereal that's being fed to us to give you a quick high and excitement, right? Even the news now, they have like, oh, action news. This is the action news. Here's what's dangerous about the world today. That shit has such a tremendous negative effect on you. And here's the thing. I realize that the world is not perfect, right? But let me give this example. A lot of conservative black folks say they really dislike, like gangster hip hop. And they dislike it because they say, these are the old grandmas and grandpas, right? They say, I don't want my grandchildren watching that shit because they're going to see themselves through this portrayal of people that look like them, right? So when we see shit on the media, we kind of like digest and ingest this quote unquote reality. It's not a reality, it's completely fictitious, right? And we act out, and we kind of, it really digs itself very, very deeply into our minds, and it has such a negative effect. So I think that's the first place we need to start, is just purging all of this
social media, absolutely, social media.
social media. And then the news now, it's so crappy too. There's so many conspiracy theories on the news. You'll hear a newscaster say, this might be the case, but we're not sure yet, but we think this is the case. If the news would just come out and report like what they knew, like just the facts, and if they stop giving all like spins and to stories, and they stop fucking feeding our brains with like so much of this, like the world is a dangerous place bullshit, man, you will see the countries, Canada and the United States, change within a decade. People start treating each other with respect. People start like fucking, it'll just clean up everything. I sincerely believe that. And
Med, Med and Jane, we haven't heard from James either, but before I leave, Ricky, Gary's room today was should Biden pre-pardon people who seem to be targeted enemies of Trump before he leaves office.
How can you pre-pardon anyone?
You can. You can.
Okay,
The president apparently can.
guys, can I say something? And if you wanna,
Yes,
I can
go
talk
ahead,
like this.
Maytag.
All right,
No,
okay,
jump in, bro. We want
all
to hear
right,
what you have to
okay.
say.
And I'm American. Okay, I was born in Europe, southeastern Europe. I served in the army of Afghanistan and Kandahar, Kabul. It's like two different places. And I'm IT engineer. I can speak 6 languages, and I'm living here, and I listen all of them. And 4 months ago, I laid off from the Freddie Mac. Think about it, I used to work there, and mid class in United
Wait,
States.
hold on. Can
Okay,
you say that a little slower, just so we can hear you?
anyway,
You
I
4 months ago,
sorry.
you what?
Yeah, I just lay off from my jobs, like lost jobs.
Oh,
That's
okay,
my
okay,
Freddie Mac.
I
It's
got you.
anyway, and right now, especially the IT part. I'm not racist. I don't like the racism or something, but the we are Americans that paying 32% tax, like or 20 more than 20% tax, and mid class already done. So that's why the people, I'm scared about next year's. And Trump about, I know the Trump about a lot of things he writes. He writes about the border part. I'm sorry, guys, it's the reality. It's like an immigrant. I'm immigrant too, but I'm legal immigrant. As everybody is here in United States, everybody immigrant. But again, guys, mid class in United States already done because the big companies they are using the people as a trash. For example, you are a very strong person and you can speak 6 languages and you have known it like references like getting the new jobs. You serve in the army, you serve it. I know a lot of guys like 18 years, 20 years served in the army, Afghanistan, Iraq, and they have no any job right now, 2 or 3 kids, and the governments like for example Virginia government say, oh listen, we have to help you like to come to the like we can help our army soldiers, etc. We don't need the help. Under the 1% people serving in the army in the United States, under the 1%, it's not my you guys check it online, you can see that what I'm saying. And the
Yeah,
country has no, and the
that's
country
true.
has no any respect to like to which one the soldiers.
very sad, yeah.
It's a reality. It's like the mid class terrible. You guys talking about like in for example Virginia Arlington County. This is a very quiet place, and now it's like the two groups are fighting. A lot of young guys. The fentanyl. The guys told them, okay, it's coming. It's coming from the south. Sorry about that. That's why borders need to like under the control. For example, DHS, they have the Secret Service too. They have to control all the shits because, and I can speak 6 languages, all right? Like me, people, the country need, because this is our country. The people never understand, like, oh, Europe, Europe. Okay, listen, I used to live in Europe. Let's go Poland, Germany, France. Do you think like guys that they like Americans? No. And they see my passport, they say, oh, Americans. Okay, how many American guys died for Europe? First World War, Second World War. How many young Americans? For what?
That's a good point.
That's a reality. That's we help it. That's what Trump is right about that. And that they be told, okay, Russia, okay, I don't care Russia. China is very important, dangerous. We know that. India. So I'm sorry about that, guys. Right now in IT industry, let's go like IT industry, medical industry. The Indians controlling all of them. I'm not racist. Again, we are American. We need the like. They need exactly Americans need the job, etc. We are paying tax. Okay,
So
you
you're
guys.
America first
Yeah,
in
of
your
course. Yeah,
outlook.
that's the
Yeah,
important issue right now. I cannot find a job. I'm single. Dad. I'm doing why?
you're
So
single and you speak 6 languages and you've
yeah,
been in
I'm
the army.
Iranian. Yeah, but yeah. I think about that. I'm jobless, and
I
I'm
speak
so.
three
Oh, that
languages:
makes me
Ebonics,
sad.
English, and
No problem.
Spanish.
I can speak the
And
Polish.
He's a veteran, he's jobless. That's sad to me.
yeah,
Yes, yeah.
That's sad to me.
amen.
That's what I'm talking about. That things like this. You guys like. We are talking about mid class. At the Arlington County, like the two groups fight, two guys, young guys died. Even I didn't know the Montanel. It's like they go to mental hospital. There's a lot of American guys, young guys,
Yes.
18,
Yeah,
20 years old. They are walking as a robot.
yeah.
This is the,
PTSD.
you know
It's
what's that?
terrible.
This is
Yeah,
reality.
yeah.
And social media, you guys, social media, Australia decided already about like they can remove the full social media from the kids. TikTok.
It's a good idea,
They
man.
said, yeah, absolutely YouTube. What
Yeah.
the heck, for kids channel? What the
I
fuck,
mean, what do you? I mean, Florida is basically doing the same thing. So
Yeah,
what's the
that's
big
wrong.
deal?
Facebook, what's that mean? Like what they give the kids,
It has
nothing.
Ha-
negative effects,
Have you
long
looked
term
at the
negative
signs
effects.
behind what this shit does to kids' brains?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah, I
yeah,
have. I know.
It's
It's
actually
scary shit.
horrendous for their
It's very
development.
bad. It's very bad.
Last thing I want to say something, guys. Last thing. When I talk with the young guys, like the guys, did you read any Victor Hugo? Did you read Jack London, Hemingway, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy? They have no idea about the dead books.
yeah,
They have
yeah,
no idea about the geography. They even know that this country,
yeah,
just they have big. This is our future.
yeah.
The
Well,
college,
the social media
reality.
has a horrible effect
Thank you.
and I'll say on adults too. I agree with you. Not just children.
Yep.
It's like when you see the news. Honestly, they'll convince you that the world is a horrifically dangerous place when it's not.
Yes, I'm
You
not
know,
watching TV. Trust me, sir.
yeah.
I'm just not. I'm not watching TVs.
Yeah,
Don't
Me
but
even
neither.
watch TV.
you can't
Honestly.
compare
Yeah.
a 14-year-old or a 10-year-old processing information to a 20 to an adult.
I'm
Correct.
not.
Like, what
I'm
are we
just saying
talking
it's
about?
both bad.
That is true.
I'm saying it's all bad. It is. It's not
Well,
good.
we have to let adults consume things that they want to consume speech wise, but we don't have to let children do it,
I'm kind of
right?
torn with that issue because
Yeah, I am
I'm
I
too.
torn with it.
genuinely
No,
think.
they learn the stuff that they need to learn from their parents because we want them to hear everything from us first.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm kind of
Not
torn about.
skibbity toilet, okay? Like these new words that they come up with. Like this stuff is toxic for kids. They shouldn't hear
Well,
things for the first time from people that don't know shit about shit online.
I mean, I think bring back the Leave It to Beaver, as corny as it sounds. It is better for culture in
No
the long run.
technology is leave it to Beaver. That's not where we're at now, unfortunately.
Well,
Yeah, but
Ann,
I
how
also
old is
think
your daughter,
I
Andy?
She's
also think
10. She's 10.
so.
I don't I
She's
allow my
10.
daughter
You're
to
right
have
in the middle of it.
my daughter
So
has a cell phone. Hear me out really quick. She's allowed to have kids Pinterest and kids YouTube, and I am on it too. And I've gone through every algorithm. Nothing ever weird pops up. She's not allowed to have any sort of other app, not Snapchat, not Instagram, not Facebook, not nothing.
Yep,
right,
Never. And anytime she
right.
tries to upload something, I get a notification to my phone. She knows that.
that's right.
She can't upload anything to her phone without me giving approval. So
Good.
there's nothing on my daughter's iPad for a reason. We don't have Google on, Safari on her iPad. Like
And you have to
I
protect your own brain too.
Right, so that's it.
Yeah,
But
you
she's
have to
mom, everybody
protect
else
your
has
own
it. I
brain.
go, "Yeah, I know.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck. I'm like, one day you're gonna understand. And she has screen time. She's allowed to have 45 minutes total of screen time a day. So how she
Yep.
utilizes that 45 minutes is her call. And
so
that's it.
there's also like like Anne's point, like if you when now that they've done more studies and research, it basically like kids, it impacts their emotional development, it impacts the way that they see themselves, it leads to lower self-esteem, it has all sorts of like inclination towards like exploitation of kids being scrolling on the internet. There's just a bunch of shit that kids should not be under the age of 14 on social
100%.
media at all, point blank.
Right, your
Zero.
phone gives multiple notifications. Your kids aren't getting a full good night's sleep because they are like hearing that ding every time a notification comes on. Like little things like that that we didn't deal with. That our kids go to school all day. They need a solid 8 9
Ding
hours of
ding
sleep.
ding
They
ding.
do
Yeah,
for
they
as
do.
kids.
Yep.
This is one question. I think it's normal that the schools. My son, he's going to school, and when I get in, like the guys, what's your exact? What are you guys teaching for kids? Like that they are especially the controlling, and okay, I'm not anti any genders or something, and but I see the like most of the school in the United States, they push the kids like they try to
Hmm.
teach them. The firstly you are woman and man, and they try to teach them different way.
Yep.
And again, this is a wrong thing. I don't want to see my son like The first thing my son is like, boy, he's man, he tomorrow man, because he's gonna be a soldier. I told him you're gonna be army first. Go the army, after the United States, army academy you can go, etc. After you can build your life like
Good.
in there. But they try to teach them, okay, LGBT, the I don't know, it's like the different genders. Okay, guys, that different genders, I have a big respect. After the 18, 19 years old, they decide if they see, if they feel, that's different. But under the 18, under the 17, you don't need to teach them exactly about that. Okay, some families, in family, they can learn, but how about the like, I don't want, for example, that I want to like see my son like to learn language. I want to like the math. This is the for future. Do you know right now to see in United States any kind of Einstein or
There's
any
no way,
science?
I'll
Is
give
the
you an answer.
zero.
There's no way for our kids to be completely sheltered of any of this stuff. This stuff is going to happen in their lives one way. Yes, it's going on at the school, but we can't, they've put it in so many aspects of our everyday life that it's hard to avoid, right? So yes, it's being
Right.
taught at school. I can tell you it is being pushed at every school, no matter what. Even like the private schools are kind of doing weird stuff too, so it's hard to avoid. But I'm going to tell you this, where my daughter doesn't fall for it is God needs to be number one at all times, no matter what, and I promise your kid will be okay.
Yeah, I hope.
Yeah, I
No,
don't,
I
I don't,
believe that.
I don't think that this is like. I think this is more politics than actual reality. Most kids are going to school to learn math, science, or
No, but
history or whatever,
they are
right?
No.
teaching, they are
You
teaching
you
like
you can't. You
weird
have to
stuff.
filter Netflix. You have to filter the TV. You have to filter Google. Like
You
if
have
you
to
want to
filter
have
your
this,
school.
if you want to have this conversation, you have to filter what kids talk about at school.
Yeah.
You blaming it
No.
on the educators is a cop out, and you guys know it, right?
No, no, right.
Nicholas.
Like there's no way to
Nicholas.
avoid this culture is what I was saying, Nicholas. So like to me,
Right.
the best thing is God first always, and yes, the little things we can do to at home, that stuff, but God first always.
Yeah,
That's the
absolutely.
easiest way to do it. Look, I just want to respond to Nicholas real quick.
I told
Listen,
I told my
there's
son like
not,
this. Sorry,
just hang out a
please.
second, brother.
Okay.
So Nicholas, we're not saying that every school, and you've probably heard me do some of the read some of the books from my wife's school. She's in like the most liberal, second liberalist most part of New York City. So when we're reading the books about trans people and how, all the books that I've read on this app and all of the trans mermaids that come in to teach them and stuff like that, that's not everywhere. But this idea, and it has nothing to do with gay people, just to kind of put you at ease, this idea that a boy can, become a girl, it's not the most, it's not the most important thing that's happening in America right now. But it's also not unimportant, right? You have your school, like when my son, which this has happened many times, is 6 years old, when he, and my daughter too, who's 4, when they see a trans person who's obviously a boy, that's why, or to them, he's obviously a boy. When they ask me about it, I say, listen, that person's a boy. They're not feeling so well. And so they dressed up like a girl to make themselves feel better. That's what I say to them. And they go, okay, Dad, no problem. And they keep moving, right? But if you don't have any parents saying anything like that, it does have a major outsized effect on the culture of the country. When we start to say, "Oh my God, we have to affirm these people. They're the most important people in the world," and this and that, we have to make sure if we say anything that's incorrect, which is also obviously the truth, they'll kill themselves. Like this is a whole ideology that has nothing to do with gay and lesbian people. And people thought on the Democratic side really fought to make this a nothing burger, but apparently, to a huge portion of the country, it's not the most meaningful thing, but it's pretty fucking important. It's pretty
Yeah, this is
important.
you're kind of improving my point, right? You live in like
In
the
what
most
way?
liberal city and state
I
in
don't live
almost
there. My wife works there.
the entire country, right? Like that is not representative of like no school districts in the nation, and also what is like I would just be shocked if this type of stuff was going on in the Midwest. It's not, right? Like that would be crushed immediately by leadership. So this is the reality of you making a choice to have your kids in the most liberal part of the country in that school district.
Wait, hold on. I'm in a fully 70% red county in New York.
It's
That's
still
where I live. And the
still
same stuff is going on
Yeah,
in
okay.
my
I'm gonna say
county.
something also. Not every parent that our kids go to school with all kinds of different kids, where there are kids that their parents allow them to be on TikTok and stuff. So it's not even the teachers teaching stuff. It's they're hearing stuff from their like friends at school that they don't know what that means, and because their parents allow them to do these things. So I'm gonna just play a minute clip, and this will give you. This was in 2022. My daughter came home from school and said something to me, and I wasn't prepared, and I was scared for what she was about to say to me. And I'm gonna. This will blow your mind. I didn't prepare her for this, and this is how it went. All right.
Wait, what is this clip about? Like, is it from? Like, where did you find this clip?
No, my daughter the bus and she said something I didn't prepare her for because I didn't think it would be talked about at our school 2 years ago. And this is how when I hit record, 'cause I thought I was about to go up to the school and have to like raise hell. This is it. All right, here we go. Like when you're a girl, like when you're a boy, some boys like might want to be girls. Really? Yeah. Where'd you hear that though? No. Well, I mean, why would you think that? Some, I've seen boys before. Like sometimes they like do, like in Greatest Showman, like the that was a boy, but she didn't make up anything because she wanted to be a girl. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You are right. And girls might want to be boys for some reason. Right, but if we really think about it, can a boy ever really be a girl? No. Why not? Because they're a boy and God made them like that. Yeah. There's no way you can change it. Right. And if can a girl ever be a boy? Because that's the way. There's no way you can change it because God made you like that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I love you.
Exactly.
That is it. That is an example of a moment that I didn't know what my daughter was about to say. So when I say like I wasn't prepared for her 2 years ago to come home and say this to me, and I that was a raw moment. So God is first. God taught her that it doesn't matter what her friends are saying at school. This is what she thought.
I mean, that's good. I mean, she's listening to you, so that's good.
No, that means she's putting God first, and God knows and tells her like she gave her discernment that
I mean, realistically,
you
right?
know what I'm
Like
saying.
a kid versus like a teenager, their views are going to change.
Well,
Um,
but she said God because God didn't make them that way. That was her answer.
I mean, I agree. I don't disagree with that.
I thought I was about to go up to that school and lose my shit. I'm gonna be honest.
I feel like this is the worst time in humanity to be a parent. I'm just going to be honest. Like trying to control the internet, trying to control what your kids have exposure to, trying to deal with all this crazy ass shit, trying to. It's just too much. Like fuck that. I'd rather have plants.
No, that was a proud. One of my most proud parenting moments was that moment. To be honest, I was like so happy. I was like, "Oh my gosh, I am doing something right." It was a good moment to be a parent.
But they are asking a lot of questions, trust me. They are asking a lot of questions. They are watching YouTube and coming back asking a lot of questions. Sometimes I try to answer. Even I'm doing some research, I tell them, give me one day. Tomorrow I will answer your question. I read a lot of books, but sometimes need to like check a lot of things again from the Wikipedia or a lot of places. It's hard. It's hard.
I think it's more important to teach children to ask questions than to give them answers.
That's a good thing, yeah.
You know, that's kind of how I've been raised. Very skeptical, to be very skeptical of everything. You know, I mean, who was it? Was it Anne that was talking about her daughter? You know, Anne, I'm not
Yes,
particular.
I was asking her stuff, but really I was
Yeah,
like, the feelings that I felt on the inside when I was asking her this, I didn't want me to come off like, well, what do you mean? What is that? I wanted to ask her because
right.
I wanted her raw. I didn't want to sway her, so I
Yeah, well,
asked.
I was gonna say, you know, I'm not particularly religious myself, and teach their own. However, for me, this issue is not really a moral issue. It's more of a what is true and what is not true in the world. And I think it is difficult to find out what's true, what is the truth. It's a hell of a lot more difficult than most people would assume. You know, our opinions, just because we hold an opinion about something doesn't mean that it's true. But it is true that people are born, all animals are born with X or Y chromosomes and they're male or female, right? So, you know, having a public, how can I say this? When if you have a democratic society with people that engage their frontal cortex and their thinking skills and they try to be as rational as they possibly can, it's probably a good thing, right? However, if we fall into ideologies like you know, my feelings are more important than facts, things can start to fall apart. You know, it's probably where I may differ because I mean, for me, I'm not religious kind of for the same reason that I think that people are born either you know, male or female. I just, but that being said, forget that for the moment. If you have an education system that says to young people, facts don't matter and that feelings are more important, then that's not really a good system. That's kind of like diving into I don't know, occultism or ideology, you know. And if you want your kids to go to a specific ideological school, if you want your kids to go to a Jewish school or a Christian school, if you want them to believe unscientific things, that's completely up to you. That's totally fine. But yeah, so anyways, and I don't mean to
Well
pick
said,
on
mind
you.
virus.
You,
Well said, mind virus. Very
Well,
well said.
imagine how
yeah,
much it takes to indoctrinate a generation to the point like they have to be in every aspect to for those people to have to question what a girl and a boy are. They have to. It doesn't. It's not just easy to do that because naturally we know what a girl and a boy are, right? We all know that. It takes a lot of work to indoctrinate. So the people that
here's
are
the thing
really
though,
so the
Anne.
people are really
Yeah,
having this gender
yeah,
dysphoria. It makes me sad because I'm like
yeah,
they've been dealing with all the aspects of all things in life, like
yeah.
all the things against them, and where were their parents? Is what I think, and that makes me sad
Yeah, well,
that they're
here's the thing.
confused.
Yeah, here's the thing though. You would assume that people can naturally like distinguish between what's a boy and a girl.
Yeah,
If you know enough about history, you understand that human beings are really, really, really illogical people. And the only way that we come about becoming logical people, and logic and common sense is kind of two different things. The only way that we become logical people is that societies accumulate a wealth of knowledge over many hundreds of
I,
generations,
I
scientific testing, that sort of thing.
please
And
let me come in
yeah,
after you, mind virus.
all
Whenever you
right.
land, let me come in right after you because I have a question for the entire room.
Yeah, so, you know, I mean, for the vast majority of human history, we have been an extremely superstitious, extremely religious, extremely cruel, extremely tribal, extremely suspicious, extremely emotionally reactive species. And we are prone to manipulation. And I understand your guys' concern with children being, their minds being taken over. But we have to, you have to put that same lens to yourself. If you allow yourself to watch Fox News, if you allow yourself to watch CNN News, if you allow yourself any
No,
kind
no,
of
this is
social,
30 years of social engineering
yeah,
is my
yeah,
whole point.
but my point is that the human mind is very, very susceptible to being
No, it
irrational.
took 30
Yeah.
years for them to get us here, is my
No,
point.
what
It did.
and human beings when they're born,
He's
they're not
right.
rational
I'm right, so
creatures.
you're not hearing me.
It took
I,
30
it
years
took
to
30
get
years to
I
get us
rational
understand.
here.
No, no,
people.
I understand it. I
We didn't get
understand.
here overnight. All of a sudden we woke up and
No, no, no,
every
I
person's a degenerate.
no, no, I understand, and I
I
understand. I understand the history of I understand the history of cultural Marxism and the
Okay.
Well, it took 30 years to get common sense people
it's a
to be
march through the
Well, hold
rational
on,
like
Timothy,
institutions.
go.
you're.
That's
It is a
yeah,
march through the institutions. I have young children right now. My daughter is in transitional kindergarten, so she's not even in full blown kindergarten yet. And they assign, two books to read to the kids every night, which
yep.
I thought, okay, that's a great thing. Okay, so I'll read two books.
yeah,
And then
it's
they send
fantastic,
some of the
actually.
books.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then they send some of the books, Doc. And one of the books that's really popular and has been very popular for a long time is a book entitled Click Clack Moo Cows That Type. Maybe some of you have heard of it if you have young children. Um, and this
Yep.
book, if I don't want to get all into it, but the book talks about these farm animals going on strike for blankets in their barn because they're cold at night. And they have come across a typewriter and they're using the typewriter to click clack their letters to the farmer. And the farmer said, "You guys don't deserve any blankets." And they say, "Well, we will go on strike if that's the case." And I brought this up to some of my friends, that I knew in Brooklyn and that I know here in California. And they said, "Oh, well, it's a cute book. What's the big deal?"
Yeah.
And I said, "Well,
That
how could you try
that's
and
another book
tell?"
though.
No, let him finish.
Well, in my thinking, I'm asking, why would you introduce the
Yes.
idea or the notion of striking, which is, if not a leftist, if not a communist, it's a leftist idea, clearly, into a 3 or 4 year old's heart at that early stage. Because I've seen other books that don't get into any kind of political ramifications. It's just about a kid who learns how to draw his letters on a chalkboard, and I learned the letter A. And those books are cool and neutral. But this particular book, which has gotten a lot of awards, is very popular, and it's telling them that they should strike against authority.
you know who gave him
Wait, one
awards,
second. I'm gonna tell
That's
one
Gentlemen?
called
quick. Wait,
Animal
one
House.
second.
That
One
book
second.
is
Yeah,
One
called
sec.
Animal
One
Well, I
House.
sec.
know it's like
One
Diet
second.
Animal House, but it's
I'm
like
going
for
to
the
tell
next
one
generation.
similar situation, then you guys can have the mic for the rest of the room. So last week, my daughter came home with a homework assignment. The assignment was for written communications, and so I'm reading it over, and the first question is, what would you do? How would you feel, and what would you do if someone threw you into a locker at school? The next one was, if you felt like someone was not being nice to you at recess, what would you do? And I'm thinking, why are they talking? Why is my daughter having to think about someone throwing her into a locker?
yeah,
And
man.
and I put a
Because
sticky
it's
note.
about
No, hold on,
bullying.
I'm not done. I put a sticky note on it. I said my daughter will not be participating in this assignment, and I signed my name, and then sent it back to school.
Yeah,
That's what I wrote because
Well,
I
it's
see
about
this, and I'm like,
bullying,
why are
probably.
you trying to put this? My daughter's not thinking about being thrown into a locker. Why would she have to think that? That's weird. This is the kind of stuff Guild is talking about. This is the kind of
yeah.
assignments,
And
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 what you
and I
and
do,
posed my
hold
daughter
on,
will
hold
not
on. Let me just
participate in this
explain
assignment.
that Animal House was written to show the evils of communism, just like 1984 was. But this particular book, Click Clack Moo Cow or whatever it is, it's trying to show how communism is a good thing.
well,
It's good to go on strike.
and you know what, Gildas and Ann, if you do your homework, this will be really fascinating for you, is a lot of these very far left books is they'll give awards, and it'll be very small little groups. So like the writer's friend, right? And I guarantee you, like G always says, these people, they never let their kids they would never let their kids read these kinds of books. The people that write them, they create these little publishing whatever houses or award ceremonies, just like Hollywood makes its own little award ceremonies and stuff, and they pat each other on the back, and then they say, oh, this person won an award. Well, it's my cousin who's giving me the fucking award, right? Or it's the person that goes to my particular religious association or something. They're already all buddies.
We know.
It's crap. It's crap. Yeah. It's like
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
it's just a small group of
It's
people that want to control cultural narrative, and they're a bunch of weirdos, and they give each other
now,
awards all the time.
I
So, what
I
homework are
don't
me and Gilda supposed to
mind.
do that we haven't already done?
I don't mind children, maybe in middle school or high school, learning about the history of labor and things of that nature. And, you can teach that. But to try and get the kids to understand that striking is a good thing to do at 4 and 5 years old, I think is a little too advanced. We don't even have to talk about like sex education yet.
Yeah, it's and to little kids like your kids' age, they're looking at pictures of animals, right? So to them, they're not fully getting it, but they don't have a parent, like you see the indoctrination and
Oh, they're
that
getting
parent
into the
that you
subconscious of
like
children.
the parent that you said that you said this to, and they're cute. That person, what are they not reading the book? And like their animals are cute, yeah, they're real cute, but are you not getting the
It's
message,
a
parent?
soft attack.
I
It's
had
like
to ask
the
my
same
wife the
shit
same
happens on our
question.
Fox
I,
I'm
TV,
listening to you,
on
Gilbert.
news. Same thing happens. It's soft attacks. It's like here's the thing about our media. It gives the illusion of that you actually have choice, right? But I guarantee you, whether you see a story, whether it's on Fox or CNN, it's already been walked through, talked through. It's you do have infighting between the different parties in the United States, between Democrats and Republicans, and
No
for
way, tell me more.
yeah. But it's there's a great book about this. It's called Manufacturing Consent by Noam Chomsky, and he really breaks down so the real issues are the ones that are never really brought up on the news channels. So they give you, it doesn't matter which channel you get maybe like 10 or 12 issues to pick from, and then two or three of them you'll have Fox and CNN like arguing against each other, and that gives the illusion of like diversity of opinion.
Right, we
But
don't
all
watch
of
that
this
kind of
is
stuff
run
in my
by
household. I'm sure
it's all
Gildas
run
doesn't
by people
either.
before it even comes out. It's all controlled all by the same
no, but
dudes.
it shouldn't just be diversity of opinion. Like you have to give the child some sort of grounding that they know is, rooted in what has allowed them to grow up in a stable household. And then coming from that standpoint, they now can be exposed to these different ideas. But
Yeah,
the
but
schools are not
they don't want
interested
points
in.
of view. They don't want standpoints. They don't
Well,
want solid.
that
That's
is
the
the problem.
thing.
That is
Yeah,
the problem with public education.
yeah,
Is that if you tell someone everything is wrong, it's all a Heraclitean flux. Who knows who's right? In some cultures, you can be. I'm teaching an ethics class now, and they're saying, well, in some cultures, cannibalism is okay, and in some cultures, it's not. But that's no reason to admonish the cannibalistic culture. And as an
right.
American, we should repudiate cannibalism.
Well,
Period.
I think what it
We
is
can't
that
judge.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
like
the
you
ultimate
can't
goal.
judge, but you
That's the
must
ultimate
judge.
goal. That's the ultimate goal is that whoever is creating these narratives or stories, ultimately they don't want if you have any kind of judgment of like public manners, like okay, in the public sphere this is wrong, this is the wrong way for culture. If you try to create any cultural solidification like this is right and this is wrong, that is exactly what they are fearful full of.
Then
They
we're not
don't
fearful
want
because I
that.
don't care. And my daughter doesn't care. I don't care about it. I will speak up and no one's going to ever shut me up. And I don't care what anybody thinks about it.
Confusion is a type of control mechanism. That's what it is.
Right. It's
It's a type
cultural
of
relativism
yeah.
that then blossoms into, being pro Hamas, as an adult.
Right. Anne's
And
not
that's
confused,
crazy.
but
Yeah.
her little
her little niece could be confused because she's been involved in the same type of indoctrination, but she didn't have Anne as her parent telling her, this is bullshit. Like, fuck whatever they're talking about. We'll talk about it. Well, I'll explain it to you. Like, maybe her little niece didn't have that. And so she's now the newest Moth member, or the newest Black Lives Matter member.
And what I will credit the school out here, because I'm in a more conservative county in California now, they do say that you can choose from the books that we have in the library, but we welcome you reading your kids books from your own home library, including the Bible. That will count. Now, I'm not a big humongous fan of the
What?
Bible, but at least they're saying, like, on the low, it comes in a little note to the parents. You don't have to use the books that we send your kids home with from our library, because those are all like California state, you know confirmed,
You
or
don't have to use the Sodom and Gomorrah library as your.
yeah, like they're telling us that. So they're saying, like, we're a conservative county in California and we have to do this because these are state mandates. But if you read any other books with them that you feel are better than the ones they're getting from the school, that counts as their two books, even if it's a chapter or a few verses from the Bible or whatever you choose. So I started reading my daughter, pages from Moby Dick. Now, she can't understand all of the big words and Shakespearean language in that, but she's getting a feeling of there are larger ideas out there,
Dude,
even at
that
this
book has a
very young age.
massive number of
I mean, that shit is
that
so
that book
crazy.
Moby Dick has a fuck it, like you
I
need
have to
a.
read it with a dictionary right
Oh
next to
yeah, 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 yeah.
you know what I mean?
Moby Dick is one of
Gildas,
the. If
you.
you ever want to make your vocabulary bigger, Moby Dick is the book to read.
It absolutely is, dude.
Yeah, I've
Um,
even read that
but
as
just
a,
getting
as a
him
Trump
getting him
supporter.
into the habit of listening to a reader and building like their readerly stamina is the skill that I'm just trying to convey right now. Just listen to me
There you
drone
go.
on for 10 minutes straight, which is about how long it takes to get through like two
That's
pages
a
of
skill.
paper.
I'm starting to think that, in North America, this whole idea that nothing is normal, nothing is right or wrong, I think it's a control mechanism because what can happen is then what it is that the moral compass, then culture is never fixed, right? So in this manner, whether it's people that get elected from the left or right, I feel that the public's opinion can be swayed. I feel like there is a connection between, this real attempt of, I don't know, man. Maybe we just live in a culture where there's just so many multiple realities. I don't know. We live in a very, very complicated
It's
culture.
not
What
multiple
happens
realities. It's
is
We have the same reality. Like, we got to be fixed on that. We have the same reality. There are just a lot of ideas out there from which reality has to respond to. I know that sounds a little crazy, but like, American people know what's real and what's not. And that's why they repudiated the left in this fucking election. Like, they know that once you
Mhm.
start going too far afield, my tolerance is not going to last that long. Like, all right, it's a transgender student at school. Don't bully that transgender student. But we're not
good,
going to
great.
we're not going to bend over and open our cheeks up for, well,
Right.
maybe your child could be trans too. Maybe you don't know your child
Yes.
as well as we do.
Same
Like,
thing
we
for
won't
black
stand for that
people,
shit.
Gildas, respectfully. Same thing for black people. Same thing for trans people. This country
The
has a
exact same thing for
majority.
black people. I
And
would I
it's
would
weird.
never I would never want to send, I have a black wife, I'm black, but I would
I
never want
know.
to send my kids to like an Afrocentric elementary school
Ugh,
where all they
worst thing you
learn
could do.
is pseudo African history, which you have some of those schools in the LA area. And it's like, no,
And
they
the
don't need to learn about just Marcus Garvey. They need to learn about fucking Thomas Jefferson too.
and the thing is, Gildas, the majority of us are not even really white. So
we don't need to learn about
Exactly.
that either. It's so ridiculous.
If
We're like immigrants.
Arabs,
if a
Asians,
textbook,
Hispanics were all checking the white box because there was not a lot of boxes to check. So when they say white majority, it's like, well, who the fuck is white? Because we didn't
uh,
have many boxes to check back then.
Exactly.
I want them exposed to ideas, but I still want them firmly rooted in what it is that makes America so outstanding, so great, so unique. Like they have to know that first. Really, like that's all they need to know. The schools be damned. And I'm a fucking professor and I'm saying this shit. Like I could lose my job if they really got rid of all the fucking Department of Education shit. I guess I would just be a full-time writer at that point.
But
But
even you, 10% of not yours, but 10% of the Democratic Party writes this agenda for the whole country, and not even half of the Democrats believe in it. That's why
Gildas,
it
you're also a
loses.
professor. That's funny.
I'm
How do
also
you
a
how do you
That's
how
why
do
professor.
you
it
how do you get
loses.
along with goat? Goat's the problem,
I'm
eh?
flying under the radar at my respective school, and when it comes to a person like Goat,
Right?
um, Goat and I have had several exchanges,
Yeah.
and over the course of maybe like 6 months, it started off as, well, who the fuck is Gildas? Fuck you, because I'm the big man on fucking Clubhouse.
Right.
Two,
The smartest man on Clubhouse,
the
Gilda.
smartest man on
Oh
Clubhouse.
yeah,
Two,
goat's fucking genius. Yeah.
it ended up as, so Gildas, tell me more about your analysis of Huckleberry Finn. That shit's crazy. I never heard it that way. And so now he's got a lot of respect for me. Even though he knows my position on capitalism and the right wing and all of that, he knows like I'm not anybody to be fucked with because I do my shit. I read my
Dude,
shit.
goat is infected
Teach
with
He's
the
it.
a
fucking mind
professor.
virus,
Did you
dude.
guys know he's a professor at a very
I
nice university? He
I
teaches
know he
Black
is.
history. You guys know that, right?
No, he doesn't. He teaches like
I know what
he
he
teaches
teaches.
drama.
You're wrong.
And
He's a
English. Doesn't he teach English?
He
he's a
yes,
drama
he in
teacher.
Black history is what he's a professor. I will not expose where he
Yeah, and he
teaches
can
at.
play in that
Yes,
shit, but he knows that I'm not like a strictly black history English professor. I'm an English
right.
professor that is like I'm into my fucking Shakespeare. And I'm from the hood, so you can't call me out. I'm really black. I'm blacker than most of the black people on this app. I'm
Still
from the
live in
trenches.
Compton.
You know what I'm saying? I grew up in that shit. I know what it is. I grew up in the Kojic church, so I'm black as fuck. But I love me some Shakespeare. And I will teach it to my black, Hispanic, Italian, Jewish, white, Asian students. And they'll get it, and they're not going to just be indoctrinated by literature that says America is evil. That's bullshit.
Well, there's, I mean, I was having this conversation a little while ago with someone, and who was it with? The girl that's really good at math. I forget. Anyway, she's on here. She's Filipino black girl. But anyways, I forget exactly. She's an interesting person. She's like a fucking math genius. But she's like, oh, we need to bring Shakespeare, and I'm like, yeah, for sure, Shakespeare's awesome. But I'm like, you do realize that they're like every culture has its Shakespeare. He's not like a one-off genius of the entire fucking world. Like, she's like, you're telling me that there's a fucking Filipino Shakespeare? I'm like, there has to be. Like, I mean, he's the most well known because he also speaks English just like we do. But don't get me wrong. I mean,
Well,
I'm not on like
when
I hate all
you have to
dead white
find
professors
you
something.
have to find the Filipino Shakespeare before you can claim him. And to date, there is no Filipino Shakespeare. And the reason that Shakespeare is important, but not anybody whom you should just bow down and suck his dick for, is because he still believed in determinism. And determinism is anti American. Americans believe we're the authors of our lives. We believe in free will, and that's why we have a free market. I don't want to get into all of that right now, but
Right.
Americans don't believe in the forces, star-crossed lovers made this happen. No matter what we could do, it was always going to end in a
Yeah, but
tragedy.
does goat believe in free will? Like the people that are way on the far
They
left, do
don't
they believe
believe in
in? They
free
don't
will.
believe in free will, do they?
They believe in the government is smarter than you are. They're Platonists. They believe that
Correct.
the philosopher king should run the country, not the people who are running their families
Well, they
or
also
just being
believe that
individuals.
society has like a complete. I do. I to an extent believe that human beings are largely influenced by society, But
Yes,
I
they
mean,
do. And
sometimes to
many
the
many
point
of
where
you,
there's no free will in almost some of their arguments, you know.
Well, and again, they don't believe in free
Like,
will like Americans. Real American patriots believe in free will. We believe in being the authors of our
Yeah.
destiny. And
yes.
even when you guys brought up Black News earlier, the whole thing is, well, how do you classify him? He's a Rawlsian. He believes that the government should dictate like who is actually going to have the resources, and if they have the resources, they should give up enough of those resources to help out the lowest rung of society. That's what John Rawls taught
Yes.
about out of Harvard. And so he can sit comfortably in the middle, and I don't mind behind his back because I've said it to his face before. So
I
that's
let
why
him.
he can play
Yeah, and
both
I've made
I
it
let
sides.
he's.
uncomfortable for him,
Yeah, he can
as
play
we all
both
should.
sides because at the end of the day, he just believes that like there shouldn't be multi-billionaires. Maybe some billionaires can exist, but even if the billionaires are in existence, they have to be paying their quote unquote fair share so that the lowest in
It's a
society,
privileged perspective,
yeah,
and it's
like
Controversial.
they
idiotic.
should
Jason's
not
got a
rise
good.
any higher than the lowest person can in society. So their heights have to be tempered by the lowest people in society. That's what Rawls's shit was about. Like,
Yeah.
don't just have like run amok wealth. That's crazy if people are homeless. And
I find Jason to be pretty fucking measured
he's a
though.
measured
He's
man.
an
He's
idiot.
Huh?
he's literally
What?
my
Yeah.
Wait,
best.
what did you guys say? He's a
He's
what?
fairly
A
He's
measured.
a
measured
measured
man? He's
He's
a
an
man.
good guy?
idiot.
What the fuck
He
are you
is.
guys talking about?
He's a measured man, but
He is.
I quote him
Oh
directly. The
man.
other night he said, "Gildas, the more that I talk to you, the more I'm going to move to the left."
No.
And I
Well,
said,
you know he's an
Okay.
"Don't do
idiot
it,
then.
Jason. Don't do it, Jason."
Oh
But
really?
he's my buddy.
I
He is my
I
buddy.
don't hate
Yeah.
him,
He's a
I'm
good
cool
but
guy.
with him when
he
he
has
No,
a
runs
would you
his
very
say
hard
he's
mouth.
perspective.
disingenuous? He right now he's very disingenuous and how we
Yes,
know
he
that
is.
because we were on the app with him the first 2 years, so we know what he's saying is being
Yeah,
disingenuous on purpose to be a contrarian. So like when he does this stuff, and it's like we know what he believes, and we know he's purposely trying to
yeah.
like be a dick.
He's not just a contrarian though. Like his real principles are Rawlsian. That's where I've finally been able to peg him. And even though he's
Peg
not
him.
here, were he in this room right now, I would say that directly to his face. I would say you are
After you peg him,
Rawlsian.
can you
We're
explain
not
rules
pegging.
again?
Hello, let's watch
Okay, so
and
here's
peg
what
him.
Explain
Rawls
John rules.
believes in a nutshell, and you can fact check me on Chat GPT. Rawls believes that, all right, it's okay to have capitalism and the free market and billionaires, but their wealth should be like forestalled or tempered or kept in check if there are poor people in that society. And their wealth
He's a
should never
Canadian.
rise above a point where they're making so much more money than the
Huh?
poorest people in society. So you can always kind of like make sure there's a limit. Like,
It's measured.
Taxes based on what you make. We shouldn't put it how much money you make. No, that person earned that
No,
money.
Rawlsian would say that if someone's making a tremendous amount of money, they should be taxed a bit higher.
No, we should all be taxed the same
well,
percent based.
why y'all move me down?
Am I
Um,
wrong, Richie? Like on that
that's
thought
basically
process?
what he's saying is that like you can't make too much money in
What?
an exorbitant fashion if there are poor people. And if you are, that means we need to tax that amount away from you so that the poorest people can like have a house and a car and a TV and shit like that. I mean, it's a very simplified form of his philosophy,
Right, and
but
that's why people avoid and have certain tax codes
Well,
because
we
they
need
know that they don't
taxes.
want that. So
You
then
need
people we have
taxes.
shady shit that happens because of that. People should be able to make it if they work hard. They can make as much money. There shouldn't be a cap on how much money someone makes. That
Yeah, there
no,
shouldn't. But we need
that's why
taxes
we
too.
have people doing shady things to hide the money that they actually make. And we are where we're at.
yeah,
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Taxation is
just wonder
absolutely
what there
necessary.
are. What? Wait, you keep saying taxes are necessary. I
Yes.
wonder why these people are poor. Right? Is it because we haven't funded enough money? Like,
There is
has
No,
no
there's a
California?
million different
there
reasons
is
why people
no
don't have money.
room
Oh,
in there's no room in the Rawlsian philosophy to say that people are poor on their own account and
I
deserve
am,
to be
Well,
poor.
yeah.
Oh,
There's no
okay.
room in Rawls for that.
but
It's
I'm
not
gonna
that they
bring it
deserve
up.
to be poor. It's that you're poor because so many other people are making so much more money.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's
That's
disagree with
crazy.
that. That's
That's a
crazy. I disagree with
crazy
that. Yeah.
idea. It's a
Yeah.
stupid idea. But
No.
we have to
Successful
wonder
people actually
why are
give
these,
people jobs, you know.
yeah, and not in maybe the Reagan type of way where we say trickle down economics, or maybe that's just the narrative of the Reagan way, but in the way that
What
why
exactly is trickle down economics?
I don't know,
What?
it's some kind of thing where Republicans for 20 years that
it's a
made
leftist boogeyman.
lower middle class incomes like myself fought to make sure that Apple got the lowest
Well,
corporate tax rate.
just so we're clear, there's no concept in economics called Reaganomics. This is a political term that people have decided to repeat, and I think what they're referring to is supply side economics, which is something that they just don't understand.
Well, I don't think that supply side economics are wrong, but I also don't think that
Well, of course you
we have
don't,
a free
because
market.
well, it's not a free market. So you could. Here's the thing: you get people that oppose leftists, and then they opt for their own way of putting their hand on the scale. When you're putting your hand on the scale, you're not having a free market, and so the idea of putting money, doing a wealth transfer of taking money from taxpayers to put it in the hands of the wealthiest, because it's going to if you give it to the supply side, that they will create, and that will generate demand. You're still putting your hand on the scale. Now, you could, if you had to make an argument, hey, if we were going to do one of two things and put the money in the hand of those of consumers, or the man in the money in the hands of the creators, then certainly one is clearly better than the other. But if we value a free market, what you would do is you would take your hand off the scale, and you would not be doing wealth transfers from the taxpayers to either side.
And you're seeing this today. You're seeing this right now with the assassination of the CEO of United Healthcare. Now, people are right to be upset about their insurance policies for healthcare. And maybe, some rogue went off and said, you know what, I'm going to hire a hitman to kill that motherfucker because, my father didn't have to die under this current insurance policy. But United Healthcare, when you dig into it, is receiving so many kickbacks from Medicare, which is the government, and they're mismanaging the money. And there was a big article about this, I think, in July 2024, this year, in the Wall Street Journal, that exposed United Healthcare for using that money but not giving treatment to Medicare patients. And so I don't find it out of the blue that somebody would murder a CEO, but the narrative, as you've seen on social media today and yesterday and the day before, is, well, this is why capitalism is evil. This is why private insurance is evil. We need a single payer healthcare. But
What are you
people are not
talking about? Is
listening
anybody
to
No,
me.
but
under?
it's
Hold on,
not a
hold on,
sacred
hold on,
cow.
hold on.
I can point you to the article.
Hold on. I don't. First of all, I want you to tell me what the motive was for killing that CEO. I think that we've heard a lot of speculation, but if you're going to tell me
It's still
that,
speculation.
well, you
My
can
speculation is
speculate
still
all you
speculation.
fucking want, but you can speculate all fucking day. Add $7 to it, and you're still only going to get a cup of coffee from that. So,
Jesus, Roger, you and your swearing, for fuck's sakes.
okay, got
No,
it.
it's
Okay,
perfectly
well, that
fine.
guy
It's
doesn't want
perfectly
to have a
fine.
conversation.
It's perfectly fine for Roger to hold me and take me to task on that.
Well,
But as the
no. Here's
articles
the
are
truth.
coming
Nobody
out,
fucking knows. Why don't you just say you don't fucking know?
we don't know. But they found
Well, there you go. You finally
they
fucking
revealed what
acknowledge
was
it. You don't
written.
know.
They revealed what was written on the side of the bullets that were extracted from that CEO,
Jesus fucking
and
Christ.
they line up with people who are anti private insurance. This is coming out of the Wall Street Journal. This is not just some hokey poke, conspiracy theory. Now, it could bear out that there are different reasons than the one I've named, but I'm just going off of the facts that have been presented in the journal.
But why do we have to then just treat capitalism and United American Health Fund or whatever it was as a sacred cow? It's not. They've been lobbying to steal money from Americans for 40 years.
Well, that's what I would want people to understand is that private healthcare in America is not so far behind the National Health Service in Britain. It is mixed up with the government. And in that capacity, it's not a free market health industry in this country. It is a cronyist health market. And insofar as
Exactly.
United Healthcare is taking money from the taxpayer, which is what Roger just said, if they're taking money from the taxpayer and they're supposed to use that money to treat people, but they're mismanaging it or they're giving their CEOs more money than they deserve, that shows you that it's not free market, it's mixed economy style healthcare. And the real bandit, the real boogeyman here is the government. It's the Medicare that's giving them money. That it's taking money out of your paycheck every 2 weeks or every month, and it's giving it to United Healthcare that you worked for, that you might have been able to build a pool deck with, but they took it and they gave it to United Healthcare, and United Healthcare didn't even use it to treat Medicare patients.
Exactly. Fuck your free market. I'm gonna look at what is actually existing in this country, not just this sacred cow that Reagan brought up of free markets. Doesn't exist as far as I've
What?
seen.
Wait. What are you even talking about? Like you,
What do you mean? What
like
am I talking about? Do you
what? I'm
understand how
asking
K
you.
Street works at all?
I'm asking you what you're talking about. Like you're acting as if as if Reagan has anything to do with free markets. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about, I'm not saying that we should be socialist or anything like that, but I'm saying this kind of dumb idea of the
It's okay to say we
neocons.
should. It's okay to say we shouldn't be socialists.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. We shouldn't be socialist. What I'm not going to say is that we should all be these dumb neocon conservatives, etc., who are like, well, let's make sure that all the companies and giant corporations are taken care of first before the American middle class, because we care about free markets. I don't see many free markets. If you can bring up some free markets,
I
then I'll
pasted
probably agree.
I pasted the link in the chat that the Wall Street Journal wrote up in July of this year that shows you how United Healthcare was basically stealing the money and using it for their own nefarious ends and not using it for what it was supposed to be used for, which was to take care of Medicare patients. That is the article that is going to be the nail in the coffin to this whole thing, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but United Healthcare has been a shifty ass company for a long time, and they've been recently exposed. But none of that is coming out. All you're just seeing is this is why CEOs are evil. CEOs make too much money and they deny people their healthcare benefits that they've been paying into out of their paychecks, and I can't get my fucking chemotherapy, and they
Wait a
deny
minute.
me
Wait a
my
minute. Wait a
shit.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Do you
Go ahead.
just do you just string together words to hear yourself? Like, what are you even talking about? Like,
Explain how I'm wrong,
well,
Roger.
well,
It's enough
well
to be like
yeah, yeah.
you have a
I
you
will
have a, like
explain how
a
you're wrong.
acrimonious
I
tone.
will explain how you're
All
wrong.
right then.
Do you want me to do it while you're speaking, or do you want me to do it by one at a time? What do you want to do here?
I'd like you to do it one at a time.
Yeah. Okay. Let me explain. The idea that you think it's new that that there's people that are insecure and jealous of people that are wealthier than them. This has been going on forever. This isn't a new concept. There's no nail in the coffin coming. There's no revelation here. There's no nothing. There's like this is nothing. It's not even. It's barely a fucking story. People fucking die all the fucking time. Every hour in this world, every hour in this world, 50 people are murdered. And you guys want to sit here and go, oh, let's talk about that guy because he was a fucking CEO of a healthcare company. Fucking look, catch the fucking guy, take him into court, figure out what his trip was. I'm going to make a prediction right now. You guys can put whatever narrative you want, but mark the fucking tape. Uh, I'm going to guess that this guy was either on SSRIs or he recently stopped taking SSRIs. Anybody want to take that wager? Anybody?
I mean,
Anybody?
I don't think that it's mutually exclusive. He could have been
I'm
on
asking you
both.
if you want to take that wager. That was the question.
Well, you have to bring
Half the
out the
country's not
context of it too,
SSRIs.
though.
No, no, that's not true. Jesus Christ. There's 330 million people. You think 165 million people are on fucking SSRIs? Like again, why do you guys just use
I
words
do
to use
think
words?
so. I do think that they are or have been in the
Really,
last
you could
15
you could
years.
you could look it up. I mean, like Jesus Christ, you guys just say words. It's fucking hilarious.
Well,
Yeah,
these
well,
words kind
if
of.
people are just
Usually the
unwilling to look at and like try and parse through the problem in our economy, the problem in our country, if you just don't want to look at it and you want to dismiss it, based on SSRIs, then fine, but the problem will not be solved. Okay, we have a Republican president. We have a Republican president who's at least somewhat friendly to the free market, better than Kamala Harris would have ever been, better than Joe Biden would have been. And so now we have a moment to kind of fucking regroup. And we're presented with evidence that people are hating on the insurance companies. Okay, but why? And if we don't want to do the analysis, if we just want to shit on each other, okay, fine. And we'll just be a clusterfuck of people shitting on each other and cursing each other out on Clubhouse ad infinitum. But the solution is to figure out, well, why do people get mad at a company CEO like United Healthcare's? What's the real reason behind it? Is private healthcare insurance really that bad? Or is it just bad because it has a cronyist relationship to the government and Medicare? Maybe, nobody wants to do that analysis. Maybe we just don't care. And if you want to be a nihilist about it and just curse everybody out who disagrees with you, well, then let the whole shit burn.
can I say something? Um, I think that when it comes to like the healthcare system of America, I think that
Do you live in
Americans have.
America?
I used to, but I don't live there
So you don't
anymore.
live here, but you want to critique. Go ahead. Just want to qualify
No,
that. Go ahead.
I just want to do a comparison to the country I currently live in. So I like to say this. I think that it's
What
just that
country?
I live in Australia. That's
No,
right.
for fuck's sake! Isn't that where they fucking like lock people up and fucking make them get vaccines?
Yeah, I know. That was a very long time ago.
It was
Um,
less than 2 years ago. What do you mean?
Nah, it feels like a distant
No,
memory to me now. I
no,
know
no.
they
Go
took
ahead.
away our liberty.
No. Go ahead and brag to me about how a fucking island that was started with fucking misfits from fucking Europe is so fucking wonderful with their healthcare. Go ahead.
No,
Roger.
I'd say that number one, there is proof that Americans have been losing trust in their own institutions. This is where it mostly all comes from, right? The lack of trust within institutions and the average American not having trust in their own
Yeah. We
institutions
should we should
further
we should hold on. We
incentivizes these
hold on hold on
institutions.
hold on hold on hold on. I'm gonna bring these things together. You
Okay.
guys, I will not be lectured to by a fucking Australian. I'll say that. Look, the reason we don't have trust in our institutions is because we take money from American taxpayers, and then we fund fucking labs in Wuhan, China, that create viruses, that create a global pandemic that you fucking dipshits have a conniption over, and then all of a sudden lose all concept of freedom because fucking American taxpayers funded research in Wuhan, and then we have a goddamn pandemic. So go ahead, tie it all together for me about how you guys got it figured out.
No, because of the fact that there exists um public distrust within these institutions, that these institutions will just then further meander and just cause more problems down the line, and that the public will just do absolutely nothing about it since they've lost all hope while taking your taxpayers' money, right? I know that Australia is not the freest country in the world. We don't have clauses in our
Justin,
institutions talking
Justin,
about freedom
Justin,
of
listen.
speech, right?
Justin, hold on. Listen, we got big fucking problems here, and we don't need an Australian to fucking tell us this. In San Francisco, one of the great cities in U.S. history, they have human shit on the sidewalk, to the point of where they have apps to try to warn people to not step in human shit. We have to lock up fucking detergent because kids will eat fucking Tide Pods. We don't even know what a fuck. There's an argument from some people about what a woman is. I get it. We got a lot of fucking problems. We got a lot of fucking work. But here's what I want to say. Our problems aren't going to get fixed by some fucking Australian.
Then I don't know who will fix your problems. I think that's just up to the American populace themselves.
Yeah, we got to stop eating
I'm not there
Tide Pods,
to.
and shitting on the
I
sidewalk. Yeah, that'll be a good fucking start. When I see less human shit on the sidewalk and less kids eating Tide Pods, then we could start having conversations about what gender we might have been born with.
Yeah, I think that Americans destroying their civics educations in the '60s, like how they did it also over here, will create such a degenerate culture, and
God,
I
Oh
understand
my
that.
god.
I think Roger needs to think more broadly and stop being sucked into kids as delusions.
Why do you
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that?
Roger doesn't need to listen to any of your fucking horse shit. Like you can fucking go fuck yourself. Listen. You think I've got a fucking issue? I'm simply pointing out the truth. We have children that eat fucking detergent. We have parents that fucking try to look you in the fucking face and tell you that you can be a woman by fiat, and then you got human beings that instead of going to the toilet to take their shit, they do it on the sidewalk. We've got big fucking problems here. Don't look. I'm just observing this. I don't blame me for your fucking problems.
James, how do you feel about what's gone on over the last couple of years?
Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. And hello, I remember you from COVID times.
Going way back. Over the last couple of years, I don't know, I think from where to start, where to start. I think certainly the world is a far less safe place than it used to be because we're 2024 now, 20 couple of years takes us back to really Russian invasion of Ukraine. We see what's happening all across the Middle East and various conflicts which have broken out and escalated following the attacks in Israel. So, from a geopolitical standpoint, we're in fairly uncharted territory compared to the time probably going back towards the Second World War in terms of conflicts stretching into the border of kind of Western Europe. From a kind of economic standpoint, and just looking at I'll just focus on the US, otherwise we're going to end up roving too broadly in the discussion. Um, I think that a lot of people felt that they hadn't shared in any of the kind of prosperity from the last couple of years. I think a lot of people, a lot of ordinary people, average people, got hit very, very hard by the higher rates of inflation. And I think that's probably one of the major reasons why people were swinging back towards Trump in and the Republican Party in this election. Um, if you look at the policies under Biden, I guess why many people were left scratching their heads, and Democrats in particular were left scratching their heads. People thought, okay, Biden stands for a much more liberal agenda. He's had all of these stimulus packages. He's sort of thrown literally trillions of dollars, kind of left, right, and center. But if you look at the recipients of a lot of that money, it ended up in the hands of the wealthier members of society, and the average people didn't really um,
James, we lose you?
Uh-oh.
You're on mute, James. You were just getting to the part about why the Democratic Party lost.
Well, can I speak to that question? Because I know that was the original question, and you were
Of
asking.
course, somebody just asked James the question, so Gildas decides it's his turn to speak. Go ahead,
Well,
Gildas.
only because his mic fell off. All right. I'm not trying to be rude, but in answer to your original question, Doc, about, what might have been like the moment where you kind of realized that Trump was going to take it, from my perspective here in Southern California and having lived in New York for about 15 years, when I started talking to my friends in New York about Palestine and, Israel, they were all vehemently opposed to Israel. They were saying, Israel is a colonial master and the Palestinians have every right to stand up for themselves, Nat Turner style.
What
But
is
it's
it? How is
so
this in response in any way, shape, or
I'm
form to
I'm,
what
I'm
James was
about
just
to
saying?
answer the question,
Well,
but
why
it's
don't
soon
you just well instead of taking us on these weird detours, why don't you just have a
it's
conversation?
not a weird detour, Roger. Trust me.
It
As
takes a
soon
while
as
to explain how wrong he was, Roger. Let's just move on.
well,
Yeah, keep
I
going.
wasn't I was never necessarily wrong, but
Right.
when I believed that Trump had it in the bag, okay, was when my friends from New York and my people in Southern California said, "I'm tired of these fucking migrants showing up in my city." Because I had,
You're
like I
like a
said,
living, breathing South Park episode. They took our jobs. But go ahead.
I had friends in New York who were saying, Palestine has every right to do what they do. And that was October 2023. And then when the Venezuelans showed up in New York City, after about a couple of weeks or a couple of months, they were like, oh, hell no,
Was it the
Trump needs
eating
to
of
come.
cats and dogs that you were having a problem with?
I never I never thought about any of that, but they were saying that we're tired of these Venezuelans showing up in New York City. We need Trump to fix this problem. And these were like dedicated liberals. They were dedicated to the oppression narrative in America. Black people have never gotten a fair shake type shit, and they finally flipped at that moment. Maybe that was like March or April 2024. But they said, fuck that. I'm voting for Trump if these people are showing up at our doorstep and taking resources and getting credit cards from Eric Adams. Fuck this. And everything else, abortion, all of that shit was secondary.
Jesus, you just fucking will just string any word together. What, like, you must be very fucking fun to play Mad Libs with because you don't give a shit. I could just, hey, give me an adjective. You'll throw a word. There's not much thought that you put into the words that you speak. You just like start going, and it's like this momentum. You just you've got X amount of words in your vocabulary, and you don't care if they're strung together in a way that makes a coherent point. You just start speaking. It's fucking hilarious.
Roger, I think you might be having a stroke because I'm really not playing word games. I'm just telling you what my experience was.
Gildas, for the record, I don't think you're dumb. I just think that you need a little bit of medication that will help organize your thoughts.
My thoughts were
You're
very organized
ADHD
in
as fuck.
this moment, and I'm telling you what I experienced, which is the original question that Doctor had. When did you? That was his question. When did you kind of see a sea change in support for Donald Trump? And I'm telling it from my perspective. Now, of course, I've never supported Donald Trump and I never will. That's a different story. But when I started to note that there was a critical mass of people who were going to vote for Trump,
Obviously, Roger doesn't want to fight because he's lost.
well,
Um,
only
but I'll
insofar,
put some
but
guardrails on there for you.
I did lose, but I
Every
did not lose
time
because I'm a Democrat.
we take down something, or we make a new bridge, or Joe Biden spends $7 trillion on
But
infrastructure.
I've
How's
never
that going?
supported Joe Biden or
How's
the
the
Democrats.
infrastructure money going?
I only
The whole
supported
country must
Nikki
be
Haley.
open up with shovel-ready jobs, no?
No, I never said any of that.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
always only a supporter of Nikki
The
Haley.
Democrats and the Republicans in Congress want the largest pile of money that they can control access to. And that's why we have Obamacare, so that all the money goes into the pile, and then they can. It's
I
less
don't
noticeable
support
when they
Obamacare. I
steal
think
1% of the
Obamacare.
money
I think
if it's all in
Obamacare
one
was
place.
a terrible
And
piece of
this is the game
legislation.
plan that Republicans have done for a long time too, with their defense spending. Like
Gilda, so
all
you
of
a
them.
homosexual?
I'm a married
Roger, can
man
you
to a
see?
woman with 3 children.
Roger, can you see that we don't have anything close to free markets?
We don't. We don't have free markets. We have economic fascists. And I have to tell you, when the economic
I agree
fascists,
with that.
if when the economic fascists get together with the socialists, it becomes almost indistinguishable from each other.
That's
What
what I
we
agree with.
what we can say concretely is that what we don't have is free market capitalism. But
We do
we
not.
do have some people that believe that that's important, and those people are starting to get the ear of the president.
And
Well, there we go.
that is my what do they call it? Like the silver lining in the cloud. That hopefully Trump will listen to some of those people who are pro free market, and it tempers some of his ideas, especially when it comes to tariffs, which is socialism by another name.
Yeah, some of you guys fucking love the tariff idea. Yeah, yeah, stick it to China.
Yeah, I love it. I don't think it will ever
Again,
happen, but I love it.
you
I
know,
love
and
the
it remains
negotiation.
to be seen if he's actually going to be able to get that through, and if he does it. But if he does it, then the last historical example that we've seen of that is Herbert Hoover, and that did not end well. But I don't put it past Trump to just be kind of talking big shit, until he gets in on January
When
20th.
you take $6.5 trillion and call it the infrastructure repair bill, let's just call it. I forget what it's called. And then you sideline a huge percentage of that, and I'm in New York. I don't see any major construction happening. He did this over a year ago. Where exactly is that money, and how are we accounting for it? I'm going to go
It
out on a
has been
limb
wasted.
and say that we're going to lose at least $100 billion minimum
The money
of
has
that
been
$6 trillion for the infrastructure plan.
It's been
I'm going to say
wasted.
actually
It's
I'm going
been
to triple that. I'm going to
mismanaged.
say we're going to lose $300 billion. We have no idea where it goes.
It
This
has
is
been
why
wasted.
uh, the other logistical or legislative wins that the Biden administration have had, like the Inflation Production Act, this spending on quote unquote infrastructure, all of it is just a nice way to have as many people within the Beltway steal our money and launder it back to themselves. Just like Ukraine is, and just like other things are. I literally want this shit destroyed. I really do. But I
Well,
love America. I
I
love
don't
America.
want the country to
Home of
be
the free.
destroyed, but I think that Donald Trump gives us a moment to pause and catch our breath and understand why the free market is
How do
important.
you stick with the Republicans when Trump is running for election? How do you stick with the Lincoln
Because,
Republicans? What
again, I will explain.
happens in your brain that you think that these idiots who have got us into multiple foreign wars, making sure that we prioritize giant corporations over ourselves, the middle class, like what makes you stick with them,
Because
Gildas?
I only wanted to hear from a Republican something that is old school principle for Republicans, which is what Nikki Haley was espousing, which is trying to rein in entitlements, which I think is the largest looming problem. It's not a problem of today, but a lot of you guys are pragmatists and you just want to figure out what's going to happen next week and the month after. But the larger scale problem is the national debt and Social Security and Medicare. And because she was a Republican who was trying to say that we need to rein that in, I supported her. A similar thing is happening, by the way, with Macron, if you're looking at that news in France, where their government has just collapsed. Now, what happened there was Macron did the thing that I wanted a person like Nikki Haley to do. But the government in France is so leftist and so right wing that they're saying if you take any money from the people, we have to just kick you off the fucking board. And so they're dealing with that right now. Macron did the responsible thing, but now that we're looking at it, maybe he did it too quickly. I mean, raising the retirement age from 61 to 63 in
Is it just
France.
me, or can you not hear Gildas?
Oh, nobody can hear me? My bad.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. That's what Macron just did. You know, he did this about a year or two ago. He said, I don't care what the government says. In order to secure the financial future of France, I'm going to raise the retirement age. And it was unpopular because the population there is like, no, we get to retire at 61. And in America, you know, it's 65. But because he did that, it set in chain a motion where Marie Le Pen can come in and say, I'll save you from the right wing.
Uh,
Is that not
why is
true?
it so quiet?
Well, I won't say anything else.